Chapter 460, Bell. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Naturally, this matter would not end here. Soon, the president brought Yu Mei and Xiaolin to the central computer to retrieve a large number of relevant video materials. It was also at this time that Xiaolin learned that Dawn Academy was surveilled in almost all locations, except for dormitories that involved personal privacy. Of course, apart from the dean, the only person who had the authority to look at these files and records was the president. The subject of the investigation was naturally Wang Dalin. Due to this being a cumbersome topic, and because of the special nature of forbidden techniques itself, there was no way more people could know and be involved in the matter. Xiaolin could also discreetly see that the president did not wish this matter to become a big deal. He hoped to resolve this matter within the smallest possible scope. So the immediate concern was to solve the problem of the source of the forbidden technique. This was why the president dragged Xiaolin to examine the recordings. The actual combat course on Saturday was over anyway, and the weekends were their break time, so Xiaolin was pulled in for free. Xiaolin was also very helpless about the whole thing. He had plans to study for the weekend, but he was also worried, so he nodded in agreement. Wang Dalin himself was not scary, but it was not easy to get foolproof deterrents in place. He never would have thought that Wang Dalin's jealousy was so strong. Coupled with the mysterious forbidden technique, he just wanted to get rid of the matter quickly. After going back that evening, Xiaolin made a brief announcement in the forum and the class internal chat group. He explained what happened during the class that day, and of course, he did not mention the forbidden technique. He mentioned that Wang Dalin's injury had recovered so that everyone did not have to worry, that Wang Dalin was currently under academy supervision, and he would not have the opportunity to explain. Xiaolin then found Zifeng in private. He was more at ease meeting the team leader that he appointed himself. He met in Zifeng's dormitory, and after he went in, the bare-headed man was full of chagrin and guilt. It was an error on my part. I actually was keeping an eye on the guy, but he behaved really honestly and really fooled me. Don't worry. There will never be a next time. Zifeng's cold laugh made Xiaolin wave his hands frantically. Although he had never asked about Zifeng's life experience on Earth, he knew that this guy was definitely a ruthless character. He did not want to cause any more commotion in the academy, and repeatedly told Zifeng to relax. He appropriately revealed, "Don't worry about us. That guy, hey, my guess is that he won't be in the academy for much longer." Zifeng had always trusted Xiaolin. He immediately wore an expression that said "I understand," and asked no more. Then, Xiaolin asked about how the rest of the course progressed. It was as he thought. At first, everyone was hesitant to fight each other. However, after some people stopped holding back, everyone else followed suit, and the whole scene was described to be fiery and explosive. There were quite a few injured, but Yu Mei had indeed fulfilled her promise, and all treatments were free of charge. It had to be said that this kind of actual combat training really benefited many people. Early on the next weekend, Xiaolin, who had promised the president, made his way to his office early. However, he found a little girl in the office when he came in. She was approximately 1 meter in height, wearing a clean white dress. She sat barefoot on the sofa, spacing out with her bored face propped up by her hand under her chin. When she noticed that Xiaolin had come in, the girl immediately raised her head, raising her thick brows, and a sweet smile spread across her face. She suddenly shouted, "Big brother Xiaolin." Xiaolin was confused and returned the greeting cautiously. He was trying to judge whether the brat was a reincarnated ancient monster created by the professors. After all, he did not think that the academy would enroll such a young girl. He gave a weak salute. "Hello. I was entrusted by the president to handle some things." I don't know which professor you are." "Do you know me?" Xiaolin did not say anything about the investigation of the forbidden technique, but the girl giggled and said, "I have read through your information a long time ago, so of course I know you. You don't have to pretend. You're here to investigate the forbidden technique. I will fetch the video recording for you later." Who are you actually?" When he approached the girl, he found that her feet were actually off the ground. More importantly, she was not really sitting on the sofa. She was a few inches from the surface of the sofa. Xiaolin's head started to go numb. If not for it being daytime, he would really have the urge to turn and dash out. He, Ha ha ha, you are so interesting. The girl was amused by Xiaolin's bewildered expression. She burst out laughing, trying to catch her breath. She could not help but slap the sofa leather with her little hands, but it did not make a sound, which made the atmosphere even more spiritual. Okay, don't scare the freshman. You've had this old habit for over 100 years. Get over it. The president entered the room, but Yume was not there. She said that she had an emergency in the new world. The president's appearance caused Xiaolin to let out a relieved sigh. However, he still pointed to the strange girl and asked in a low voice, "President, is she a human or a ghost?" "She is neither human nor a ghost." The president smiled bitterly and rubbed his eyebrows, seeming to be distressed about how to explain it. "President, your explanation is a little scary." Xiaolin also smiled bitterly. "Geez, you guys are wimps. I'll just introduce myself." The little girl's tone was lively, but she looked more domineering than before. She stood up, floated in the air and swayed back and forth a few times before saying, "You can call me Belle. As for my identity, I'm the Central Computer's Master Control Program." "Oh, so you're a computer program." Realization flashed across Xiaolin's face, and he fell quiet for several minutes before raising his voice. "Wait. Artificial intelligence. I am not artificial intelligence. The most accurate term would be artificially intelligent life form." With some dissatisfaction, the little girl Belle corrected him. Xiaolin put on a weird face. "Was there a difference?" The president sighed. "Belle, stop it. Don't forget the dean's instructions before he left. I called you today to settle some business." Belle seemed to be just very casual toward the president, but she looked to respect the dean much more. Just the mention of the dean caused her to tone down. She pouted and said, "Here, I have collected all the videos, and I have already screened them. However, the remaining video content is still huge. But that's okay. I can make an exception to help you all today." Xiaolin temporarily suppressed his doubts about this mysterious computer program girl and concentrated on investigating Wang Dalin. All the videos were uploaded by Belle into the microcomputer arranged by the president. The next thing they had to do was to investigate for any clues in the videos. Chapter 461, Investigation. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. It was a long and cumbersome project. Plus, they were short of manpower. Fortunately, there was Belle, the artificial intelligence or artificially intelligent life form. She could archive and organize a large number of videos and then replay them to Xiaolin and the others to watch one by one. For example, she would first cut all the trivial Wang Dalin time out of the video, such as eating or sleeping in class and so on. The president still had absolute confidence in the courses and teachers that he arranged, and it was impossible for someone to learn forbidden techniques in class. It could only be done in private. Soon, their investigation focus fell on the library again, because they found that in the last 2 months of the last semester, Wang Dalin spent a considerable amount of time in the library. For this reason, they brought up Wang Dalin's borrowing records. However, after a busy half-day, nothing was found. In the afternoon, the president had to attend meetings and left first, leaving Xiaolin and the little girl with the white blouse in the office. After the president left, Belle started to become lively again and started to unwittingly chat with Xiaolin. Xiaolin was also starting to get extremely bored. Wang Dalin was not even a beautiful woman. Looking at images of him all day long would drive anyone mad with boredom. "Actually, I have been following you since you first enrolled." The little girl's voice was crisp and lively. Anybody who did not know of her identity beforehand would have a hard time telling if she was real. However, Xiaolin already knew that what he saw with his eyes was merely a phantom formed by virtual graphics. This girl was, as she said herself, intangible. Xiaolin froze, not knowing why. Belle curled her mouth and said, "Hee hee. You should thank me. I was the one who processed and summarized all the data of your admission health screening. If I hadn't sent your data to the dean in time, do you think you would have received the same treatment afterward? As an artificial intelligence, these things are supposed to be your job anyway," Xiaolin said feebly. He was very interested in artificial intelligence, and he did not expect Dawn Academy to have such a thing. However, half a day's boredom had long driven his curiosity away. I'll say it again. I am not artificial intelligence. I am an artificially intelligent life form, which is to say, there isn't really any difference. I was not created in your world. I am a life created by the laws of planet Norma. Again, I am not what you call a computer program. I possess intellect. To put it simply, if you give me a body, I would be indistinguishable from you humans. A man-made life form? Xiaolin pondered for a while and suddenly thought of the big Bai that Silverlight had entrusted to him before her death. That magical life form seemed to be also created with Atlantean technology, and it also possessed a high level of intelligence. With that said, this Bell should be similar to Big Bai. Speaking of which, your progress is really slow. Bell seemed to have a habit of babbling, and she droned on. You have an SS level talent, and up till now, it's been more than half a year, and you're still only a Black Iron rank. This speed is not even as good as an S-level talent. Xiaolin understood this. He was indeed dragged down by too many complicated matters in the last semester. However, he suddenly thought of something and quickly took the little girl by the arm. It was a pity that his hand just passed through the little girl's arm. Paying it no mind, he asked hurriedly, "Wait. Did you just say that you were responsible for the statistics of the admissions health screening? In other words, you are able to look into all our files?" "Of course. As I said, I am in charge of the entire academy's computer files." "Then what about my admissions notice? Can you look into this file?" Xiaolin thought about what Wang Yuelan told him previously, that his notice had been encrypted, and ordinary people would not be able to read it. "Admission notice? Of course I know it. However, those are sealed and encrypted under the Dean's repeated instructions," Bell said indifferently. So, it was the Dean. Xiaolin stabilized himself internally. He trusted that the Dean was protecting him, but that actually seemed more strange. It was just an admissions notice, but it was encrypted, even to the point of top-secret level encryption. The Dean mentioned that the admissions notice cannot be shown to anyone without permission, not even me. This girl made Xiaolin itch for more. Feeling his curiosity mounting, he could not help but ask, "It's my own admission notice, so I should have permission, right?" The Dean would certainly not mind. Bell hesitated. The girl seemed to be very intelligent, but she also seemed to lack contact with people. It was probably due to this reason she became so energetic when she saw Xiaolin today. It was difficult to withstand Xiaolin's badgering, and he even pulled tricks that were used to fool children on her. Of course, Bell knew the importance the Dean placed on Xiaolin. After hesitating several times, she finally relented in a low voice, okay, I can show you. Actually, it is no big deal. So I guess the Dean won't blame me. But, you must promise me not to tell anyone. This time, I'm making an exception for you because the Dean values you. Don't worry, my lips are sealed tight. I will not betray you. Xiaolin pounded his chest to indicate his promise. Looking really unsure, Bell floated to the window and looked from side to side. In fact, this was the president's private office. Usually, unless with his permission, no one would have the courage to break into this place for no reason. It was a good long while before the girl drew the curtains and floated back down, clutching her dress. She stretched out her hand onto a screen and pressed at it several times, but the feed was dizzyingly fast. After entering a password that was completely invisible, a virtual screen dropped, and the admission notice was displayed on the screen. This is a virtual copy. The original copy was destroyed long after admission, so only the virtual file was kept. This familiar-looking admissions notice was the culprit that brought Xiaolin into this academy at the start, and he could not help but sigh when he saw it again after such a long time. By the looks of it, the short admissions notice did not look any different from any other. The notice did indeed exist, but Wang Yuelan insisted that the school had never admitted him. Wang Yuelan probably made a mistake. Xiaolin was starting to feel relief when he suddenly read something that was off. Looking at the text on the admissions notice, his eyes went wide, and his heart sank all the way to the bottom. Chapter 462, Handwriting. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. It was already evening when the president came back. He smiled wryly as he explained to Xiaolin that there were a lot of trivial matters in each year in the new semester, on top of the education reform. It was not just for the freshman year, A few seniors had to prepare for internships in the new world. As the president, he had to attend a bunch of meetings all day long. However, he stopped mid-explanation as he noticed Xiaolin's strange mood. The president could not help but express his concern, but he did not get any response. Xiaolin could only smile and mutter that he felt a little tired. "Did you find anything?" The president could only ask. Xiaolin shook his head, and laughed bitterly. "I have looked through almost all of Wang Dalin's extracurricular surveillance records. I don't think there was any suspicious opportunity for him to be exposed to forbidden techniques. Looking at probability, perhaps it was the time spent in the library?" The president looked at Belle. The little girl was sitting on thin air. She curled her mouth and said, "I already pulled up all relevant borrowing records for you." The president nodded. "I trust in our library. It's impossible for any prohibited books to appear inside." Xiaolin cleared up his mood and said, "Actually, I don't think there were any omissions in the management of the academy." "But, President, do you think there are loopholes in our initial ideas?" "Wang Dalin may not have learned the forbidden technique in the academy." The president's baby face was slightly taken aback, and he understood what he meant. He frowned. "Do you mean on Earth? How is that possible?" Xiaolin spread his arms open. "This is not something I know. I wonder if the academy monitors the students that return to Earth? It's currently impossible to achieve that sort of all-around surveillance. However, if you use abilities that transcend the rules on the plane of Earth, it will definitely be detected." "Mao Danying of the Earth Division has never reached out to me, and I believed that he wouldn't hide anything from me." "But wasn't there an accident on Earth last time?" Xiaolin blinked and continued to refute. "Regarding the Pacific Ocean matter, I don't know much about the battle, but if someone took the opportunity to do something at that time, I believe it would be difficult for the Earth Division to monitor it, right?" The president's frown deepened and murmured to himself, "You're right, but who would possess a forbidden technique? And why would they choose to teach it to Wang Dalin specifically?" Nevertheless, Xiaolin's reminder gave the president no choice but to consider the possibility of investigating the matter on Earth. However, this was not something that Xiaolin could take care of, and the president understood this. He let Xiaolin leave after thanking him for the day's efforts. "You really hold him in high regard. In the entire academy, only a select few can come and go freely from this office," Belle said abruptly after waiting for Xiaolin to walk away. "The dean values him," said the president, without looking back. "He begged me to pull up his admissions notice today," Belle said casually. She behaved very casually in front of the president. The president was not surprised. "The head of recruitment told me a few days ago that there was a woman who also wanted to check his admissions notice file. I bet it was also requested by Xiaolin." Belle changed her posture mid-air, letting her white feet dangle enticingly. However, the baby-faced president continued to ignore it, which made her quite dissatisfied. She pouted and provocatively asked, "The dean once ordered that his admissions notice be permanently sealed and encrypted. Aren't you curious about the reason?" "I trust the dean's decision." The president's tone did not change at all. "You are the same as that old dean, so boring. I don't believe you haven't investigated. With your authority as president, you should be able to find out." In the pre-admission list issued by the admissions department to the student union, there was absolutely no information about Xiaolin. The president finally turned his head, his kind gaze becoming rather sharp. He warned in a low voice, "Speak of this matter here and forget it. Neither I nor the dean wants anyone else to know about this." Okay, you're not that old fart, so don't use that look to scare me." The girl smiled, unfazed, and continued, "And, you know, not many people in this academy know that I exist. Who can I tell anyway?" There was a short silence. The president could not help but speak again. "Today, he asked you to help investigate his admissions notice. Did you guys find anything?" "Ha ha ha." Belle immediately laughed exaggeratedly. "I thought you really didn't care about anything. In fact, you're also very curious." "I studied human psychology in the library database. Curiosity is in human nature." Fine. Even I can't avoid it." The president was also quite helpless with this girl. "So, can you tell me the answer now?" "I don't know." "Don't give me that look." "I'm serious." Belle smiled slightly, and continued seriously. After Xiaolin looked at his admissions notice, how should I say this? He looked weird. But I can't tell what was weird. I think he suddenly understood something. But frankly, I have read through his admissions notice thousands of times, but I really can't see anything unusual. The president was stuck, and after a long time, he sighed. Xiaolin is now an indispensable student of Dawn Academy, and his significance to the academy will be even greater in the future. It doesn't matter how he got in, the dean's approach is correct. This was to not give the military a chance to poke holes, and also for Xiaolin's protection. Xiaolin did not eat his dinner right away after got back. He bumped into Chen Dao and the others on his way back, who very enthusiastically invited him to the cafeteria. However, he politely declined them. After arriving in the dormitory, he shut himself in his room, searched for a sheet of paper, and scribbled line after line profusely. After he finished writing, he looked through it for a long time, and then he said, "Fuck me." He then tore up the paper and looked for a fresh paper to continue writing. After writing, he looked through it, tore up the paper again, and continued writing. It was like this for the whole night, until he was exhausted. Xiaolin stared at the confetti all over the floor. His face was incredulous. He was neither crazy nor stupid. He was just constantly comparing his handwriting. Earlier, when he finally got Bell to pull up his notice file, the appearance of the notice, including all its production materials, did not look any different from other notices. However, what was strange was that all the words on the notice were handwritten. Wang Yuelan and Bell confirmed to him that admissions notices were all printed electronically. It was impossible to write them manually. What shook Xiaolin to the core, to the point that he was not able to calm down, was that the handwriting on the admissions notice clearly belonged to him. Chapter 463, After the Turmoil. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Xiaolin's handwriting was actually quite unique. As he was once mocked in school for his ugly handwriting, he gritted his teeth and practiced his handwriting for a long time. Although he became lazy when he arrived at university, he finally developed the skill and he had possessed it ever since. If someone suddenly placed it in front of his eyes, he might not be able to recognize it. Just like when he first received his admissions notice, he did not think about the handwriting at all. If he looked at it again, he would inevitably get a weird feeling. He was not very sure when he saw it in the office that afternoon, so he kept checking his handwriting throughout the night. The conclusion made him even more perplexed. Indeed, the handwriting was exactly the same. However, Xiaolin was still unable to believe it. After all, looking at the rationality of the matter, it was totally unbelievable. How could Xiaolin write himself this admissions notice from Dawn Academy? Xiaolin rubbed his numb head and felt like his brain was about to explode. He was trying to make sense of the whole puzzle. If Wang Yuelan was not lying, then there had to be a problem with his admissions notice. At the very least, it was not distributed through the Academy's formal channels. Unless there really was someone whose handwriting was exactly the same as his, and that person happened to be willing to forge a perfect admissions letter to fool the student union president, the head of recruitment, and even the dean, risking such great danger and creating a massive cover-up, just to get him into an academy? Was this a high possibility? Xiaolin shook his head. He felt that the probability of such idiocy was very low. After eliminating all the impossible factors, the remaining inferences were the truth, no matter how unbelievable they were. The fact remained. Was the admissions notice really written by Xiaolin himself? If this happened in the past, Xiaolin would definitely think that it was a big joke. He might even think that the president and that artificially intelligent life form Bell were collaborating to deceive him, but he was not so sure now. Xiaolin touched his forehead, and his expression gradually turned a little strange. He thought of the time rewind skill Silverlight had cast, which brought them into the corridor of history as an observer. However, when the wall of time was broken, they changed from mere bystanders to historical participants. Just like the time paradox and Gixioyu mentioned earlier, these kinds of things were difficult to explain. However, if they were to follow this logic, then Xiaolin sending his own admissions notice to himself seemed to make sense. You must be joking. After a long time, Xiaolin could not help but let out an angry cry. He was still unable to completely control the third eye on his forehead, let alone show it in public. He did not want to be thrown into a lab and treated as a monster. If he could not even control that, he could forget about the time rewind skill. In fact, he was actually very interested in this skill. However, before her death, Silverlight repeatedly warned that the skill needed to be used with caution. Silverlight herself had obviously paid a certain price before casting Time Rewind, and this made Xiaolin afraid to experiment with it lightly. After thinking about it, Xiaolin still did not have a clue. Although he considered what seemed to be the only possibility for a moment, it was still unrealizable from a practical point of view. However, this matter did not actually affect Xiaolin very much. Since he could not make sense of it, he decided to stop thinking, and he sighed. All he could do was to temporarily carry this weight in his heart. Due to this, he had also decided to take time off every day to start learning more about how to use the third eye. Most students were completely oblivious to the turmoil that happened over the weekend. Only a few perceptive students could see the differences. Wang Dalin had been suspended from his courses. Wang Dalin was locked in his dormitory all day long, and even his daily meals were prepared by someone and sent to him. A few of his close friends wanted to visit, but the person appointed by the student union to watch over Wang Dalin refused them, saying that Wang Dalin was unwell. Of course, there was a slight impact from this incident. Those in Class 7 who were unsatisfied or had contempt toward Xiaolin had now completely eliminated every trace of their delusion. They did not believe in the obvious farcical nonsense of physical unwellness, and they firmly believed that this kind of treatment was inseparable from Xiaolin. Xiaolin was really frustrated when he heard about this private gossip from Zifeng. However, he did not intend to offer any sort of explanation. To him, a united and stable class was not a bad thing, even if the unity was only superficial unity. Apart from a few unsavory friends, Wang Dalin's interpersonal relationships were actually very poor. Most people did not actually care about whether this guy showed up or not, and the student union still had yet to come to a conclusion on how to deal with Wang Dalin. The main thing was that the president still wanted to find the person who taught Wang Dalin the forbidden technique. Compared to Wang Dalin, this matter was more important. It was because of this that Wang Dalin was able to stay on the academy grounds. Naturally, Yu Mei could not stay in the academy for long after finishing the temporary lectures on the weekend. Before leaving, she invited Xiaolin and Chen Dao for a private meal. As for why Chen Dao was invited, it was because due to Xiaolin's swindling, actually due to Xiaolin's kind advice, Chen Dao was actually a member of the 7th Regiment in name. Currently, it was just that there was no way to get an officer's certificate before getting the approval of the student union. After all, Chen Dao was not Xiaolin, and he could not be directly appointed by the dean. They had the meal in the faculty canteen, and Xiaolin did not know of the existence of such a canteen until today. It was specially for the cadres of the student union, as well as various professors and teachers. If they were to ask about the difference between this and their luxurious cafeteria on the top floor of their dormitory, on top of the more chic and elegant environment, the biggest difference was that there were more dishes here. Most of them used ingredients from planet Norma. For those who achieved Black Iron rank, there would be no problem eating these foods. However, when Xiaolin accidentally learned that these ingredients were all supplied by the logistics department, he barely touched his chopsticks during the meal. He only smiled and said that he was on a diet. Then, watching Chen Dao wolfing down the food, the corners of his mouth kept on twitching. Yu Mei roughly knew what was going on, and irritably rolled her eyes at Xiaolin, but did not bother to talk to him. In fact, she specially invited Chen Dao to this meal. Xiaolin was even sure that the woman coming to the academy to teach was just an excuse. She came just to examine Chen Dao. Xiaolin could tell from this woman's expression that it was basically confirmed that Chen Dao had met her requirements. After all, as a talented recruit, he was a spell-type genius. Second only to Xiaoyu, Chen Dao's accomplishments were obviously impressive. Chapter 464, New Curriculum. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Chen Dao was actually a very simple person. In terms of his greatest interests, besides all kinds of fantasy novels, it was probably women of different races. After affirming Chen Dao's ability, Yu Mei also chose the right moments to talk about his ideals and fantasies. For example, how beautiful were the elves, or how flirtatious the Norman human beauties were. or how there was no such thing as marriage law in planet Norma, and so on. Chen Dao was so bewitched that his eyes were shining, and he almost swore loyalty on the spot. Xiaolin's eyes twitched as he heard this. It was indeed as Yu Mei said, there was no such thing as marriage law on planet Norma. People from Earth over there were free to marry whoever they wanted and marry as many as they wanted. However, Xiaolin was also aware that the mixed blood between Earth and Normans currently had a serious defect. This defect would cause them to have a very short lifespan. Xiaolin had met Bixiaoyu and even Hammerhead the Orc. This tragedy was undoubtedly cruel to them. However, Xiaolin also knew not to break the fantasy that Yu Mei painted on the spot. Yu Mei then briefly spoke about the developments of the Legion. In fact, they were recruiting like mad. The recruitment for the Legion was currently only open to people on Earth. They were trustworthy people, and they could only rely on them to recruit and promote the Legion. The outcome of the meal was really successful, and Chen Dao's enthusiasm was even higher than Xiaolin had imagined. In the end, Yu Mei also hinted at another matter. The Inter-Academy tournament. This could be regarded as an after-meal chat. Although the list of entries had not been officially announced, it was basically certain that both Chen Dao and Xiaolin were selected to participate. The Academy attaches great importance to this competition. By the way, I will tell you a secret. Xiaolin rolled his eyes at Yu Mei's mischievous smile. If it was really a secret, obviously they should not know it. However, it seemed that it was probably just an internal secret. This education reform was actually a preparation for the Inter-Academy tournament. The Academy hopes that the current batch of students could gain some honor for the Academy. Otherwise some people will not take us seriously. Yu Mei's smile was cold when she uttered the last sentence. Chen Dao was still clueless, while Xiaolin vaguely thought about something. The president had also mentioned something similar. It involved games between the academies, and naturally, it was not something people like them could talk about. Xiaolin thought of more, and asked abruptly, how is the dean now? Chen Dao looked at him incomprehensibly. Last semester, there was a newspaper article about the attack on the dean. Although the matter fizzled out, there was no more news about it. The freshman probably would not pay attention. But Xiaolin suddenly recalled this incident. Yu Mei squinted at him. After being silent for some time, she said indifferently, don't worry. How could anything happen to that old man? Sort yourself out before worrying about others. Xiaolin stared at Yu Mei, trying very hard to discern anything from her expression. However, it was a pity that he could not see anything. He did not have much contact with the dean, but he knew very well that his current special treatment was all thanks to the dean. Compared to the military who was willing to trade his life for Lilith's, he undoubtedly liked the kind old man better. I understand. I will try my best in the tournament. Although Xiaolin was already prepared, he declared it more solemnly this time. Even if it was to repay the care that the dean had provided all this time, he had to also help Dawn Academy acquire some honor in the tournament. After Yu Mei left, the peace in Xiaolin's life was restored. Of course, peace was also a relative term. Compared to having to travel to the new world from time to time or having to face multiple near-death situations, leisurely eating and sleeping in the academy was undoubtedly a much more comfortable life. People only realized this when there is a comparison to be made. Therefore, even though the freshmen were pressured by the courses and were groaning repeatedly, Xiaolin behaved very calmly. Xiaolin still devoted nearly half of his time to compressing elements, and the old professor was also shocked by his progress. Xiaolin only took a week to cover the ground that took the old man several years. There was nothing more to teach him after that. After completing the class for compressed elements, all subsequent courses were shortened as much as possible for this time period. This was also to ensure stability after compression. However, Xiaolin's ambitions were greater. After initial success, he not only wanted to use the compressed elements in elemental swordsmanship, he also wanted to apply them to the learning of spells. On top of that, Xiaolin also took the time to start reading up on other courses. After all, his goal was to reach the bronze rank, so he needed to improve attributes beyond just intelligence. The advanced courses in the subsequent semester would bring about a much higher difficulty. In terms of swordsmanship, he was quite comfortable, because in the final exam last semester, he actually experienced the essence of elementary swordsmanship. Elementary swordsmanship focused on the changes in swordsmanship, and not merely the simple combinations in basic swordsmanship. Thus, this required students to select a specialization in different sword moves to be able to continue the course. For most students, it was still a little early to get in touch with sword aura. Therefore, most of the swordsmanship lessons provided to them by teachers did not require sword aura. A select few students, such as the talented recruits, naturally received exceptional treatment. Xiao Lin, who had the freedom to engage in lessons, only started the elementary swordsmanship course halfway through the month. The teacher was a middle-aged man, who probably understood Xiao Lin's privileges, and did not seem surprised. He enthusiastically helped Xiao Lin and introduced the alternative sword moves. You should already have a sword aura, just like Cheng Ming and the others. I won't get into other sword moves, but you can look into these sets of sword moves. Xiao Lin was in his first swordsmanship course, and this man took the initiative to hand over materials and books that were meant to introduce swordsmanship. Another key point of the education reform was to enable outstanding students to receive a better education. To put it simply, the academy had shifted from a dogmatic approach of cultivating popular soldiers and colonists, to prioritize cultivating elites. All of this was to prepare for the imminent inter-academy tournament, and obviously, the student union had already given the teachers the heads up. All the contestants would receive extra privileges and treatment. So, even without Xiao Lin's background, he would have received good treatment anyway. There were actually many choices of sword moves and swordsmanship techniques. In Planet Norma's development through millions of years, countless complete swordsmanship routines were formed. It was obviously impossible for the academy to provide for all of these techniques. For example, the materials that this man had handed over to Xiao Lin contained only about 20 carefully selected sets of routines. Chapter 465, Elementary Swordsmanship. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Every set of swordsmanship had a level rating next to it. This was a label added by the teacher so that they could better choose the appropriate swordsmanship. This teacher was quite thoughtful. Swordsmanship was not the ultimate goal, but a secondary process to supplement training and learning. In fact, Xiao Lin did not care much about what sort of swordsmanship he chose, and from the labels, the highest level of these was only black iron or bronze in rank. In other words, these were routines that would be obsolete sooner or later. Therefore, Xiao Lin's focus was still on the effects of these swordsmanship studies. For example, certain types of swordsmanship could enhance the flexibility of the body, and certain types could improve reflexes. With the continuous improvement of attributes, for black iron ranks, each attribute actually provided meaningful empowerment. Xiao Lin studied carefully from start to finish, and then again from the last page to the front. He pondered for a long time before raising his head and saying to the teacher enthusiastically, these routines all look really useful, and they should be a big help to my learning process. I will learn them all. Sure, then you can choose. Huh? The teacher was a gentle-looking man, and his smiling face froze in an instant. His eyes wide. What did you say? I will learn them all. Xiao Lin thought for a moment, and added confidently, no, I can't say that. Anyway, I will learn as much as I can. But... The man felt that his brain was overheating. Can't we choose multiple swordsmanship specialties? Xiao Lin's eyes fluttered innocently. There are no such rules. Oh, then thank you, teacher. Xiao Lin had always been polite in front of these senior teachers. The man's mouth hung open. He wanted to remind Xiao Lin that there were no such rules because no one would ever choose all the specialties. Human energy was limited, especially with courses in the second half of the semester being so tight. Where would he find the time to learn it all? However, this man also had his sources of information, and he knew that Xiao Lin had the privilege to freely attend classes. If Xiao Lin was determined to be that way, he really could not stop him. After a short break, the course continued. Compared to the fiery woman who taught last semester, this man's swordsmanship course was more laid back. It was uncertain if it was some kind of authorization from the student union, or it was just this man's personal teaching style, but it was almost like a free-for-all style of learning. After splitting up several sets of swordsmanship moves for demonstration, he left them to practice on their own. Only after an hour or so, the man would return to simply check on their progress. However, for a few elite students, he conducted holistic and comprehensive individual lessons. In addition to a few monitors, there were also a few ordinary students with a relatively high strength attribute value. The first set of swordsmanship that Xiaolin learned was called Total Annihilation. This set of swordsmanship was actually developed independently by Dawn Academy after they integrated Norman swordsmanship, and was very suitable for freshman courses. This set of sword moves is the most effective sword technique when you find yourself surrounded by your enemies. It damages in an area of effect. If you possess sword aura, it can also cause large-scale damage. It is a very practical skill on the battlefield, but pay attention to the timing of the release, because it requires an obvious charging time before use. Also, it does not differentiate between friend or foe, so you must be cautious. I don't want to see you killing your own allies on the battlefield. The teacher's explanation was very detailed, and the elites were listening very carefully. Earlier, Chen Yu mentioned something about building an elite club, and the planning for this was actually already underway. If there were no surprises, apart from a few monitors, they would definitely only select from the best students. The relatively outstanding ordinary students would inevitably have a deep desire to surpass the monitors. It looks like we're all using the same approach. Cheng Ming took advantage of the teacher's brief pause, left his post, and joked softly to Xiaolin. I fell in love with this total annihilation skill the moment I saw the introduction. No question, even the name sounds domineering. Xiaolin's face twitched slightly. He wanted to explain that he did not choose this sword move just because of its name. However, after thinking about Cheng Ming's simple-mindedness, he simply agreed. Several elites actually did not only choose a single sword move, and they also occasionally engaged in chit-chat to inquire about the sword moves. The highest number of sword moves that were chosen were 4, which was the limit of their learning ability. The more sword skills digested in a short period of time, the more obvious it would be for the improvement of basic attributes. However, if it took too long to learn a certain sword move, it would not be worth the time lost when it could be used to learn other sword skills. These people naturally understood this basic reasoning, and thus they chose according to their abilities. Due to this, when they learned that Xiaolin was going to learn 20 sets of sword skills, everyone thought he was an idiot. Xiaolin had long learned to ignore what others thought of him. In fact, he put a lot of effort and time into it. The elementary swordsmanship course had 3 classes a week, and each class lasted the entire morning. In addition, Xiaolin devoted a lot of his spare time to this. Total Annihilation was not a sword skill of high difficulty. Of the 20 sets of sword skills provided by the teacher, it was the lowest level. As long as he was able to upgrade elementary swordsmanship to around level 2, he would be able to learn it. This was not really a challenge for Xiaolin. 3 days later, in the final elementary swordsmanship course of the week, he demonstrated the entire set of Total Annihilation swordsmanship moves in front of several monitors and teachers. The speed of his learning shocked everyone speechless. Did he master a set of swordsmanship moves in 3 days? Even Cheng Ming, who had the sword heart talent, could not do this. He claimed to have only mastered 60% to 70% of this set of swordsmanship. As for the others, it was even more unbearable. With no matching talent, they had only barely started on the 3-day course. Well, the difficulty of this set of swordsmanship is indeed relatively low. The teacher laughed dryly, and they did not know if this was to comfort himself or for the students. After that, Xiaolin logically started to learn the second set of swordsmanship on his own, and it was called Broken Strike. After the teacher overcame his brief shock, the basic movements of this set of swordsmanship were also taught very seriously. There were very few swordsmanship moves in Broken Slash. This set of moves was very modest, its power not very great, its area of effect not very large, and the sword moves not very quick. However, the biggest benefit of Broken Strike was its adaptability. No matter how bad the environment was, the user could rely on this set of swordsmanship anytime and anywhere. It was also due to the simplicity of this set of swordsmanship, Xiaolin decided to not waste any more time. Therefore, after working diligently to memorize the essential movements, he planned to practice them on his own on the weekends. Chapter 466, Sudden Improvement. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Xiaolin understood very well that his time was incredibly valuable at that moment, which was why he needed to use the limited time intelligently. For Saturday's battle training class, he had set a goal to learn Broken Strike during the lesson. Battle training class might have a different teacher, but the contents of the lessons were still the same. It was still meant to train the students in adapting to different opponents. Xiaolin was challenged as usual. This time, his opponent was Han Manman, the monitor of Class 4. The newly formalized monitor had regretted not being able to challenge him last week. Han Manman was a mage that focused on the wind element. As a talent holder, even if she was not as good as Xiaoyu and Chen Dao, she was still a cut above the rest in terms of combat ability. However, it was not a problem. All Xiaolin needed was an opponent. Nothing else. The challenges between the monitors were a point of attention by a lot of others. Before Xiaolin fought, he managed to look at the duel between Cheng Ming and Chen Dao. He actually wanted to face Cheng Ming, but since he had already decided to use swordsmanship during the lesson, he naturally would not choose Cheng Ming, who was also a swordsman, as his opponent. The two of them were basically legendary figures amongst the first years, and were very strong. The fight was very close, and it was obvious that both Chen Dao and Cheng Ming were very experienced. Chen Dao's mastery of fire magic was very deep, and Cheng Ming's martial prowess was also very impressive. The fight ended up in a draw. The two of them did not hold back, and after they repeatedly had their wounds treated, they finally had to stop the fight out of sheer exhaustion. After that, it was Xiaolin and Han Manman's turn. Han Manman bluntly chose to attack first. She was quite skilled in wind magic, and had focused more on damaging spells such as Hurricane, Wind Blade, and Wind Cutter. The battle between the two of them was quite tense. Since Xiaolin kept trying to use Broken Strike, Xiaolin's inexperience with the rather mediocre skill caused him quite a bit of trouble, especially under the constant onslaught of a mage which, at a certain distance, meant Xiaolin could not advance and could merely defend. That caused Han Manman's morale to rise. She felt like she was beginning to seize the advantage. However, a very small number of students could see that Xiaolin was just using this as practice, and an even smaller number of them could tell that Xiaolin was practicing a sword technique that he was not used to. The situation started to slowly turn after around 30 minutes. Even if Han Manman had tried her best to control the exertion on her mental strength, she had started to fall into a state of fatigue. On the other hand, Xiaolin had gotten more and more familiar with Broken Strike, and the advantage of the sword technique that could both attack and defend began to show itself. As a very ordinary technique, the physical strength it needed was not big, and it allowed Xiaolin to stick to Han Manman like glue. Even if he could not launch a successful attack, his defense was more than enough. When Han Manman had exhausted her mental strength, Xiaolin magnanimously stopped his attacks. Neither of them were injured, other than the fact that the armor Xiaolin had on for defense had been shattered by various wind blades. However, thanks to his physique being far above Han Manman's, he was untouched. The duel between class monitors might have ended in a draw, but it was nowhere near as intense as Cheng Ming and Chen Dao's. Anyone with a clear mind could tell that Xiaolin was just toying around, since he had only used Broken Strike from start to finish. The power of Xiaolin's swordsmanship was something many of them had seen during the last monthly examination, so they naturally understood how much he had held back. Not bad, Xiaolin said to Han Manman as she walked past him, but the woman was shaking with anger, and naturally ignored Xiaolin. From an objective standpoint, training in actual combat was something that helped a lot in improving skills, especially against opponents with a certain caliber like Han Manman, so it allowed him to understand Broken Strike's practical value even more. Broken Strike was not a difficult technique. Xiaolin took the entire next day to focus on training it, and managed to raise the sword technique to the highest level by nightfall, thoroughly mastering it. At some point, the topic of Xiaolin learning 20 different sword techniques had been talked about on the forums by the other swordsmanship class students. Of course, They did not speak in mocking tones since Xiaolin's skills was something most of them had come to acknowledge. Even so, it was still outrageous to a lot of them. The current report is that Xiaolin has already mastered at least 2 swordsmanship techniques. What 2? Isn't it just total annihilation? I'm also in the swordsmanship class, so don't try to bully me for not having a source of information. Your information is outdated. Is right. I saw with my own eyes that Xiaolin had mastered Broken Strike in the training hall today. My god, is that man human? It's only been a week and he's mastered 2? I haven't even mastered my first swordsmanship technique. I heard that Cheng Ming has basically finished his first technique, but it's still a huge difference from Xiaolin. I heard that Xiaolin's magic skills are also quite good. The bored students slowly turned to talking about these things during their free time after dinner as hobbies, and at some point, Xiaolin had become a hot topic among them. He had gone from someone who was mocked and jeered at for entering the academy with the lowest basic attributes in the whole year to catching up to everyone's standards and standing out in the monthly exam. He had also managed to secure class monitor position, slowly having people acknowledge him as a true class monitor. However, with how it looked now, Xiaolin was not just someone at the strength level of a class monitor. His skills were rapidly soaring, defying all imagination. In the last week, Xiaolin had not rested and had thrown himself into new magical studies. The packed training schedule he had the week before had earned him a large payout, having his strength and agility both raised up to 30 points. Which meant a combined increase of about 10 points. His rapid speed of improvement shocked everyone. No one else in the year could compare to him, even Gixi Oyu could not stand up to him at that point. After all, Gixi Oyu's true selling point was only her rapid growth in intelligence. Since they started the semester, Xiaolin actually had very few chances to privately meet Gixi Oyu. At the most, they greeted each other when they met in class. But Gixi Oyu did not talk too much about private matters in front of others, and the woman had also been working very hard that semester. The end of the first month was quickly arriving, and during the weekend, they would be facing a new monthly examination. Chapter 467, The Meeting Before the Examination. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. After a semester, everyone was quite familiar with monthly examinations. However, the times Xiaolin had actually participated in them were few. Of course, what he had experienced in the New World greatly exceeded examinations, be it in intensity or in realism. However, thanks to the restructuring of the courses, the monthly examinations stood to be affected as well. There were various rumors sprouting up on the forums, and those who started the rumors were those who were closer to the upper years and the student council. It was a pity that Song Junling had yet to return to the academy, or Xiaolin could have gotten information from him. No matter what, the current Xiaolin would face it the same way. The forum was filled with a large number of students being worried about the standard of the examination, including those in his class. That was because the last few monthly examinations in the last semester were quite moderate in difficulty, which Xiaolin could see from the reports on the results after the fact. Even so, each class had close to a third of their students losing their lives in the examinations. If the difficulty were to increase, then the casualties would be even higher. It was not good news for a lot of them, and in truth, Xiaolin and the other class monitors had noticed it as well. Each class was beginning to break into 2 factions. Last semester, everyone had just entered the academy. No matter how talented they were, everyone was still walking on the same path, which was why there was not a huge difference. After a semester of training, the exceptional students were rapidly widening the gap between them and the less talented students. Xiaolin's current attributes were Strength 30, Agility 30, Intelligence 30, and Physique 30, which was already enough to be at Black Iron rank. With Miracle and Ruin as extremely explosive killer techniques, he was very confident in his own skill. He could say that, even if the academy increased the difficulty of the monthly examinations even to the level of the 3rd monthly examinations from last semester, Xiaolin would not have to worry. Of the other class monitors, Chen Dao and Cheng Ming were naturally amazing figures, but the other class monitors might be worse than the 2 of them. They were still much stronger than regular students regardless. Of the class monitors, even Class 4's Han Manman, who had the lowest attributes, had already reached Black Iron rank last week, which meant all of them were at that rank. That was why, facing the upcoming monthly examinations, the class monitors could be considered the group that would need to worry the least. Even if they could not guarantee the overall results for their classes, their personal combat abilities were still enough to guarantee they would get decent results. Xiaolin's personal training plan did not change due to the monthly examination. Of the 20 sword techniques, he had already begun training on the third one, called Breeze Slash. It was a technique that focused on speed, and was quite helpful to increasing his agility. His elemental swordsmanship was also steadily improving. Xiaolin could already control the compressing and condensing of the elements to around 3 seconds. The professor initially had strict requirements for him, but after checking on Xiaolin's progress a few times, the old man was speechless, and could not help but increase his requirements on Xiaolin, lest Xiaolin relax too much. Thus, his next goal was to shorten the time to 2 seconds. That 1 second was nothing to look down on. The further he advanced, the harder it was to shorten the time. At the end of it, even shortening it by 0.1 seconds was extremely hard, but the benefits it brought forth were incrementally higher. The higher level a battle was fought at, the more valuable time was. A strong opponent would not allow you to have those few seconds to slowly compress the elements. On Thursday, Xiaolin had finished his dinner and returned to the dormitory. He was preparing to look at his notes when he received a message on his phone, asking him to head to the 5th floor in half an hour for a meeting. The 5th floor of the dormitories had a lot of meeting rooms, which were regularly used by the various classes. However, at that moment, other than the monitors, no one was doing such a troublesome thing. After all, to most students, meetings were quite pointless. Anything could just be talked about on the forums or even just announced in the various class groups. The message had been sent by the student union, so Xiaolin naturally had to abide. He put down his notes and immediately headed to the meeting room. He had even bumped into Cheng Ming and Chen Dao at the stairway. The two of them had confused expressions. On the way there, they speculated that the year leader, Chen Yu, was probably going to announce the details on the monthly examination. They met their fellow class monitors at the door. No one dared to be slow to respond to a student union notification. They had put down whatever they were doing to rush over. When they opened the door, the second-year leader was standing there. His expression was very serious as he stood at attention, not averting his gaze. There were 2 others standing next to Cheng Yu. One of them was the baby-faced student union leader. He smiled at the class monitors at the door, motioning for them to enter. The other one was the 7th Regiment Captain Yu Mei. She also had an easygoing smile, and even shot a look at Xiaolin, which caused Xiaolin to roll his eyes in response. However, an uneasy feeling started to rise in his heart. Is everyone here? The president flashed his usual kind smile at everyone as he cast a scrutinizing look around. He nodded and said, "Yes, everyone coming. Sit anywhere you want." Everyone was shocked. It was not that big a deal if it was only Chen Yu speaking, but this time the president had appeared himself, and a captain was present as well. That ensemble would even shock 4th-year graduates, let alone first years. Other than Xiaolin, everyone had noticeably tensed up, their conversations from earlier stopping immediately. "I've asked all of you here mainly to discuss the upcoming monthly examination." The president's tone was gentle. It was just like everyone had guessed. The meeting was going to be about the monthly examination, but for it to be something that involved even the student union president caused everyone to curse silently. Would the examination this time be a never-before-seen difficulty? Xiaolin had a look of realization and turned to look at Yu Mei, who was trying hard to maintain an expressionless look to preserve her dignified look. However, the slight twitch at the corner of her mouth showed that she was resisting the urge to smile. Yet, what did Yu Mei have to do with the monthly examination? The sense of unease had started to increase. Everyone should already know about the educational reforms for this semester. In order to verify the results of the change, as well as to raise everyone's collective combat ability, the upper management of the academy, after repeated negotiations, managed to submit a proposal to the dean and the student union. A conclusion was finally reached. The president maintained his gentle smile, but his tone was incredibly dry and official. Everyone almost fell asleep listening to it, but they forced themselves to look like they were earnestly listening to the student union president. Xiao Lin, on the other hand, did a double take. He noticed the student union president say, "The upper management of the academy, after repeated negotiations." Chapter 468, The New Monthly Examination. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Xiao Lin was more familiar with Dawn Academy's management system than other first years. The term upper management of the academy was very vague, but in truth, the first year's monthly examinations had always been arranged by the student union. But the president had mentioned the student union was working with upper management. The student union was already considered upper management within the internal academy, so it was obvious that the president was referring to the management bodies within the colonial territories. But Dawn Academy had always separated the academy and the territories, never having them interfere with each other. How could the territories interfere with the monthly examinations this time, and even choose to involve the first years? After the long official speech, the president paused, letting everyone know the important parts were about to come up before he slowly said, "I believe you would have heard from Chen Yu during the start of the semester that the academy intends to establish a club of elites. After careful study by the student union, we have decided that the first year's elite club will be set at Black Iron rank. The standard will hold for half a year, which means it will be adjusted every semester. This time, the elite club will have their monthly examinations separately." Everyone was shocked, but after a moment, most of them revealed looks of understanding. In each class, the monitors that were at the helm were growing more and more distant in strength from the others, especially since this batch of first years were special in the sense that they were the batch with the most talent holders in the past decade. The growth of talent holders was faster than regular students, which was slowly turning evident among the first years. However, that would present the problem of the difficulty of the monthly examinations. If it were too simple, the talent holders would naturally have an easy time getting through it, while the regular students would just need to rely on the talent holders carrying the majority of them through it. It was definitely not enough for the academy, the entity that wanted to train them. If it was too difficult, the talent holders might be challenged, but it was basically sentencing the regular students to hell. The academy definitely did not hope to see death rates that were too high. The goal of the monthly examinations were training in order to allow the students to be able to adapt to the new world in the future, and not for the students to use up their lifespan and all die before they even graduated. In the past, due to the low number of talent holders, a moderate difficulty level had always been fitting, and the student union did not need to rack their brains over it. However, this batch of new students had an explosive number of talent holders, which meant the old examination style was not appropriate. Another way of putting it was that the separated examination was forced by the circumstances. The monitors present were all shocked, but they could somewhat understand the decision. Cheng Ming raised his hand and asked, "If we will be separately tested, then what about our classes?" "Ah, what I mean is that, who will lead them? Haven't you all assigned group leaders? As leaders and officers, you can't always do everything yourself. You still need to trust your subordinates. That is something you'll have to learn eventually." The president's smile seemed to have a powerful aura behind it. In terms of being a leader, the president was actually the most successful example present. He was popular within the school, and most of the students followed him willingly, with both respect and admiration. The maps for the examination are announced the day before, which means that we can actually assign the tasks and use their maps to plan everything beforehand, including general personnel assignments. What I mean is, we can assign things like who will take over if one of our group leaders dies in the middle. Xiao Lin raised his hand as he voiced his suggestions. The student union president looked at him with praise, nodding. "Not bad. Your thoughts are quite holistic. Let me emphasize once again, you are all monitors. Anything internal within your classrooms, as long as it doesn't affect the academy negatively, can be handled completely by you. Outsiders, us in the student union included, will not interfere needlessly, be it in assignments, or rewards and punishments. Of course, any consequences of your decisions will be borne by yourself as well." Chen Dao raised his hand to speak as well. He was not interested in all that as he said, all right, President, why don't you go straight into the main topic? Let's not talk about the regular monthly examination. How will the examinations for us class monitors be done? Han Manman interrupted him. Did you not hear what the President said? It's not the monitors. It's the elite club. We are all elites. She emphasized the word elite. Very obviously proud of herself. She might be a class monitor that had only been formalized this semester, but she was still at the black iron rank, fitting the parameters for being an elite perfectly. Chen Dao did not like the woman that much. Softly, he muttered, "You call yourself an elite? Learn some manners as basic as raising your hand before speaking with the student union first." You. The two of them glared at each other until Chen Yu coughed softly. The President did not treat things lightly, and he had to stop it himself as the year leader. Chen Dao immediately shut his mouth, his face clearly showing he did not want to bother talking to her. However, Han Manman refused to let it go, not letting the matter rest even with the year leader's interference. It was only when Chen Yu started to look angry did Han Manman finally shut her mouth in realization. The small drama did not affect the President, who still maintained his gentle smile as he said, "As for the monthly examination for the elite club, we've thought about it a lot, but this time, your examination is being handled by the upper management. Let's have your instructor tell you, the captain of the 7th Regiment, Yu Mei. I trust you all know her." What followed was Yu Mei standing right in front of the President, smiling as she looked at everyone. Her gaze looked like she was appraising her troops, and she only averted her gaze after a while, not giving any indication of whether or not she was satisfied. She cleared her throat and dropped a bombshell immediately. "I won't go on with the bullshit. Based on the instructions and will of the old farts, with the new curriculum, anyone within the elite club will have their examinations be done in actual combat." "Oh, so it's actual combat?" "Yes, so it is." There was a brief moment of silence. Holy shit. What? Did I hear that right? Real combat? Real combat. After a brief silence, the entire classroom stirred. The President's news about the separate monthly examinations was like dropping a pebble in a lake, but Yu Mei's news was a boulder in a puddle. The monthly examinations would be done with real combat? What flashed in their minds was not the difficulty of the monthly examinations, nor was it the rewards, but rather three large words: the new world. They could go to the new world. Other than for Xiaolin, was there any news that would be more exciting for them? Chapter 469, Real Combat and the Monthly Examination. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Before this, they had been toiling through practice and training every day, and what pulled them through was no doubt the existence of the new world. The Dean had painted a beautiful picture for everyone during the opening ceremony. And in order to arrive at that picture, everyone worked their very hardest. Xiaolin was so famous amongst the first years, not because he was strong, but rather because he was the only one who had been to the New World before, numerous times at that. Even now, Xiaolin would be greeted by many people around the campus or the dormitory lounge. He would always get questions about the New World during his conversations. Even with the monitors being more skilled, wanting to get to the New World would need them to at least reach the second year, but that time frame had been shortened by half a year. The President and Yu Mei even brought up the elite club. Originally, everyone was not that interested in the club that did not seem to have any practical benefits, but now it was different. The club could allow them to enter the New World in advance. Nothing else could be more attractive. Yu Mei was very satisfied with the waves that her bombshell had caused. She paused for a long time, admiring the expressions on everyone's faces that ranged from astonishment and shock to excitement, but when her eyes settled on Xiaolin's calm face, she could not help but let out a dry cough. She had wanted to see something out of Xiaolin's face, but she almost forgot that Xiaolin went to the New World regularly, which meant it was not all that interesting to Xiaolin. Yu Mei motioned for everyone to be quiet before continuing. "How does it feel? Isn't it exciting? Stirring? Have you all started to fantasize about your new perfect life, thinking about the wonders on the other side? If that's what you're all thinking about, then just wait for your deaths. Don't think that the academy is sending you to a foreign world to play. That's right, it's the monthly examination. That won't change. I need to remind all of you as well, in the new world, the law of immortality is in full effect, and each death will cost you 20 years. Yu Mei's style was to first give out a few candies before slapping everyone in the face, especially for those like Chen Dao. Those of them that were originally so excited that they wanted to shout, Yu Mei needed to make them understand that the new world was not a playground. In terms of danger, it was much more serious than the simulated examinations. After the strict warning, it was the president's turn to speak. He used his warm tone to console everyone. To be honest, none of you need to be too worried. First of all, Black Iron rank is the minimum you need to enter the new world, which is why the standard for the elite club was set as that. You won't need to worry about your bodies not being able to adapt. Other than that, since it's the first time all of you are going to the new world, I mean most of you, recalling a certain special person, the president smiled, changing his words. Basically, since it will be the first time for most of you to enter the new world, the special examiners won't make things hard for you. Oh, the committee is a special organization set up with the relevant departments of the student union and the colonial territory, specializing in handling the activities for the elite club on the new world for each year. This captain and I are also part of it. After that, he explained the special examination committee, including the composition of its members. However, to the monitors, that was not important, because other than the president, they did not know any of them. However, Xiaolin paid some attention. In the committee, other than Yu Mei and the president, as well as a few professors, most of them were part of the military. At that moment, the president finally reached the last part of his speech, and everyone's ears perked up, because the next part would be the important parts of the monthly examination. This time, the monthly examination will be held at the Rosa Kingdom. As for the examination format and tasks, you will only get it when you arrive at the new world. The examination will be held this Saturday, which means your combat training class will be halted as well. Everyone can make their preparations during this time, and I should remind you that the elite club's rewards will be more rewarding than you've ever seen, so everyone, do your best. Other than revealing that the examination would be held at the Rosa Kingdom, the president did not give them any other information. Of course, considering the composition of the special committee, the president might not even be privy to some of the information. The meeting ended just like that, and everyone left still feeling excited. Their discussions started to get louder as they went further. Even with Yu Mei's harsh warning, the excitement of being able to go to the new world was still hard to contain. Han Manman was smiling delightfully, unable to mask her excitement. Her expression was the most obvious, probably feeling like she would be able to stand as Xiaolin's equal with that. After all, the main difference between Xiaolin and the other monitors was the fact that Xiaolin had been to the new world. Since it was still early, they did not rush to go back to their dormitories, instead heading to the public lounge to have some coffee and tea. There were some other students talking there, and when they saw the monitors walk over in large strides and red faces, a few of them had their interests piqued. Speaking of which, does anyone know anything about the Rosa Kingdom? As the leader of the class monitors in name, the honest Cheng Ming posed the question in earnest. Compared to the excitement of the others, Cheng Ming's first thoughts were instead about the difficulty of the monthly examination. The others did not seem that interested in his question, especially Chen Dao, whose face seemed very carefree. Xiaolin shook his head. That man was probably fantasizing about foreign beauties. I read a lot of normies history books in the library, so I know a little about the Rosa Kingdom. The clear voice came from Class 6's monitor, Li Jie. She was a delicate and pretty girl, but did not speak much usually. That was why, other than her name, Xiaolin knew nothing else about her. The other 11 of them shifted their focus on Li Jie, causing her to blush. She cleared her throat and spoke like she had memorized a book. The Rosa Kingdom is a kingdom situated south of Norma's mainland. It has around 400 years of history. For planet Norma, it's an extremely young country. The Rosa Kingdom is a peaceful country, but of course the main reason is because it does not have enough military strength. That's why when Dawn Academy slowly became a permanent occupying force, the Rosa Kingdom was the first native country that willingly established diplomatic ties with us. Chapter 470 sharing information. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Li Jie was quite good at remembering books. It was quite obvious she worked hard regularly. She was praised by the others as well, but the information in the library was obviously outdated. After she finished, Xiaolin continued, "To add to that, the Rosa Kingdom is currently at war. Rebels have been fighting the royal troops for about half a year now. The current reports say that the rebels have the advantage. The territories actually controlled by the royals have been shrinking, so the Rosa Kingdom is in chaos at the moment, and refugees have been flooding other areas." "How do you know that?" "I've been to Norma, and I met refugees from the Rosa Kingdom there." Xiaolin casually said that, and the logic was irrefutable. Compared to information from the library, his words were undoubtedly more reliable. After thinking for a bit, he added, "Oh, right. The Rosa Kingdom might have dark races hiding there. If we go over, it's better to prepare for that just in case. It is said that dark magic possesses strong decaying and poisonous attributes, so it's better to be prepared." The others opened their mouths, especially Han Manman, who looked like she wanted to retort, but could not find a moment to rebuke despite racking her brains. Their knowledge of the Rosa Kingdom was limited to classes and textbooks. Cheng Ming happily said, "That's great. It seems like your excursions to the New World last semester will be helping us a lot." Xiaolin, "Is there anything else we need to take note of?" Everyone watched on speechlessly as Cheng Ming even took out his notebook, but thinking about it deeper, Xiaolin gave them a good reminder. Dawn Academy had never started a dark magic class to date, so all of them did not know anything about it. It might be too late to learn everything about it, but they could at least get a basic understanding. "We still don't know how the tests will be evaluated. The president did not say we would be teaming up for the monthly examination." Xiaolin looked at the young man who spoke from the corner of his eye. It was Class 2's monitor, Zhang Sun Xiao. He was leisurely making himself some tea, not seeming to care at all about their gathering. Xiaolin's impression of Zhang Sun Xiao was just that the man really liked winning. Other than being close to Chen Dao and Cheng Ming, Xiaolin did not really have a good relationship with the other class monitors. That was also because he had gone on too many excursions, and was not actually in the academy much. Xiaolin's relationship with the other class monitors was basically only at the level where they knew each other's names. That should not be the case. Xiaolin immediately denied it. "When the time comes, we will definitely be finishing the examination tasks in groups." "How do you know that?" Zhang Sun Xiao raised his head curiously. Xiaolin laughed. "I know someone up top." The monitors looked at each other, hesitating before they nodded in agreement. Everyone knew Xiaolin had a good relationship with the head of the logistics department at that point. Even the president looked at Xiaolin differently. In truth, Xiaolin was just making up a bunch of crap. He was not Song Junlang after all. However, there was no need to investigate this sort of thing at all. Even though Xiaolin's understanding of the Rosa Kingdom completely came from that vampire girl Libia, he still knew very well that the royalty in that little kingdom was struggling with war and various disasters. How could the academy let them fight amongst themselves in such a place? The Rosa Kingdom is not too far away from our colonial territories. You only need to go past the Silver Province and the plains before you reach the place. There are a lot of refugees from the Rosa Kingdom in the Silver Province. The Silver Province? Is that the place that produces star metal we heard of in class? You've been there? I spent a bit of time there when I went to Planet Norma last time. Speaking of that, do the orcs look exactly like what we saw in the monthly examination? More or less. There are quite a few orcs in the Silver Province. Aren't we enemies? The Silver Province is a neutral city, and we are not currently at war with the orcs. So be careful when the time comes. Don't immediately try to fight any orcs you see. You'll cause diplomatic conflicts. Xiaolin did not mind sharing all the information he knew. If it was to be a group test, he did not want to be dragged down by the others. Originally, they did not pay that much attention to his words, but a lot of the information was actually very useful, such as the fact that the Silver Province's borders were right next to orc territory, and would occasionally be disturbed by the orcs. Slowly, everyone started to listen in earnest. Other than a select few, no one had any animosity toward Xiaolin. It was just that they interacted very little, and so felt like strangers. Xiaolin generously providing all that information had pulled their relationships closer. There were only 2 days left until they left for the new world, and time felt more and more tight. After the gathering at the lounge, Xiaolin immediately contacted Lurengia when he went back to his room. Currently, all of Xiaolin's equipment and weapons had been provided by Lurengia. After a few battles, Xiaolin trusted that senior's craftsmanship quite a bit. That's the gist of it. I know time is a bit tight, and there probably isn't enough time to make anything new. What ready-made weapons do you have right now? Just let me know. Money isn't a problem. Xiaolin did not waste time and went straight to the point, exuding the aura of a rich person. Lurengia might be 2 years Xiaolin's senior, but after he had seen how much Xiaolin could spend, he did not feel any seniority toward Xiaolin at all. Lurengia, who had dark circles around his eyes, probably from working throughout many nights, warmly smiled at Xiaolin. So it's Xiaolin. Ah no, it should be Monitor Xiao. I've heard about your monthly examination, that you will be going to the new world. Wow, the Dean and Student Union are really bold. Lurengia's admiration in his voice disappeared quickly as he shifted to the main topic. To be honest, I'd already prepared everything the moment I saw who won the bet on the forums. I had been wondering when you would find me. I've actually already prepared your Black Iron ranked weapons and equipment. The materials and schematics have been prepared. The moment you make a decision, I'll start working. I guarantee everything will be done in 2 days. In order to prove his honesty, Lurengia immediately entered some functions into the computer, and Xiaolin quickly received a few pictures from Lurengia. Opening them, Xiaolin saw some extremely refined designs of weapons and equipment. It seemed like the man was not boasting emptily. Xiaolin found it amusing. If I don't want them, won't all your preparations have been for nothing? How could that be possible? Most of the first years know you get your equipment from me. With that alone, why would I worry about customers? You're really straightforward. Only with honesty will there be returning customers. Do you like being a merchant? Sure. My dream is to open a weapons store in the future, and then make it into a chain that can be found on all of planet Norma. I want to be the richest person in the new world. I wish you success. Chapter 471. Before the monthly examination. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Xiaolin had first looked at the weapons. The Holy Soul Sword had been destroyed in the New World last semester, and he had not gotten a new weapon to date. That was because he took into consideration the rapid rise of his attributes, on top of his few special skills. Because of that, normal blades were not suitable, and he could only get custom-made ones from Lurengia. Lurengia had shown him several weapon blueprints, and they all had their special features compared to what the Academy provided. It had to be said that Lurengia was quite talented at designing weapons. Xiaolin looked through everything and quickly eyed the last one. Holy Sword, silver ranked in quality, possesses high attacking power. Lurengia only had few words to describe the sword, and it could be seen that the silver-ranked weapon did not possess any special effects or elemental attributes. For a weapon of that level, that was actually unacceptable. Xiaolin immediately voiced that question to Lurengia, but Lurengia instead revealed a happy expression, immediately flashing a thumbs up. Monitor Xiao, you have good eyes. You actually looked right at the coolest weapon in the catalog. No wonder you're considered the monitor with the most potential in the first year. Lurengia was still trying to flatter him, but Xiaolin interrupted. The strongest weapon? You didn't even give that weapon any special effects, such as sharpness, armor piercing, or even any elemental attributes. Don't forget, the Holy Soul Sword you made me last time could summon a spirit. Compared to the Holy Sword, an undead spirit would be an afterthought. The Holy Sword's attack attribute at a C grade? Do you know about the Golden Holy Sword? I've heard about it. Xiaolin remembered seeing it on the front page of the official merchant store. My Holy Sword is the weaker version of the Golden Holy Sword. After removing various buffs, I made the Holy Sword into something Black Iron rank students can use. But the attack power did not drop. Lowering various other attributes to strengthen one particular one was Lurengia's style of craftsmanship. Xiaolin grew satisfied with it. What made him happiest was that, even though various effects had been removed, The materials used on the sword were not compromised for it. It still used lesser dragon bones as its primary material. To Xiaolin, his power explosively increased under ruin, and most weapons had a high chance of being destroyed because of it, such as the Holy Soul Sword. That was why he needed a solid and strong weapon, which the Holy Sword fulfilled. Comparatively, additional effects were not that important. The two of them struck a deal. The Holy Sword was not cheap, costing 10,000 redemption points on top of 20,000 new dollars. Lurengia was quite honest. 20,000 new dollars was the cost of his materials, although he refused to disclose how he got it. The 10,000 redemption points were basically his manufacturing fees. The lesser dragon might be inferior to regular dragons, but they're not easy to catch. I had managed to get a senior to get this for me, but it did not come cheap. Xiaolin nodded in agreement, transferring the money to Lurengia without a second word. Their regular dealings had led him to trust Lurengia. The other monitors were all making their own preparations as well. Before that, each class got their information on the monthly examinations for the regular students. As usual, the information was given on Friday to the monitors. Xiaolin immediately headed a short meeting in the class group that night. The respect Xiaolin commanded within Class 7 had steadily risen during the 6 months. Of course, it was also due to the two group leaders that he appointed, Xiaoyu and Zufeng. Most of the daily tasks were done by Zufeng when Xiaolin was not in the academy. The man did things very strictly. There had been some dissent in the class initially, but all of it had been quelled in half a year. Xiaoyu maintained her coldness, and Xiaolin knew as well that it was impossible to change her attitude. He gave her a suggestion toward the end of last semester, asking Xiaoyu to upload some of the class notes she took on the class group chat occasionally. Xiaoyu's notes were very well done and complete, and even contained a lot of her unique insights. It was very valuable stuff to normal students, and quickly caused that arrogant and distant woman to be more widely accepted. Even though she still did not have that many friends, she was at least greeted by quite a few thankful students whenever she went online. However, Xiaoyu was still a little ways away from black iron rank. After all, other than intelligence, her other attributes were way too low, which were dragging her down. Xiaolin had told Xiaoyu a few times, but she did not seem to care about it. The difference between black iron rank and not was not just those few attribute points, but rather it was a basic change in the laws of the world. For instance, one's perception of the various elements in the natural world would turn clearer, which was why Xiaolin's current intelligence growth did not lose to Xiaoyu. Before that, even with his SS rank talent, he still lagged behind Xiaoyu. I won't be participating with all of you during this monthly examination. I trust all of you have seen that in the forums. I've looked at the information on the monthly examination, and the difficulty is quite moderate. Xiaolin looked at the contents of the monthly examination, and it would basically be an ambush. The simulation would have them in the first war against the Orcs, and they were to ambush the logistics troops of the Orcs, destroying all their supplies. The contents did not look too hard, and the monthly examinations for the new students were always things like ambushes, sneak attacks, and scouting missions. It was not very possible for them to participate in large-scale combat simulations. What Xiaolin noticed this time was that, with the last time as well, the Academy's monthly examinations for them had all been set during the war against the Orcs. The simulated examinations were fairly repetitive, as if trying to get the students to imagine the Orcs as their foes, which caused him to put some thought behind it. Xiaolin did not plan on giving them any instructions on strategy. After all, he was also sweating when thinking about an ambush. It did not seem like he knew more than the others, so he decided to just place his trust in them. After that, I need to appoint substitute group leaders. It's not really an appointment, it's just something internal to the class, and will not be shown to the student union. If the group leaders unexpectedly lose their lives during the monthly examinations, the substitute group leaders will take their place. Xiaolin finally discussed a few of his thoughts in the group chat. He did not talk much about combat strategies, but instead talked about the allocation of tasks. Let's have Lureni be the substitute group leader for now. Does anyone have any objections? No. I support your decision. Lureni will need to treat us to lunch. Naturally, No one objected to Xiaolin's suggestion, and the surprised Lu Renyi repeatedly expressed his thanks. Even though he had said that it would not be recorded with the student union, it still meant that Xiaolin had recognized him. Chapter 472, Departing for the Monthly Examination. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Choosing Lu Renyi was not a decision Xiaolin made lightly. In the examinations before this, Lu Renyi's scores had always been either B or A ranked. It was not extremely exceptional, but he was still at the top end of the rankings. The man was also doing well in terms of his attribute growths as well. The most important thing was, Lu Renyi was the only person in Class 7 to practice archery. Being a ranged attacker allows him to have a wider range of vision and more chances to observe. In terms of the bigger picture, he would have a better time making decisions. In terms of combat power, he did not dare to guarantee anything with the others, but he had full faith in Xiaoyu, especially since she had chosen to focus on support-type spells, which was a great help to the group. However, another reason he had chosen Lu Renyi was that Xiaoyu would eventually join the elite club, and when that time came, Lu Renyi would have to take her place. Xiaolin gave out instructions for the regular monthly examination just like that. The next day, he went to Lu Renyi to get his equipment. After that, he gathered with the others at the dormitory entrance. Based on earlier instructions, they would head to the new world on the spatial platform with Yume. The entrance to the new world and to return to Earth, and both on the spatial platform. Dawn Academy is basically the transit point between the two. What about the exit? Our capital, Dawn City. Is Dawn City very prosperous? Of course, that's our capital after all. Are there a lot of beauties there? Quite a lot, I guess. There are a lot of foreign races there. As time wore on, Xiaolin started to talk with more and more of them. No matter if they liked him or not, everyone knew that, for this trip to the new world, Xiaolin's experience would be a great help. Captain Yume was in front leading the way. The student union president might have been on the platform to send them off, but thanks to the numerous responsibilities within the academy, he could not leave as he pleased. However, he had expressed his care for Xiaolin and the others before they left, repeatedly reminding them to ensure their own safety. The sound of the spatial carriage could be heard. There were 13 of them within the carriage that had been enveloped by the golden sands of time. It was quite a tight fit, especially thanks to the fact that Captain Yume's status meant that the others did not dare sit close to her. Even Chen Dao, who was usually very lively, did not speak a lot. Xiaolin could only seize the initiative himself. So can you reveal the tasks for the monthly examination already? His words had hit the main worry in all the other monitors' hearts spot on, and they could not help but glance over at Xiaolin when he said it, silently wondering how thick Xiaolin's face was to be able to converse so casually with the captain. However, everyone's gazes quickly shifted to the information packet in Yume's hands. She had been holding the document from earlier, and there were large words printed on it, monthly examination, top secret. Want to take a look? Yume smiled, raising the document. No thanks. Xiaolin twitched, maintaining an expressionless look. We'll see it eventually anyway. How dull. Yume pouted, opening the packet before pulling out a few pieces of paper and setting it next to her. Cheng Ming, who was closest, rushed over before handing it out to everyone. Once the documents with the tasks for the elite club were in hand, everyone started to look at them in earnest, using the light from the sands of time within the carriage. However, Yume chose the time to speak. I'll just conclude it simply. The task you have this time is actually very simple. You just need to escort a few people back from the Rosa Kingdom. Xiaolin speechlessly looked up. He had already skimmed through the whole thing. That's putting it lightly. What's written here is that we'll be escorting the Rosa Kingdom's royalty. Don't forget there's a rebellion there, which means that our task will put us against the rebels. There's only 12 of us. How many rebels are there? 100,000? A million? If you follow the plan, it's not exactly impossible. You're putting it way too simply. How could it be so easy to escort them in the middle of all the chaos? The information says that the royal city has already been surrounded. Just sneaking in will be hard. Sneaking in is easy. The history lessons have taught us that no one would dare stop us with our status. The question is how we're going to get out. What language do the people in the Rosa Kingdom speak? Following Xiaolin's initial words, Even more of them voiced their doubts. Their collective questions had them unintentionally pointing out the same point, which was that the information in that piece of paper was way too simple. Other than a few words regarding the task, there was not even a map. Everyone looked at the package in Yu Mei's hands, feeling like that must still be some other information inside. Yu Mei shook the package upside down, snorting. "What? Did you hope that it would be like your prior monthly examinations, and your information and gear would be provided? Quit dreaming. Do you understand what an elite is? That means each of you needs to take personal responsibility. Information should be collected yourself. Resources should be found for yourself. Gear should be prepared yourself. That's the 3 principles of this monthly examination." Most of them looked disappointed, but this was more or less expected. Xiaolin was silent for a moment before raising his head again, saying in a strange tone, "Does that mean once we get to the new world, our movements will be completely arranged by ourselves?" Yu Mei paused before saying, "We'll have some people send you to the Rosa Kingdom, but everything else will be up to your own choices. The task is flexible, you only have to make sure it's done within the given time frame, which is 10 days. As for how you complete the task, that's up to you guys." 10 days? Won't we miss out on classes then? Your classes are all to prepare you for the new world in the future. If you can successfully complete this task, I believe your rewards will be better than 10 days worth of classes. Xiaolin still had a strange look on his face. It was obvious that was not his main question. He asked, "So what you mean is that, no matter what we do or who we interact with in the new world, it will be allowed by the examination?" Yu Mei paused for a while before reacting, saying in a foul mood, "You still can't forget that little girl you have." "Whatever, I've said that whatever you do will be allowed." Xiaolin let out a sigh of relief. Ever since he heard that the task would send them to the Rosa Kingdom, he had obviously thought of that little vampire Ibea. He had remembered that Ibea told him before that she was a princess of the Rosa Kingdom, even if she was just a child born out of marriage. However, he believed that she would know more than anyone what the situation there was like. For a first-hand account on things, Ibea was definitely the best option. Chapter 473, Start of the Monthly Examination. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. The other monitors were obviously clueless as to who Ibea was, but Yume's words had caused their imaginations to run rampant, and they started to look at Xiaolin strangely. The innocent Xiaolin had wanted to ask about Ibea's situation, but could not only maintain his silence, pretending to be dumb. Thankfully, the spatial carriage quickly arrived at its destination, and as the timer sand started to dim and fade, the carriage fell into darkness, and the doors opened. Black Iron-ranked individuals would not feel any adverse effects entering the new world, but after what they had been taught in class, everyone still took their first steps carefully. When they finally stood on foreign soil, their faces lit up with varying degrees of excitement, happiness, and shock. Chen Dao opened his arms, as if he was trying to hug the sky. Cheng Ming was taking deep breaths and feeling the clear air. The others looked around, trying their best to feel the new world with all their senses. The blue skies, the white clouds, the sea, and the city. It was what every student felt when they stepped into Dawn City for the first time. Yume understood how they felt, which was why she stopped the workers with a wave when the workers came to get them to leave, softly saying, "They're new students. Let them admire things a bit more." Speaking of which, where have you hidden Ibea? There was always someone who ruined the excitement. Xiaolin was no stranger to Dawn City's sights, and did not need to stop to smell the roses. Yume rolled her eyes, lowering her voice as she said, "I used your name to buy her a house in Dawn City for your little girl. She's been provided with all daily necessities, but she seems to be quite good with people. She didn't need too long to get friendly with most of the Foreign Affairs Department." "Hold on," Xiaolin interrupted. "Using my name? You bought a house. How much money was it? How come I never heard of this?" "Some tens of thousands. I forgot." "It's fine. Isn't it just petty cash to you?" Xiaolin was speechless as the corner of his lips twitched, but when he thought about the fact that it gave Ibea a steady place to stay, he held it in. Xiaolin was not worried about Ibea's ability to get friendly with people. She was very good at using her strengths to her advantage. Anyone who did not know about her would be sucked in by her pitiful and naive appearance, and also seduced by her innate allure. But what was that about the Foreign Affairs Department? Xiaolin was confused, and Yum's face did not seem to be joking. I heard from the Intelligence Department. That girl has been very active after coming to Dawn City, and has interacted privately with quite a few people, including natives and our own people. She's really well liked, and some men who have the same Lalai-loving disease as you are completely vulnerable. Hold on. What do you mean like me? I'm not a Lilican, I just brought her back to protect her. Xiaolin objected, but quickly quieted down. He knew that Ibea was a vampire, but her status in Dawn City was just that of a refugee from the Rosa Kingdom. Do you think Ibea is planning something? Xiaolin did not let Yum's words slip. The Intelligence Department thinks so, and have started to follow and investigate her, but there do not seem to be any problems right now. I've talked to her, and all I can say is I can't trust her that much. Xiaolin felt a bit of a headache. Ibea was like a strange spirit. Her words were always filled with half-truths. Lilith had always been full of suspicion toward Ibea, and Xiaolin could not say he completely trusted her either. To be honest, whether Ibea was a fraud or a liar, it was just her way of living. But if everything ended up harming Dawn City, then Xiaolin would definitely not protect her. Let me bring her along. Xiaolin suddenly decided, slowly saying, since she poses some threat to Dawn City, then just let me bring her to her hometown. I could properly investigate her roots. This doesn't violate the monthly examination rules, right? Yum's expression was strange. That should not be a problem. I've already said that your actions will all be up to yourselves, and no one will interfere. However, are you sure that you're only bringing the Lalai to investigate? I've already said it, I'm not a Lalai lover. The task only had a 10-day time frame, and their traveling time was counted as well, so they were actually quite tight on time. The monitors had wanted to look and shop around in Dawn City, but Xiaolin quickly reminded them of the price of goods there, which quickly dissuaded everyone. The rewards the monitors made were on the lucrative side, and before they went there, they had all used the redemption points to purchase some new dollars under Yum and Xiaolin's reminders through various sources. However, that money was to be used in emergencies on the road, not to be spent simply. As the capital of Dawn Academy, Dawn City's prices were not low, and a lot of the products that did not mean much to them. There were plenty of products from Earth, mostly to attract the natives. The prices were naturally high as well, but it did not interest them at all. According to the rules of the monthly examination, Yum was no longer allowed to help them from the moment they arrived. She brought them to the center of Dawn City and gave everyone temporary identity cards. That was something everyone in Dawn City needed, and was also the assurance they needed to be able to move around the colonial territories without worry. After that, Yum issued some supplies to everyone before leaving, not even bothering to take them to lunch. That was because the Special Examination Committee had military officials inside this time, and strictly speaking, even Yum treating them to food would be a violation of the rules. It was not a risk Yum wanted to take. The supplies were basically a backpack for everyone. Inside was food and water enough for 3 days as well as $1,000 new. How stingy. $1,000 new. Based on the prices Xiaolin mentioned earlier, what can we even get with this little bit of money? Chen Dao said angrily. Yum had left rather quickly, leaving the 12 monitors in front of the government office in the middle of the city. It was where they had made their temporary identity cards earlier. Chen Dao had sat down on the stone stairs and was throwing a tantrum. Chapter 474, Meeting Ibea Again. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. There's 12 of us, $12,000 new should be enough, Cheng Ming said. For all of us? Han Manman slowly retreated, warning that money was given to all of us. We should have the right to decide how to use it. The rest of them looked at her speechlessly. It was obvious that the money was given to them by the Academy for basic expenses. The good news was that they probably did not need to use the money they had exchanged their redemption points for. but they still needed the money for a lot of things. It was definitely not the time to be stingy. Let's go eat first. I'll pay for this meal. Xiaolin did not feel like dealing with Han Manman. He was currently the one with the most money, and he had even more on his mind. The Rosa Kingdom might have recognized New Dollars long ago thanks to wanting to build a relationship with Dawn Academy, but there was no way to tell if the rebels would. The others did not know how rich Xiaolin was. After all, news of the bets in the New World never reached them, but Xiaolin's generosity still caused them to be thankful. Han Manman's expression was not the greatest. She was not willing to accept Xiaolin's goodwill, but the meal was even more attractive, so she finally walked behind everyone else. Xiaolin and Cheng Ming walked to the front. Cheng Ming looked back before saying, "Xiaolin, I know Han Manman has crossed the line, but the task is still a group effort." Xiaolin sighed, but he did not want to throw a tantrum in front of him. Cheng Ming was a good guy. "Relax, I know when to give in. As long as she doesn't cause trouble, no one will ostracize her." The situation in the Rosa Kingdom is still unclear. "We definitely can't be fighting among ourselves." They had lunch at the most luxurious restaurant in Dawn City. As a restaurant serving people from Earth, the dishes there were all local delicacies. They even served some rare lesser dragon meat. Thanks to his dealings with Lurengia 2 days ago, Xiaolin knew how valuable lesser dragons were. The meal had cost Xiaolin over 10,000 new dollars. But he did not even feel anything at such a small sum. The card and few men, the casino boss, had given him back then was used. Other than what he paid Lurangia, he was also missing 150,000 new dollars, which was probably used to buy the house for Ibea. Taking advantage of lunch, Xiaolin got the others to wait at the restaurant as he used the address Yu Mei had given him to get a carriage to send him to Ibea's residence. It was in the southeastern part of the city. From the designs of the buildings, it was an area for the rich. Of course, the rich folks in Dawn City were all basically from Earth. Xiaolin's mouth twitched, somewhat understanding why the house cost him 150,000 new dollars. Ibea's house was basically a small villa. Xiaolin coincidentally saw the little girl watering plants on the courtyard as he walked over. Her movements were fine and earnest. The sun shone on her small frame, revealing drops of sweat on the tip of her nose, making for a picturesque scene. Xiaolin did not interrupt immediately, but Ibea was more perceptive of people thanks to her innate talents as a member of the dark races. She suddenly raised her head to look where Xiaolin was standing, and her face immediately turned from shock to excitement as she threw aside the watering can and rushed toward Xiaolin in greeting. The girl was too fast, and Xiaolin was afraid she would fall to the ground, so he could not help but open his arms to hug Ibea. Ibea's little head nuzzled his chest like a cat before she raised her head, revealing her slightly red eyes as she choked back tears. "I thought you didn't want me anymore. You left me alone and did not visit for so long. That Yu Mei lady is so fierce. She keeps screaming at me." Her pitiful look would pull at anyone's heartstrings. But Xiaolin was full of doubt. He did not believe a single word of Ibea's accusations. How could she be bullied so easily? It was impossible, and after listening to Yu Mei's words, Ibea had a very good time in Dawn City. Pulling the passionate hug apart, Xiaolin's face reddened. Thankfully, there was no one familiar on the streets, or Xiaolin would really be seen as a lolicon. "You want to go out to play?" Xiaolin started to feel like he was a weirdo tempting a kid with a lollipop. "Yes, I came today to take you out." Alright. Where are we going?" Ibea's expressions changed like flipping books. She was teary-eyed just now, but was now just full of happy smiles. "Your hometown, the Rosa Kingdom." Ibea's smile stiffened as she retreated a few steps. She raised her head to look at Xiaolin before smiling again. "Did Big Brother have something you wanted my help with? I really can't hide anything from you. I have official business in the Rosa Kingdom. Mainly, I need to escort some people back. You know that the Rosa Kingdom is an allied country to Dawn Academy." Xiaolin did not bother to hide it. As for the suspicions Yu Mei hinted to him, he naturally did not bring it up. "What do you want from me?" "I want everything you know." Ibea tilted her head, not even thinking for 10 seconds before saying sweetly, "I'll obviously listen to Big Brother Xiaolin. Seeing as you're in a hurry, let's go. Don't you need to pack? No need. To me, Big Brother Xiaolin is the most important. Xiaolin did not delay things. Immediately departing with Xiaolin, Ibe looked extremely happy to be able to travel with Xiaolin. She seemed obedient, not asking for any information she did not need. However, when she saw the others in the restaurant, Ibe immediately understood that the journey would not just be Xiaolin and her. She started to mumble to herself, her face unhappy. Xiaolin gave her a simple introduction, only saying that she was from the Rosa Kingdom that he met the last time he was there. As for her status as a vampire and a princess, he kept it completely concealed. Following that, Xiaolin once again bore witness to how Ibe's cuteness slayed men and women alike. The monitors treated her extremely fondly. Chen Dao was the most extreme, even pouring her tea. However, when he could not hold himself back and tried to pinch Ibe's face, Xiaolin stopped him bluntly, and the former could only laugh as he retracted his hand. Basically, she's more familiar with the Rosa Kingdom than anyone else. We'll probably be relying on her a lot for this assignment. Xiaolin's decision naturally met everyone's approval. Chapter 475, Mounts. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. They did not delay after lunch. Even though Han Manman and a few others insisted on going on the road immediately, under Xiaolin's suggestion, a few class monitors decided to go look at the market first. The Rosa Kingdom is still quite a distance away, so it will take quite a long time to get there on foot. Xiaolin was not trying to antagonize Han Manman, but it was obvious they would not have enough time if they moved on foot. Xiaolin had never been to the Rosa Kingdom. He looked at Ibe next to him. The girl had stuck to Xiaolin like glue ever since they left the restaurant. Even though Chen Dao had passionately tried to take care of her, Ibe immediately said he was a bad guy, causing Chen Dao to collapse with despair. Catching Xiaolin's inquisitive gaze, Ibe thought for a few seconds before quickly giving an answer. If it's by foot, even the fastest speeds would get you there in half a month, but in truth, counting the possible detours you'll have to make on the way, it'll probably take you a whole month. What if we get mounts? Xiaolin thought before saying, there are two kinds of mounts in Dawn City, unicorns and tamed magical wolves. What's the difference between unicorns and magical wolves? Cheng Ming asked earnestly. The monitors could not help but feel awkward when they discovered the fact. Even if they had prepared and done so much homework before coming, they were still obviously underprepared. None of them had thought about mounts. Xiaolin had spent a lot of time in the New World. In truth, his understanding of the New World might not be that much better than anyone else, but he had traveled with Lilith twice last semester, and had learned a lot from the American. Xiaolin answered, unicorns might be a bit slower, but they have more stamina. It's no issue for them to run overnight. However, unicorns are rare and the prices reflect that. Furthermore, they're more fragile. If we don't find a specialized doctor when it's sick, we won't be able to continue our journey. The wolves are faster and cheaper, but they're not very stable. Even after being tamed, the magical wolves are still beasts that could go feral at any time, which would cause us some trouble. Furthermore, the speed of the wolves are all contingent on getting enough rest. Which mounts would they choose? The monitors looked at each other, each having their own thoughts, but none were enough to make a decision. That was because everyone knew that the monthly examination had already started, so each decision they made could affect their final scores. What do you think? Xiaolin threw the question at the girl next to him. To be honest, the two mounts would need a day or two to reach the Rosa Kingdom. But you can always consider a third option. A third option? Chen Dao's interest piqued, but it seemed like his interest was more on the girl herself. Xiaolin immediately stood in between the two of them, blocking Chen Dao's vision, much to the latter's grief. Ibe laughed uncontrollably, taking a while before she continued. If I recall correctly, Dawn City should have griffins for sale. If we use griffins, we could probably reach the Rosa Kingdom by nightfall. Griffins. The monitors paused for a moment before revealing determined expressions. It was obvious that was the best choice. Xiaolin furrowed his eyebrows. Their history lessons taught him that griffins were hard to capture and train, and griffins were mainly from English and German territories. The two academies of griffin riders as their main troops, but griffins were rarer in Dawn City. Rarities were usually expensive. Xiaolin understood that, so he asked, "How much is a griffin?" Not buying them, but just renting them for a day. An adult griffin would cost you at least $100,000, but renting them is cheap. Each day would cost you $1,000. The monitors were dumbfounded. $1,000, not more or less. That was the money that the academy had given them. Thinking about it, the academy could have given them that amount on purpose. Each griffin can seat 2 people, Ibu added. Xiaolin did not care too much about the price, so he agreed on the spot. The others did not have much of an opinion. 2 of them would cost $1,000, so everyone needed to pay $500. However, adding Ibu would make it 13, meaning someone would need to pay for it in full. Xiaolin did not bother with any nonsense, immediately saying he was willing to sit alone, but he immediately faced Ibu's objection. The girl said she wanted to share a griffin with Xiaolin. The rest of them could only blink and pretend they did not see anything. In the end, Cheng Ming was the one who had to be the good guy. The man did not mind and said he would ride alone, joking that his head was too big, and they would be over the weight limit if he sat with someone else. Ibu was very familiar with the griffin rental spot, which caused Xiaolin to think about Yu Mei's words. Ibu had familiarized herself quickly with Dawn City. If the girl was really scheming something, then it was a terrifying prospect, but he currently did not think about any of that. The griffins were situated at a small hill outside of Dawn City. The store owner was a bearded Englishman. As the colonial territories started to stabilize, the business relationships between them improved as well, which was why it was normal to see foreigners in Dawn City. However, the Englishman was extremely shrewd. He obviously did not show any shred of passion that the renters were from Earth as well. Renting the griffins needed a large deposit. Each griffin needed a $10,000 deposit, and the money would only be returned after the griffins were returned. Ibu, who was more familiar with the situation, immediately rejected it. The deposit had obviously been inflated by the Englishman. Normally, they would only need less than half of that. If it was 10,000 a griffin, then they would need to pay $70,000. As rich as Xiaolin was, he was not willing to pay that amount. People formed habits quickly, and he did not want to be seen as a walking goldmine by the others. The Englishman was only willing to rent out 2 griffins at the most. He said it was because Xiaolin and the others were too young and new. Even if they were from Earth, it was not enough to trust them. It's fine if you don't want to pay, but you'll need to find a guarantor that is trustworthy enough. Just as Xiaolin was thinking about paying for everything himself, the Englishman shouted in broken Mandarin, "A guarantor?" Xiaolin paused before saying in a strange tone, such as Century Casino's boss, "And Fumin?" Even though Yu Mei from the government was a better choice, the monthly examination meant that they could not rely on the academy's help. Asking Yu Mei for help could cause them to fail. Other than her, the only other person with status that Xiaolin knew was An Fumin. Chapter 476, Griffins. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. The plump Century Casino's boss. Xiaolin had won a lot from the bet, which led to him knowing An Fumin. However, they were not very familiar, and Xiaolin's sole impression of the man was that he was a very good businessman. Xiaolin felt like he could try looking for An Fumin. When he said the name, the Englishman obviously started to hesitate. The man knew of the boss of the largest casino in Dawn City, and the man decided to test it out. It was obvious that they would not have time to hurry back to the casino in the middle of the city, but the Englishman had an even better way. He went into the house and used a magic formation that had been set up inside to communicate with the city. The point of communication was the casino. That's a communication line. It uses magical formations to enable short-range communication. It's a little like our magical phones, Xiaolin told the curious monitors. He was originally just testing it out, but the Englishman quickly pointed at Xiaolin with a strange look. "The guy wants to see you." "An Fumin?" "That's right." "I can't believe you actually know him." The Englishman's attitude noticeably improved. He was very clear on An Fumin's wealth as well. Someone who wanted to make money like him would naturally not want to offend rich people. Under the surprised and curious gazes of the monitors, Xiaolin walked into the house. The short-distance communication used special ink and energy stones on the floor to form a magical formation to establish communication. A few dozen energy stones condensed into a magical image, and Anfumin's large stomach was in frame. "So it really is you?" Anfumin was surprised to see Xiaolin, laughing as he said, "Someone told me you wanted me to be your guarantor. I thought it was some blind fraudster. But it looks like your monthly examination really has started." Xiaolin paused. The Boss Information Network was really vast to even be able to get a hold of the news regarding their monthly examination. It had only been spread out within a small circle. "To be honest, I can help you pay for all that. It's only a few dozen thousand new dollars," and Fumin was rich enough to not even need the exact amount. He paused and smiled again. "However, you probably don't care about that amount of money either," Xiaolin said. "That's right, but this is a group examination, and I don't want others to treat getting money from me as something natural, but it's definitely not easy to repay your favor either." "Ha ha ha." Anfumin laughed. "It looks like you understand me well. That's right. I'll never lose out when it comes to business. If it's just you, I'd be willing to help, but since there are others involved, we'll need to make a deal." Anfumin thought for less than 10 seconds, continuing, "I have a casino branch in the Rosa Kingdom, and business there is pretty good. You know as well that the Rosa Kingdom's relationship with Dawn Academy in the past was quite good. It's a pity that the situation is like this. I had originally not given much thought to my branch there, but no one will turn down an opportunity to make more money. Our deal is simple. Bring my goods from the branch over and I'll pay for your entire journey. That way, none of you will owe me any more favors." Anfumin spoke very quickly, making it hard for Xiaolin not to be suspicious. Did the sly old man plan this scheme in advance? Anfumin did not specify what the goods were, nor the quantity. However, the support it would get them was definitely tempting. Supporting them the entire way would mean that they would have a sufficient guarantee on their expenses. Anfumin smiled. "I'm not very clear on your assignment, nor do I want to know, but in the Rosa Kingdom, our status as colonizers might not be that useful. You need to understand that, in the outside world, power and wealth is the only key to things going smoothly. I'll need to discuss it with the others," Xiaolin said carefully. "Not a problem," and Fumin seemed very confident. After briefing the other monitors simply, as well as introducing who Fumin was to them, no one rejected the tempting suggestion. Cheng Ming was noticeably hesitant, wondering if they would be going against the rules by doing so. Chen Dao felt like it was not a big deal. "To be honest, we can just treat it as a side quest. A main quest and a side quest, doesn't that sound interesting?" "I think you've played too many games." Xiaolin was hesitant as well, but Cheng Ming's worries were unneeded. That much Xiaolin was certain. It was just that Xiaolin felt like Anfumin might not be acting out of kindness. However, since it was a group decision, Xiaolin's personal feelings could not influence the decision of the others, especially since most of them had agreed to it. The remaining ones could only go along. Anfumin was not surprised when he got an affirmative answer, and immediately gave Xiaolin the location and name of the person responsible for the casino in the Rosa Kingdom. The Englishman then received the deposit immediately. Even the daily rental had been paid for. Xiaolin and the others obtained 7 griffins. The griffins had bodies and claws like lions, as well as the head and wings of the eagle. Wild griffins had extremely high offensive strength, but those griffins were bred in captivity, and were obviously very obedient. The Englishman simply gave them instructions on how to start flying and land, as well as the choice in routes. They did not need to worry about anything else. The Englishman took out some soil, and made all 7 of the griffins smell it. The soil was from the Rosa Kingdom, which meant the griffins would know the routes themselves. The simple method had opened up Xiaolin and everyone else's eyes. Xiaolin had been nervous about riding a griffin for the first time, but their soft and warm bodies, as well as the fragrant odor, had caused his worries to disappear. Ibu unabashedly leaned into Xiaolin's embrace, acting like she was shivering in fear, drawing murderous gazes from the surroundings. Xiaolin could not tell if that little vampire was really afraid, but he still held Ibu tightly, preventing her from falling. With a pull of the reins, the griffins flew into the air with a shout, and there were several cries of despair that followed. The trained griffins had very strong ropes around them, so there was no worry of falling, but flying thousands of meters up into the air without any experience riding them before was not a pleasant experience. Xiaolin was beginning to regret eating too much for lunch, but in front of Ibe, he still had to maintain his dignity. He forced down his urge to vomit. Ibe might be acting scared and pitiful, but she was actually laughing secretly, proving that it was not the first time the vampire had ridden a griffin. She even leaned into Xiaolin's ear to remind him of the correct posture to ride a griffin. Xiaolin had stabilized after following it, and his stomach felt much better. "Why didn't you say that earlier?" Xiaolin asked loudly. "Then I wouldn't get the chance to enjoy it." Look, that guy is vomiting up a storm. Ha ha ha, how fun." Xiaolin was speechless. Chapter 477. Infiltration. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The griffins were very fast. They had left afternoon, and the griffins had already started their descent as the sun started to set. They stopped on a hill, and right away, someone came over to help untie them, as well as help those who were so dizzy they could not even find their bearings down. After that, the griffins were brought into the specialized cages and fed. These fixed routes were a mode of transport introduced by the colonists. Originally, griffin riding required a lot of skill, but considering the fact that most of them would not be so skilled at riding, they decided only a landing and takeoff point was needed. They would then let the griffins get familiar with the routes, and did not longer need to be steered after that. The griffins would be able to get to the destinations themselves. With the increase in the territories that the colonists controlled, the destinations for this mode of flight had also slowly spread to every colonized territory, and even the allied territories around them. As Dawn Academy's first allies, it was not strange for the Rosa Kingdom to be one of those destinations. Other than Xiaolin and Ibe, who were fine, the rest of them all had bad looks on their faces, leading to them needing to rest nearby for a while. The workers at the destination point had probably seen a lot of similar situations, especially since this was a mode of transport primarily meant to serve those of them from Earth. Someone quickly brought out some medicine. Of course, those required money as well, but someone had already paid for them in advance. Xiaolin was surprised when he heard that. Unfumin was keeping his promise. But it looked like the opportunistic tycoon had arranged everything way ahead of time, which Xiaolin found strange. "We were supposed to be able to take riding classes in our second year. It'll probably feel better then." Cheng Ming seemed to be in the worst state. He had eaten the most that afternoon, so he had also vomited the most. Even if the medicine had helped a lot, he still looked out of sorts. "Yeah, but it's just common riding skills. Flying mounts will only be open in third year." Chen Dao said. The guy enjoyed looking at higher level classes in his free time. "It's an optional course. I'll definitely not take it in the future. Too scary." Class 6's Li Jie clutched her chest as she said that. It looked like she had developed a new phobia. The only map the Academy had given them was within the colonial territories. There was nothing about the Rosa Kingdom. That was why Xiaolin looked for the person in charge of the place. He was an Englishman as well, but seemed much friendlier than the guy before. Of course, it might also be due to Anfumin's prior arrangements. When he knew that Xiaolin wanted a map of Rosa the Kingdom, he smiled and produced a box. The other monitors also gathered curiously. When opened, the box was filled with maps. Everyone was speechless as he slowly opened all of them. They were all maps on the Rosa Kingdom, be it geographical maps, territorial maps, city maps, population density maps, racial distribution maps, war maps, and even weather maps. However, there was no one map that had them all together. Of course, they would have to purchase the maps to use them. Fine. Xiaolin started to feel like the smile on that Englishman's face was just an accessory. He was still a sly merchant. After some discussion, they bought a geographical, city and territorial map. Each was worth $50 new. That amount did not need to be paid for by Anfumin, and Xiaolin did not mind. He did not care about such a small sum of money. As a few of them whose constitutions were weaker were still recovering, the rest of them decided to look at the maps first. They noticed that, strictly speaking, they were still not within the Rosa Kingdom. In consideration of the ongoing war, They did not dare establish a flight destination in the country. From their location, they still needed to walk a few kilometers. The distance was nothing to them, but after looking at the territorial maps, they realized they were facing a tough problem. The territory that was right next to this hill had already fallen into rebel hands. Outside of the Rosa Kingdom's territorial lines was a large chaotic area. The area was originally an unregulated region. Before, the Rosa Kingdom did not bother with it due to not wanting to provoke anyone, but when the rebel forces expanded, they did not adhere to the boundaries set by the Rosa Kingdom, and had expanded beyond those lines. So this means that, if we want to reach the Rosa Kingdom, we'll first need to get through rebel-controlled territory? Cheng Ming furrowed his eyebrows. From the limited information that had been provided by Dawn Academy, the rebel troops called themselves the Black Rose Organization, because their flag was a black rose. The rebels consisted mostly of commoners and farmers. The reason for their rebellion was complicated, and was being investigated by Dawn Academy. We don't know what the rebels think of us, and by us, I'm referring to Dawn Academy. The current news we have is that the people from Earth within the kingdom are still safe. At least that means that the rebels' troops won't dare make enemies out of us for no reason. Of course, that's a normal thing. Anyone that dares to touch us could not hope to defeat our armies. It was Class 8's Zhang Shengge who said that. The dignified man had the natural air of a leader. His status back on Earth was not low, but unfortunately, in the group of monitors, his words did not hold much weight, which gave him much dissatisfaction. Xiaolin furrowed his eyes. That's true. The rebels won't dare make enemies out of us, but they have not shown any goodwill toward us either. Otherwise, we'd have already brought the royal family out. The rebels' attitude would decide how they entered the Rosa Kingdom, as well as how they acted within the kingdom. If the rebels were kind enough to the colonists, then they could just walk right in, and no one would stop them. However, if the rebels bore them ill will, then they would need to sneak in quietly. Even if the limited reports showed that the rebels consisted mostly of commoners, the basic attributes of commoners on this planet were much higher than those back on Earth. It was only because most Earth commoners did not have the resources to go through specialized combat and skill training did they lose out to those from the academy, but their numbers were still not easily handled. The assignment this time was an escort mission. It was not for them to charge in and defeat the rebels. After making the point clear, Xiaolin and Cheng Ming, alongside another 6 or 7 monitors, all felt like sneaking in was the best choice. It would be best if they did not alert the rebels. The other monitors might not have the same opinions, but the majority determined the direction of the group, and the decision was passed. Chapter 478, Accident. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. It was already evening when they reached their destination point, and night quickly fell. The landing point did not provide any accommodation services, so Xiaolin and the others had some of the bread they brought along before taking advantage of the cover of the night to walk toward the Rosa Kingdom's borders. The gods seemed to be helping them on that day, as the moonlight was obscured by the increasing number of clouds. In a wasteland without any sources of light, their field of vision was very low. It was a vast wasteland when they got down from the hill. Ever since the Rosa Kingdom was embroiled in the civil war, a lot of refugees had to escape from their hometowns, and many of them would set up camp here, establishing simple accommodations, which was why Xiaolin and the others could hear the sound of people in the distance. The refugee camps had a lot of bonfires lit up, and they could somewhat make out some armed patrols. The camp had a flag with a black rose in the middle, signifying that the area was under the care of the rebels. Xiaolin could guess what the rebels were planning. After all, the most important resource in the world was manpower, be it troops or labor. If the rebels wanted to take complete control of the Rosa Kingdom, they could not let those refugees leave so easily. Let's avoid the refugee camp. Cheng Ming was at the head, already having his full suit of armor on. He had even brought a large tower shield for the assignment, and was holding a heavy sword in one hand. His shocking strength was obvious. Xiaolin followed closely behind. his holy sword in hand. Being behind Cheng Ming guaranteed that he could respond to anything immediately. Other than Ibe, the 12 class monitors were 3 women and 9 men. The mages had all been placed in the back line. Ibe was following Xiaolin closely. Xiaolin had wanted to place that powerless girl in the middle of the team, but she violently rejected it. The other men could not help but give Xiaolin a big thumbs up in envy. They could see how much Ibe relied on Xiaolin. The monitors were all confident in their strength, and their probable opponents, the rebels, mostly consisted of commoners. With that in mind, a few of them were quite carefree, even feeling like it was too dark and wanting to light torches, but they were rejected by Xiaolin and the others. No matter what their combat strengths were, they did not want to invite unnecessary trouble. I actually feel like we're being too careful. This level of visibility really affects our travel speed. Don't forget, our time is very valuable. After getting into the Rosa Kingdom, we still need to sneak into the royal city as well as find the royalty. All of that needs time. We might be able to move a little faster if you would just shut up. Excuse me? What are you fighting over? Do you want everyone nearby to know we're here? Xiaolin exclaimed softly. The entire squad fell into a brief silence. If it came to a leader among all the monitors, Cheng Ming was definitely the public one. However, in terms of threat level, they could not deny that Xiaolin had the advantage, even if most of the monitors would not verbally agree to it. Even Han Manman, who hated Xiaolin, understood in her heart that Xiaolin's skills were at the top of the class monitors. The more powerful one was, the more weight their words held. That was the law of this world. The team advanced in silence, and their speed slowly increased. They could only approximate the road in the darkness of the night. After about half an hour, based on the map they had seen before, they guessed that they were already at the border of the Rosa Kingdom. It was just a pity there were no landmarks around. Based on their approximate route plans, they would need a few hours after entering the Rosa Kingdom to get through the scarcely populated wasteland. After that, they would reach the furthest city, where they could either buy or rent new mounts to head to the royal city. If they did not want to sleep in the wild, they would need to increase their speed. That way, they might be able to arrive at the city by dawn, and would have a chance to nap after. After another half an hour, the bonfires from the refugee camps slowly disappeared from their sights. They would occasionally hear some wild animals, but otherwise, there were no sounds. Speaking of that, I think we forgot to buy one map since they had distanced themselves from the refugee camp. Chen Dao's voice started to be slightly louder. What kind of map? Xiaolin asked. A map of magical beasts. Don't you think that our nighttime journey is just like a food delivery service for them? Chen Dao half-joked. The Rosa Kingdom's magical beasts are all low-leveled, and they rarely appear in these places. Class 6's Li Jie said earnestly. It seems like you listen very closely during our lessons. I saw it in the library. The girl really did like going to the library. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As everyone was chatting away to fight off the boredom, Xiaolin suddenly narrowed his eyes, lowering his voice as he said, "Everyone quiet." Xiaolin's perception was quite high. As he quietened them, the others started to feel like something was off as well. High perception could help them detect danger, but even with Xiaolin's current rank, he could not accurately tell where the danger was or how far it was. In the night, the whooshing sounds started to get more obvious, and it did not sound like an animal's cry or breathing. It seemed erratic, making it hard to make out clearly. The monitors closed ranks quickly, forming a circle as they moved defensively. The darkness of the night turned into the most troublesome thing then. The lack of vision caused them to be unable to tell what their surroundings were like. Even though Xiaolin quickly fired a few flame bullets into the distance, the flash of lights did not allow them to see anything clearly. Now, it was too late to lament not taking up specialized detection classes. Xiaolin knew that they could not just keep defending passively like that, so he activated Miracle. Alongside his constant increase in attributes, the amount of points he could convert with Miracle increased as well. The time he could maintain it also followed suit, but he could still not repeatedly use the ability in a short time. However, it was not the time to be concerned about that. After he converted all his attributes to intelligence, Xiaolin's perception strengthened as well. Even if the strengthening did not result in a complete change in his perception, he could still sense more things. He suddenly raised his head. The sky. Watch the sky. The whooshing sounds that constantly changed distances was clearly the sound of the friction caused by high-speed flight with the air. In the dark sky, at some point, something had started circling over their heads. Whatever it was, they did not seem to have good intentions. Chapter 479, Attackers from the Skies. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The moment Xiaolin spoke, they seemed to realize they had been discovered, and the assault from the skies started. Xiaolin could feel the sound of the winds charging toward him quickly. The winds were as sharp as swords, and he immediately converted his attributes to strength as he raised his holy sword to block. Bang! Following the loud impact, Xiaolin felt a large force colliding with his sword. However, the holy sword's durability was proven there, and thanks to him putting up his defenses, he was not hit by the sudden attack. Yet, when Xiaolin prepared to counter, the sound was retreating rapidly. How fast? The rest of them immediately started their counter-attack as a few flame balls shot toward the sky. Class 9's Wang Wanzu also chose to focus on flame magic, and was more familiar with it than Xiaolin. Her focus had led to her already mastering the higher-level Grand Fireball. A large flaming ball was sent up to the sky. In that brief moment of light, their silhouettes were revealed in the sky. The high basic attributes of the monitors really shined here. If the regular students had been met with such an ambush, they would have been wiped instantly. The first attack was by Class 5's An Luo. He was the only person who specialized in archery among the monitors, and Xiaolin vaguely remembered that he had boasted that his talent was increased accuracy when it came to archery. That allowed him to show a high level of archery despite the lack of vision. An Luo drew his bow, and with a few shots, a low and sharp cry could be heard. But it looked like the ambusher only sustained minor injuries. However, An Luo's attacks revealed their opponent's location. Chen Dao managed to complete his spell. The kid, whose talent in magic was only second to Xiaoyu's, shot out an intense red light from his staff, causing the few of them who specialized in magic to do a double take. Flame Dragon. A large flaming dragon shot out of Chen Dao's staff. That was a bronze-ranked spell, and the difficulty of learning it as well as the requirements were both very high. It was also much higher ranked than anything anyone else had. The Flame Dragon's power was immense, and thanks to An Luo's arrows that had slowed down the attackers, the dragon managed to swallow the target's whole. After a sharp cry, the sound of an object dropping to the ground could be heard. Everyone, keep defending. Cheng Ming and I will go look. Xiaolin immediately said. He had wanted to make a move, but it seemed like the other monitors had high combat ability as well. Their defenses were sufficient, so he brought along the highly defensive Cheng Ming. The most important thing was for them to find out the identity of their attacker. With miracle active and intelligence pumped to the maximum, Xiaolin had the highest perception out of everyone. Following the direction of the sound, Cheng Ming walked in front with his tower shield and Xiaolin carefully walked behind with his sword in hand. A few hundred meters away from the sound, Xiaolin pointed his finger and shot out a few flame bullets, temporarily lighting up the night. Looking at the bodies on the ground, Xiaolin and Cheng Ming gasped. Xiaolin slung a carcass on his shoulder and turned back. He threw the body in front of the other monitors. Griffins. The ones in the skies are griffins. We need to be careful. Griffins might not be that famous on planet Norma for their combat abilities, but not many creatures can challenge them in the air. Griffins, the ones we rode earlier. The expressions of the monitors all changed. They had done their homework as well, and naturally understood that griffins were hard to handle while they were flying, especially for those who did not have the ability to hit them. Other than defending passively, there was not much of a better way. In the next few hours, they focused completely on keeping their defenses up. Even though An Luo's archery and Chen Dao's large-scale magical attacks, coupled with Xiaolin's perception, let them kill off the occasional griffin, it did not really damage much of the entire flock of griffins. The griffins had immense speed and reactions. After Xiaolin and the others made their preparations, they could defend themselves quite well. After all, the monitors were all talent holders, and their combat abilities were not bad. However, The cover of the night gave the griffins natural protection. The griffins' attacks had all been countered by then, but after each attack, the griffins would slyly pull away at a high speed, not giving them many chances to counterattack. Following Chen Dao's mental exhaustion as well as An Luo's physical exhaustion, Xiaolin's miracle state had run out as well, which made them even more passive. Xiaolin actually had the ability to fight back if he activated Ruin. Even if he did not have vision or the ability to fly, he could rely on the devastating power of Ruin to clear out the field with large-scale attacks. However, after some hesitation, Xiaolin chose not to do so. Even with the increase in attributes and him being more familiar with Miracle, Xiaolin had yet to see much improvement in his Ruin state. He would be powerless for a long time after using it. The Griffins' earlier attacks had all just been used to check on their abilities, and Xiaolin was filled with suspicion on the attack as well, so he chose not to use his trump card. The truth was like he had thought. From the cries in the sky, they could tell that there were at least a dozen griffins in the skies, but the griffins did not use any formations, nor were the attacks as intense as they anticipated. However, the defending monitors did not dare let their guards down. Their minds tensed up, not allowing themselves to relax. It continued for an hour, all the way until the first ray of sunlight shot out over the horizon. The nighttime attackers made a final round around them before slowly flying away in the distance. Everyone could finally see with their own eyes, and it really was a flock of griffins. They could not mistake that after having ridden those beasts. After half an hour, the skies were completely bright, and the night sky could no longer be used as cover. Seeing as the griffins showed no signs of returning, everyone let out a sigh of relief, collectively collapsing on the ground. The fight they had gone through most of the night might not have been that intense, only resulting in some light injuries on 3 who specialized in magic. The rest of them were fine. It had taken a toll on them mentally, and they were completely exhausted. Chapter 480, An Enigma. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Close to them were various griffin corpses, and the sizes looked relatively small. They looked like griffins who had yet to fully mature. Even so, just defeating those griffins had used up a lot of their strength. They had really experienced why griffins were called the kings of the sky. They had learned before in their classes last semester that, of the countless wild beasts on planet Norma, only a few could call themselves rulers of the sky. Basically, other than the dragons, there were only griffins and dragon eagles. No one talked at that moment. Everyone was thinking about just lying down and sleeping in the middle of the wastelands. Xiaolin was exhausted as well, but thanks to not using Ruin, he still had enough to go on. Looking at the blue skies and the wastelands, he furrowed his eyebrows. My God, we're so unlucky. Surely it's not the griffins at the transport point that flew over. Then we'd need compensation. Whatever. However, I already said that sneaking was not a good idea. There's no one in sight here. Our group would naturally become a target. Everyone lying down there was powerlessly complaining. Only Xiaolin was still standing, thinking for a long time before saying, who here did better in classes? Li Jie. She goes to the library a lot more. Xiaolin looked at the pretty monitor. Then do you know about the griffins' habits? Like, do griffins usually go out at night? Li Jie was panting. She had used a lot of her mental strength, but she managed to regain her composure and force herself to speak. We've never learned that in class before. Zoology is only being taught this year. However, I've seen some books in the library that say that planet Norma's flight-based animals are similar to those of Earth, and like to move during the day. Even dragons don't like moving around at night. Xiaolin's expression darkened, looking at the others. The rest of them seemed to realize something as their expressions changed as well. Cheng Ming let out a breath, saying suspiciously, Xiaolin, you think that this ambush was a scheme? Xiaolin said, I might not know much about the animals on planet Norma, but I've heard Department Head Song mention before that the avians on planet Norma rarely move about at night. Even if they did, they would not move at such a scale. Could the griffins have gone crazy? Class 4's Han Manman questioned. Why don't you just say the griffins are going through menopause? Chen Dao, who did not get along with her, mocked. It's not completely impossible for it to be something like that. After all, We don't really know much about griffins. I think it's more likely to be an accident. It's not necessarily always a scheme. Class 8's Jiang Shengou was working hard to appear dignified. Unfortunately, the fatigue on his face was more serious than everyone else's. That man was notorious for having very low stamina. The other monitors could not help but furrow their eyebrows. Jiang Shengou's words were basically pointing at Xiaolin for deliberately disrupting them. Even though no one wanted a single accident to disrupt their monthly examination assignment, the thought of someone potentially trying to bring them harm in the dark was terrifying. Those griffins were the ones we rode on the way here. Just as the atmosphere was getting awkward and heavy, Ibeia broke the silence. Ever since the attack last night, Ibeia had been obediently hiding in the middle of everyone, never crying or making a sound throughout. Everyone could not help but admire the obedient girl. Only Xiaolin knew that the situation was nothing much to Ibeia. "Are you sure?" Xiaolin asked. Ibeia knelt down next to the griffin carcass that Xiaolin had brought over for a long time before she raised her head with a determined look. "I'm very sure." This griffin was the one he sat on. Ibeia pointed at Jiang Shengou, who had an incredulous look on his face. "How can you be sure?" "I can't tell at all." Ibeia was not willing to explain. She had a difficult look on her face, but she still confirmed it again. Xiaolin felt like the girl's consternation might come from the fact that it was related to her status as a vampire. It could just be one of the talents of vampires. He waved his hand, changing the topic. "No matter what, we'll need to be more careful after this. I know that everyone is exhausted, but I don't think this is a good place to rest. Let's get into the city first." Xiaolin's suggestion was agreed upon by most of them, so everyone supported each other as they continued forward, but their speed had greatly decreased. Xiaolin deliberately lagged behind. After a certain distance, he whispered to Ibeia, who was next to him, "How could you tell that was Shengou's mount? Is that some skill your race has? This is quite important to us, so I hope we can get better proof." Ibeia's large eyes blinked. She laughed as she said, "That's not it. That man vomited out a storm when he was riding his griffin, and I just happened to notice some residue on the griffin's feathers. Unless this flock was also ridden by another team of rookies, that would be way too much of a coincidence. However, that guy really is interesting." He looked so serious, but thinking about how much he suffered in the air. "It's hilarious, ha ha ha." Xiaolin's face twitched. He looked at the happy little girl, and looked at Jiang Shengou's back, feeling that it really was quite funny. But that was not the point. Xiaolin had confirmed his speculation with Ibeia. That was definitely not good news. The flight points were opened by the Englishman, but he did not think that he offended the two of them in any way, nor did they have any reason to make a move on Dawn Academy. They might be in the Rosa Kingdom, but there were still resurrection towers nearby. Even if they really were killed, the conflict between Dawn Academy and the British Royal Academy would have to fall on the two of them. Xiaolin could not think of a good reason at the moment, but flying was now obviously not a good choice. Of course, he did not discount the fact that it could be a challenge the Academy had deliberately set for them. After all, within the Resurrection Tower's radius, death was just a loss of 20 years. To those monitors, it was not an unimaginable loss. With his suspicions, after over an hour, the monitors finally walked out of the wastelands. Chapter 481, Small Town. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Leaving the wastelands, they could see the fringes of civilization. It was the Rosa Kingdom's most distant town. They called it a town, but in terms of size, it was basically a village. The Rosa Kingdom was considered a poor country without many natural resources. On top of that, the harsh requirements set by the nobles on the commoners resulted in the poor conditions in the remote area. The town might have the Black Rose flags of the rebels, but thankfully did not seem to have many troops guarding it. That was because the military might of the rebels had all been focused on the Rosa Kingdom's royal city, so there were not any troops in charge of such a small town. Entering the town, the scene in front of Xiaolin and the others shocked them. Compared to the Silver Province and the prosperity of the colonial territories controlled by Dawn Academy, the town was in really desperate straits. The entire town could be seen with just a look. There were weeds growing everywhere, and the streets were filthy and poorly maintained. The streets were lined with simple stone houses, but most of them had been destroyed, seemingly in the recent war. As for whether it was by the government's troops or the rebels, that was not important. The town was very quiet, even though there were a few general stores and ironworkers, but there were very few merchants on the whole. Most of the people there only had simple shirts on, and were either sitting by the streets or drinking and gambling. There were those dressed in ragged clothes begging for food everywhere, but no one cared. Xiaolin's group attracted everyone's attention. They were fully clad in armor, and thanks to the confrontation with the griffins, the thick smell of blood was still on them. It was impossible to keep a low profile, even if they wanted to. Drinkers and gamblers alike, everyone had stopped what they were doing and shot fearless looks at Xiaolin's group. There was an air of challenge, as well as warning. The Rosa Kingdom's civil war has enveloped their whole country. It's natural that the citizens here have been swept up by it as well. Let's try our best to not cause any trouble, Xiaolin said in a low voice. He actually did not need to remind them. The only thing the monitors wanted to do at that moment was find a place to sleep. How could they even think about causing more trouble? Furthermore, even the commoners, who did not even have armor on, would at the most be at Black Iron rank, and would have never gone through any training. The monitors were all at that rank or above, and, on top of their talents, their strengths far exceeded anyone in the town. They at least had that point of pride. Cheng Ming walked to an old lady in front of him. Using broken Normese, he said, "Do you know where I could find an inn?" The old woman was frail and unbelievably gaunt. She could be somewhat younger, but the wrinkles on her face could rival a century-old tree. She raised her head and stared at Cheng Ming for a long time, not saying anything. Cheng Ming thought she did not understand, and patiently repeated himself. The other monitors stood behind, all their weapons stowed away to show they bore no ill will. The old woman pointed at Cheng Ming's waist. Cheng Ming was starting to sweat. Ibe whispered into Xiaolin's ear, and Xiaolin walked in front, patting Cheng Ming as he took out his pouch. He produced a piece of bread and gave it to the lady. The old lady immediately wolfed down the bread, even sucking at the remnants on her fingers a few times. Those people were way too hungry. Cheng Ming's eyes widened in realization, regretting not understanding it himself. He sighed. The war between the rebels and the government ended up harming the commoners the most in the end. He generously retrieved even more food from his bag, because in the broken home behind the old lady were several skinny children looking out. Seeing Cheng Ming's slight smile, they were still a bit afraid, but once a bold kid reached his hand out to take the bread, the other children rushed over as well. The bread that Xiaolin and the others had brought were made of the highest quality ingredients. Dawn Academy did not mistreat its students on that part, be it the taste or the amount, to the commoners, who could only eat the most crude of foods normally. The bread was unbelievably delicious. Cheng Ming's actions caused more and more people to come closer. Other than children, there were also women and elderly, all of whom unable to hold back the looks of hunger from their faces. I think that the rebels might have confiscated all the food nearby for war supplies, one of the monitors said softly, very possibly hitting the nail on the head. Even though there were not many people in the town, there were at least 100 people gathering there. Cheng Ming could not help but feel guilty. He did not have that much bread, and he needed to leave some for himself as well. Xiaolin furrowed his eyebrows, pulling Cheng Ming aside. "Let's go." Cheng Ming hesitated, but even more of the monitors started to feel sorry. For those of them who were used to peaceful life on Earth, the scene was hard to watch. They all started to feel pity, and started to take out a bit of food to give to the commoners. However, Xiaolin started to feel like something was off at that moment, because the men close by started to walk over as well. The old folks and the children were one matter, but those men, who still looked relatively fit, did not need it. They did not come here to do charity after all. Xiaolin gave out a few warnings before the rest of them stopped, taking advantage of the large crowd to slip away. Luckily, probably because of their actions, someone decided to guide them to an inn. It was called an inn, but it was just a few dilapidated rooms. They could even see cobwebs in the corners. It was unknown how long it had been since the inn last opened. The owner was a middle-aged man, and seemed to know a bit of Mandarin. He was willing to accept new dollars as well. Even though a few monitors felt like the environment was bad, It was not the time to be picky. After paying a few $100 new, they got themselves 3 rooms, because only 3 of the rooms were still in reasonable condition. After entering the rooms, they did not care about the foul stench within, falling asleep immediately. They were way too tired. The few female monitors shared a room. Xiaolin had wanted Ibe to stay with them, but was once again rejected by Ibe. The girl said she was not tired, and would be fine just leaning against Xiaolin for a bit. Xiaolin did not argue. He told her not to run anywhere before falling fast asleep, not being able to hold back his exhaustion. Xiaolin was deep in sleep, all the way until he started to feel a cold sensation. He startled awake, and his vision started to clear, but he remained in the darkness. The bed he was lying on had disappeared, and his hands could feel ice-cold water. His back seemed to be against some rocks, and when he raised his head to look around, the only source of light around him was a window in a corner, fastened with metal bars. Chapter 482, Prison Cell. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Xiaolin's muddled mind immediately snapped awake. His body shot up, but he realized that there was a slight pain coming from his feet. He struggled to stand up, and squinted as he tried to use the limited amount of sunlight to appraise his surroundings. After that, his heart plummeted. It was a prison, a wet place with filthy walls and a foul stench that assaulted his nostrils. Lying next to him were the other monitors, but none of them seemed to be awake. There were 2 cells, and there were 6 of them in Xiaolin's cell. He hurried over to wake someone up, and shouted at the other side. Just like Xiaolin, after the initial grogginess, they began to notice their surroundings, and all of them were shocked before they quickly turned to anger. Why are we in jail? Damn. It must be the rebels. We were too careless. It can't be the rebels. I think we've been betrayed. Betrayed? By who? The ones we helped must have gotten greedy, and took advantage of our sleep to capture us. Oh, who was the one who helped them first yesterday? Those natives had nothing to do with us. What do you mean by that, Han Manman? It's not like you didn't give out your things as well. The prison cells suddenly erupted like a marketplace. Everyone was very agitated, and was constantly speculating. Some of them even tried to put the blame on others. Everyone quiet. Xiaolin took a deep breath, saying angrily, "What's the use of saying all that now? Look at our current predicament first." After a moment, most of the monitors quieted down. A few of them still seemed to have something to say, but were quickly stopped by the ones next to them. In the dim light, everyone looked around. Even in this environment, they could not help but have a strange feeling. At some point, Xiaolin had slowly turned into a leader that was more persuasive than Cheng Ming. Of course, it was only because Xiaolin was stronger, and they did not retaliate because of that. The monitors needed a leader, which was why the school had the year leader position. While the year leader was absent, Cheng Ming had been the temporary figure that everyone silently acknowledged, but now Xiaolin had taken over. Cheng Ming did not express any discontent. He probably felt the same way as Xiaolin. They needed to first grasp their current situation before thinking about how to get out. Xiaolin let out a sigh and looked at the door that was locked tight. Even after the commotion just now, no one had come to check on them. It seemed like they had been left there by themselves. After that, he said, "The first thing is the time. We arrived in the town and stayed in the inn during the second day. How much time would have passed now? It seems like it's day right now, but I don't feel like we were brought here right after we fell asleep, because we would definitely have felt it, so I think it's already the next day. Don't you think it's strange? How could we not have reacted at all? Even if we really were that tired, it can't be possible that none of us reacted. It can't be more than a day. I'd be famished." Cheng Ming's appetite was the best gauge they had at the moment. Xiaolin nodded. "I think we've been made. Try and see if any of us can still use our strength sword or mental strength." After a moment, just as expected, everyone was shocked and angered to realize they were powerless. Xiaolin sighed. "Then let's treat this as the next day. Now comes our team. Everyone, report in. We'll start with Class 1. After all 12 of them reported their names, Xiaolin's expression sank. Everyone realized something was wrong too. The monitors were all there, but Ibe was missing. Xiaolin forced himself to calm down, continuing, "Now, motive. If it was really done by the commoners in the town, then it can only be for money. Everyone check yourselves. Their bags had all gone missing. Even Xiaolin's spatial ring was nowhere to be seen. Thankfully, other than himself, no one could open the ring, but it still caused him some grief. The rest of them were the same. Everything they brought along, as well as their weapons, had gone missing. What caused them to sour was the fact that the new dollars the Academy issued to them were untouched in their pockets. Even refugees understand the purchasing power of new dollars on colonial grounds. Even if they had no way to get there, new dollars are still useful in the Silver Province. So, we can eliminate the possibility that it was for money. But who did it? The Griffins. Chen Dao brought up the ambush during the night again. Originally, they had their doubts on whether or not the Griffins were mobilized by someone, but thinking about it now, they started to believe it. There was definitely someone watching them in the shadows. Everyone fell quiet. The only thing they were not certain about at the moment was whether or not this was done by the Academy to increase the difficulty of the monthly examination. Then let's think about how we should get out. After a short silence, Xiaolin spoke up. Get out? How would we get out? Don't forget we can't use any power right now. We haven't eaten for at least a day. We don't have our physical or mental strength. We should at least wait until we've rested up to think about it. Xiaolin said, yes, once we recover, this prison might not be able to keep us in. With Chen Dao's fireballs and Cheng Ming's strength, we have many ways to get out, but if this was not the Academy making things harder for us, if someone is really scheming something, would they give us the chance to escape? We might encounter something worse while we're resting. Do you have a better way? Someone asked hopefully. After all, no one wanted to stay in that dark, filthy, and smelly prison cell. All I can say is, it's a plan born out of desperation. Xiaolin smiled bitterly. You're crazy. Class 8's Zhang Shengou exclaimed from the other side. Ah, you understood it as well. Xiaolin acknowledged Zhang Shengou's words. Even if he had some problems with vanity, he was quite intelligent. I object. There's absolutely no need. Zhang Shengou said angrily. Can you just tell us already? More of them started to sweat. Chen Dao had a moment of realization, widening his eyes in disbelief. Hold on, Xiaolin. Surely you're not telling us to commit group suicide. Yes, that's right. My God. After a moment, the quiet prison cell once again erupted in clamor. Chapter 483, Suicide. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Suicide. Xiaolin did say suicide. Everyone immediately understood it after thinking for a bit. As one of the nations that used to be subservient to Dawn Academy, the kingdom had resurrection towers within it. Resurrection towers were basically the mascots of the academies. Since they were within the area of a resurrection tower, then dying would only cost them 20 years of their lifespan. They would be resurrected next to a tower. That was Dawn Academy's biggest trump card to stabilize their rulership, but seeking death voluntarily to escape difficult situations was a way to use it as well. However, everyone found it hard to accept suicide. Han Manman was the first to question it. Do we really need to go to the degree of suicide? It's only a monthly examination. Putting aside whether or not we can complete it, rewards aside, we'd be throwing away 20 whole years of our lives. It's true, it seems to be a good way to escape, but we don't have to go that far. Once we recover, escaping won't be a problem. Zhang Shengou agreed with Han Manman. The other monitors did have more neutral views, but the fear of suicide was not something they could easily overcome. They also felt like Xiaolin was making a big deal out of nothing. The arguments in the prison cell were within Xiaolin's expectations. He remained quiet as he listened to everyone's reservations and objections. When everyone else stopped, he slowly said, I understand your concerns. In truth, I'm also a bit afraid of the idea of suicide. Who would do that if they didn't need to? I'm just afraid. I'm scared that we will never be able to escape if we lose out on this chance. Alarmist words. Someone retorted. Do you have any proof? Yes. Who's heard of Asabana? Xiaolin suddenly said. Asabana? Who's that? There was a brief moment of silence. He's the former High Priest of Thunder Kingdom. Class 6's Li Jie was quite versed in information. She helped explain the priest's past to the others. Xiaolin nodded. It's more or less like that, but the High Priest actually did not die. He has a grudge against our academies, and used all sorts of ways to destroy us. I suspect that this was a scheme by him. At least, he definitely has a part in this. That was actually a conclusion he had reached via process of elimination. Everything that had happened in the past 2 days showed that they were being schemed against. If he had an enemy in the new world, then it could only be Ecubana, that old undying priest. If all of this was not arranged by the Academy, then it could only have been that High Priest's plans. Ecubana controlled the bodies of others. I think we are currently being locked and ignored because the ones that captured us are waiting for their master to arrive, which is why we can still escape now. But it will be too late if Ecubana arrives. Xiaolin smiled bitterly. Ecubana was very well versed in necromancy. The mysterious spirit he saw the last time he came to the New World had alarmed Xiaolin. He did not expect Ecubana to be so persistent. Every time he came to the New World, he noticed traces of that priest. Of course, Xiaolin hoped that his guess was wrong as well, but he did not dare take the risk. The other monitors were naturally unfamiliar with Ecubana, and what had happened to Xiaolin before was all classified. He could not easily reveal it. Xiaolin could only say, to be honest, if it was not for the fact that the Academy's latest information showed that the resurrection towers in the Rosa Kingdom are still fine, I would not have thought of this plan at all. Basically, with a 50% chance, I would suggest that everyone does it, but no matter what, I won't force anyone. The arguments continued for a long time, until everyone started starving. They noticed that no one was sending in any food or drink. Unless their captors planned on having them starve to death, it was possible that it was just as Xiaolin said, their captors were just in charge of guarding them. Anything else would have to wait for the true mastermind's decision. Finally, someone started to think about Xiaolin's suggestion. If we're killing ourselves, how will we do it? Xiaolin had not said anything after the initial decision because he had seen a rock in the corner. After a long time, he had managed to sharpen the rock. When someone asked, he raised the rock, which glinted in the darkness. I'll leave first then. Bye-bye. Xiaolin smiled as he said. Not many people had the courage to commit suicide. He was actually very nervous. He was even more concerned for Ibea. He did not know if she had been captured or if she had escaped. Taking a deep breath, Xiaolin relaxed his muscles as much as he could, or he would not be able to guarantee that a rock of that degree could pierce his strengthened skin. Not waiting for anyone to speak, the sharp stone glinted before piercing into his heart. Pop! Large amounts of blood began to gush out. Xiaolin clenched his teeth tightly, not letting himself scream. He did not know if there was anyone standing guard outside, and did not want to expose himself. Death was really unpleasant. His entire body burned with intense pain. Thankfully, his consciousness faded, and after a large amount of blood escaped him, Xiaolin quickly passed out. His body turned cold before it started to go transparent. After that, it shattered into various star-like spots, drifting into the air before disappearing. Everyone else was dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen a resurrection in front of them. They more or less had to show some respect for Xiaolin's decisiveness, but, as for who would do it next, everyone looked at each other before falling into silence. Even though the torture before dying felt like years to Xiaolin, when he suddenly opened the eyes again, it felt like only a second had passed. He was lying down on the smooth stone platform at that moment. Next to it was a silver resurrection tower. Only after seeing the resurrection tower did his heart relax. He only dared to take that gamble because he believed in Dawn Academy's report that the resurrection towers in the Rosa Kingdom were unharmed. It was not that he was worried that the rebels would destroy it. They would never do that unless they were willing to stand against Dawn Academy. But Xiaolin was worried about Ecubana. He did not forget what happened in Wildfire Town with that rotten and non-functional resurrection tower. That was why when he saw the silver resurrection tower, Xiaolin felt incredibly relaxed. Xiaolin climbed off the stone platform and started to move about. His strength had recovered. It seemed like the restrictions on them were only physical, and it disappeared after resurrecting. Chapter 484, Royal City. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. The Resurrection Tower was built indoors. The roof was built with special, transparent gems. There was also a statue of a god, and surrounding him were various stone platforms. The resurrections here were all completed on the stone platform. As Xiaolin was accessing things, the stone platform next to him started to glow a faint blue light. He immediately went on alert, but when he realized it was the sign of resurrection, he guessed that the other class monitors had followed him. He was quite interested in the mechanics behind the resurrection towers. Based on his prior understanding, the towers would absorb the dispersed souls of any colonists, and would use a special law to reassemble them before giving a flesh and blood body. However, it was the first time he had seen someone else resurrect. The blue orbs were probably soul fragments. Those orbs persistently came out of the silver resurrection tower, and quickly condensed. It got more and more condensed, and after a few minutes, the soul started to fade in and out until it turned completely transparent. Regretfully, the one who was resurrected was not the other monitors, but rather a young East Asian man. He rubbed his shoulders when he got up, muttering a few words before he looked at Xiaolin, who was staring at him. The man immediately put up a defense, causing Xiaolin to remark to himself that the man's reactions were quick. He was definitely not weak. After a few seconds, the man relaxed, smiling as he said, "I overreacted. Anyone who can resurrect here would be a friend." "Brother, which department are you from? I've never seen you before." Xiaolin hesitated for a little, but when the man in front of him showed the Dawn Academy emblem, he relaxed. The emblem was like their national emblem. No one would put that on in the colonial territories. The only ones who would have them were government officials working in foreign lands. It was obvious that the man was a government official of Dawn Academy. "I'm a first-year student from Dawn Academy. I came to the Rosa Kingdom for an assignment." Xiaolin deliberately withheld the monthly examination. The man paused before slapping his forehead. "So you're the ones who came over for the monthly examination?" "I know about it. I was supposed to be the one in charge of you once you got to the royal city." The man immediately mentioned the monthly examination, proving that his status was definitely real, causing Xiaolin's worries to disappear. The man called himself Liang Taibai. He was a foreign official within the Rosa Kingdom. He was supposed to be in charge of the examinees when they arrived. However, he was unlucky, and had been ambushed and killed when he went out on business. "Where are the others? How did you die? Were you attacked on the way? Was it a wild beast or the rebels?" Liang Taibai was not surprised at Xiaolin's death. The Rosa Kingdom was quite chaotic. "I killed myself." The man was speechless. Following that, Xiaolin spent half an hour talking about their story. He had wanted to find out from Liang Taibai if it was arranged by the academy, but the official's changing expressions gave him the answer. The griffins were definitely arranged by the academy. "Ah, I should not have told you that before the end of the examination." Liang Taibai regretted it after he said it, but his expression turned serious. "However, the kidnapping was definitely not arranged, based on my information." Pausing, he continued, "Furthermore, those griffins were to test your reactions. We arranged for the attack to disperse after an hour or two. It's not possible for it to last an entire night." Xiaolin panicked. "Then you need to immediately send people to rescue them." "I'm worried as to what will happen if we're too late." "Where are they?" Xiaolin paused before asking, "Where are we now?" "The royal city." Xiaolin fell silent. The royal city's resurrection tower was a large model, but the effective radius was the entire city, and maybe the neighboring areas at most. That meant that they had been brought so close by. Based on Xiaolin and everyone else's estimates, they had been kidnapped not one whole day after they fell asleep before being sent into the prison cells. In just half a day, how could they have arrived at the royal city? Griffins. Xiaolin immediately found the answer. If the griffins were the mode of transport, then it was not strange for the journey to take only half a day. It was obvious that the griffins that attacked them that night had broken free of the academy's control. "We should head to the embassy. I need to report this immediately and save the rest of them." Liang Taibai's face was sweating. He immediately brought Xiaolin out of the resurrection tower. After leaving, Xiaolin saw an immense number of troops patrolling nearby. About 1,000 strong. These are all the troops of the Rosa Kingdom's royalty. Don't just look at the number, as their combat abilities aren't too high. This is only because we warned them repeatedly that if the resurrection towers were destroyed, our relationship with the royalty would go the same way. including our rescue efforts, Liang Taibai explained to Xiaolin. It was the first time Xiaolin was at a royal city of Normese natives. Compared to Dawn City and New Washington, the relatively young city was not inferior in its prosperity, or maybe luxury was the more accurate term. Most of planet Norma's countries were monarchies. The royalty always ensured their cities were majestic and prosperous, but there was no use to it other than looks. Comparatively, the colonists had built their buildings with modern ideals. Few buildings were without a practical purpose. It was a pity that the streets and the houses were comparatively in worse shape, and were scarcely populated as well. Liang Taibai mentioned that, since the rebels were approaching, most of them had fled. The ones remaining either had no choice but to flee or had things they could not leave behind. Are they not willing to part with their riches? Xiaolin asked. That's right, and they're still hoping we'll extend a helping hand. Liang Taibai sighed. Surely it's not good for us if the Rosa Kingdom falls to the rebels. Xiaolin might not be clear on the political situation, but he knew a little. If the rebels did not maintain the Rosa Kingdom's subservience, then Dawn Academy would first lose all the resurrection towers in the kingdom. That would be quite a great loss. The military is refusing to send any troops. We have no other choice. The results of the negotiations were only to help the main royal family members escape to Dawn City before using our name to garner support and money, allowing them to reclaim the country. It feels a bit like we're leaving them to struggle by themselves thanks to what had happened before. Xiaolin did not have any goodwill toward the military. That's basically it. The military's focus is not here, and they're not willing to send any troops for this. Furthermore, it looks like they've already sent men over to negotiate with the rebels. As long as the resurrection towers are safe, they do not care about anything else. Chapter 485. Liang Taibai. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Liang Taibai's words made sense. Xiaolin knew that the military felt that Dawn Academy's greatest threats in the future came from the other academies as opposed to Planet Norma. That was why they would rather focus their manpower and resources on preparing to deal with the other academies. As for their subordinate countries, they only needed to preserve the core, which was the resurrection towers. As for who was the king, that did not matter. However, Xiaolin's expression sank. He thought of an even more serious question. How many people know about the contents of this monthly examination? Not many, but not that few either. That's because it involves the Intelligence and Foreign Affairs Department, so those involved would know about it, but it's kept a secret from outsiders. Liang Taibai furrowed his eyebrows. Do you think someone sold out your information internally, which caused you to be attacked? That's not very possible. Why would they sell out their own people? I wish I knew the reason as well. Otherwise, everything would be too big of a coincidence. We were attacked the moment we entered the Rosa Kingdom's borders, and we were captured the moment we arrived at the town. If the enemies did not know all of our movements, there's no way they could set up such an ambush. Don't think too much. I'm sure a problem just came up somewhere. Dawn Academy's embassy was situated in the most prosperous area of the city. The building that was filled with Chinese architecture could be seen from far away. Compared to how quiet everywhere else was, the embassy's entrance was very busy. There were a lot of people gathered at the front, but when they saw Liang Taibai appear, those people rushed forward, and the troops maintaining order nearby could not help but chase them away, even whipping them. Only then did they give way, allowing Liang Taibai to bring Xiaolin inside. Xiaolin looked at those of them who had been violently thrown to the ground, shouting in pain as they were beaten. He could not stand it, saying, "Is this really okay?" Liang Taibai sighed, but did not even turn around as he said, "You'll get used to it after a while." Most of Planet Norma's countries are like this. Be they led by kings or religious figures, commoners have no rights as well. These people want to gain the right to enter our colonial territories, but that's impossible. Why? Isn't an increase in the labor force a good thing? Xiaolin asked. Even if Dawn City's facilities were already quite complete, the surrounding areas were still being developed. As colonists, they would naturally not do such laborious jobs themselves, so the work could only be handed to the natives, which was why population growth was important to the colonists. The issuing of the permits were quite lax initially, but Liang Taibai paused for a moment, looking around before whispering, "Surely you know about the attempt on the dean." the assassin had been issued a permit to enter the capital. Who do you think would take responsibility for that? Who would dare? That's why, since then, the issuing of permits have gotten stricter, and we no longer dare to give it out so casually. Xiaolin was shocked. The dean's attempted assassination was actually made too big a deal last semester. Initially, everyone was shocked when it happened, but after that, even the papers moved on to other topics, and it was slowly forgotten by a lot of people. He felt like he needed to understand more of it, but it was not the time to do that. As Dawn Academy's subordinate country, the embassy's facilities were all of good quality. They had jeweled decorations, high-quality beast skin sofas and gilded floors. Even five-star hotels could not compare. According to Liang Taibai, due to the civil war, the embassy had been quite busy recently, and a lot of them were working out of office. The ones remaining were all low-ranking office workers helping to clear up documents. Liang Taibai seemed to be quite high-ranked because he had a large and luxurious private room to himself. The candles on the walls caused the room to feel warm. Let me pour you a local specialty. Liang Taibai warmly helped Xiaolin prepare something. But it was not coffee or tea. Instead it was a red, rose-like flower. The flower had been taken out even with the roots. Liang Taibai smiled and said, "This is the rose. Oh, of course it's not the rose we know, it's an Ormese rose, the symbol of this country." Xiaolin was speechless. Was it popular to bring out flowers for guests here? Liang Taibai was laughing. He picked up another rose before taking out a small straw, sticking it into the roots before sucking on it. The light red-colored petals suddenly darkened before decaying in a flash. Xiaolin was surprised, and tried it out as well. He sucked on it, and a refreshing liquid flowed into his mouth through the straw. The faint fragrance of the flower had a thick and natural sweetness. That feeling of refreshment coursed through his entire body, and even reduced the fatigue he felt after resurrecting. Not bad. Ha ha, isn't it? This thing is quite a popular product in most of the academies. Differently colored petals all have different flavors. Liang Taibai had wanted to continue, but looking at Xiaolin's distracted look, it was obvious what was on his mind, and Liang Taibai wisely switched to the main topic. As for the ones who kidnapped you, do you have any leads? I don't have a lot of manpower here, but the Rosa Kingdom listens to us. It's not impossible to get their help. I suspect it might be a Sabana. That undying old man again, son of a beach. That incident in Wildfire Town had already tortured us enough. If it's him, then it'll be troublesome. Liang Taibai furrowed his eyebrows. Last semester, Xiaolin and Lilith had met the spirits of Sabana controlled in Wildfire Town, and even found a corrupted resurrection tower. However, the matter did not cause any waves to this day, so it was probably concealed, probably to prevent panic. Right, what happened with Wildfire Town back then? It seemed like Liang Taibai had some understanding of what happened last semester, and Xiaolin could not help but ask about it. Liang Taibai sucked on 2 roses before leaning into the sofa, staying quiet for a long time before vaguely saying, "This matter involved a lot of people, and it's very serious. The Academy has already reported it to the High Council. It won't be easy to hear about it. It's very rare for anything to be reported there. Basically, this isn't something you or me can get involved in." Chapter 486, Impossible to Unravel. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Liang Taibai asked about Xiaolin as well, but he really did not know anything about Xiaolin. That was quite normal. As an official who was always in foreign lands, Liang Taibai would not know too much about the academies, especially when it came to the new students. To be honest, the monthly examination is very strange this time. I heard of the change in curriculum, but sending the students to such a chaotic country is really crazy. Liang Taibai did not understand the meaning of the monthly examination. Even if there were resurrection towers, he knew very well that 20 years were very precious to new students. I heard that it was arranged by the military, Xiaolin muttered softly. Liang Taibai looked at him, surprised at Xiaolin's information, but he quickly said, "Well, our superiors know best. We should just do our part." That's right, this information was supposed to be given to you all when you arrived. I'll give it to you for now. You can pass it along once everyone is here. In the man's hand was a thick folder of information. On top was the assignment for the monthly examination, and the list of names they would need to send. There were over 20 people, princes and princesses included. However, after looking through it, Xiaolin said curiously, "There's no king." The only one missing from the list was the king of the Rosa Kingdom. Even if Dawn Academy did not plan on taking the king away, based on the current situation, the kingdom being taken over by the rebels was just a matter of time. The people outside who were trying to get into Dawn Academy's territories were the best proof. Everyone understood that there was no way to protect the city. The rebels are getting powerful. We'll need something to placate them. Otherwise, how would we continue our relationship with them? Liang Taibai said meaningfully. Xiaolin understood. They were basically going to sell the king to the rebels in exchange for the rebels assuming and maintaining Dawn Academy's status as their superiors. Even if he knew the kings in the New World were not necessarily tyrants, most of them still exploited their people. Basically, not many of them were good people. However, to betray their own subordinate country so easily still felt wrong. Xiaolin shook his head, opening the document and earnestly saying, "Let's forget about the monthly examination for now. There are some things I need your help arranging." "Alright. The first is to send someone to stand guard at the Resurrection Tower. There might be other monitors who will resurrect there soon. The second thing is to continue investigating where they were kidnapped. The best is if you blanket search everything. This should not be delayed. I'm afraid something will happen if we're too late. The third thing, I hope you can issue a search warrant for a little girl named Ibea. It's best if the embassy does this. Don't let the royal family interfere." "Alright." Liang Taibai paused for a moment before agreeing. Xiaolin let out a sigh of relief, and decided to ask for a room to rest. Restructuring of the soul and the creation of a new body made resurrection extremely tiring. On top of that, resurrection did not alleviate mental stress. Basically, Xiaolin needed to sleep. It was already the second day since they left Dawn Academy. There were only 8 days left until the end of the monthly examination. Liang Taibai was quick to act. Xiaolin had slept till the next day, and he received Liang Taibai's notification when he woke up. First of all was the Resurrection Towers. After Xiaolin, there were 4 others who had resurrected. They were Li Jie, Chen Dao, Cheng Ming, and An Luo. They resurrected at a later time and are resting now. Other than that, I managed to get some information about the capture from them, and I've gotten the kingdom's troops to investigate. We managed to find somewhere similar this morning, but we're still not sure. Do you need to come with me that fast? Xiaolin paused, immediately asking, what about the others? Other than Cheng Ming and the rest of them, if you found the prison, were the others not there? It's regretfully Liang Taibai shook his head. Xiaolin's heart sank. He now hoped that the promising location they had found was wrong. Since the others were still resting due to the weakened state of their bodies after resurrection, they needed to rest to recover, so he did not look for Cheng Ming and the others. Instead, he went alone with Liang Taibai. What confused him was that they did not walk toward the outside of the city. Instead, they went right to the heart of the city. The building in the middle of the city was the palace. Liang Taibai saw his confusion and said, actually, there are only a few prison cells close to the city, so it's not hard to investigate. We have eyes within the palace, and they told us that the royal prison had a few special people locked up recently, and had not allowed anyone to get close. They were suspicious. Unfortunately, the prisoners had been moved when we got there. Borrowing the status as envoys from Dawn Academy, they were allowed through all the checkpoints with no issue. When they walked into the royal prison, Xiaolin squinted, and the familiar surroundings basically confirmed that was the place immediately. To be sure, he had checked the 2 cells in detail, and managed to find a stone with dried blood on it. There were also visible remnants of blood around it. Liang Taibai guessed the answer from Xiaolin's expression, and his face darkened. Even a bit of rage was visible. The Rosa Kingdom is really crossing the line. I won't talk about the ambush on me, but now something like this happened. Ahem, I think they're forgetting the power of Dawn Academy. That's right. You said you were ambushed. What happened? I was killed by black magic. It was really unfortunate. I never had much resistance against black magic. Was it the dark races? Liang Taibai shot him an astonished look. You know of the dark races? The Rosa Kingdom is one of the places the dark races dwell. But Planet Norma's dark races usually keep a low profile. It's not like the myths on Earth where they only know to kill. they usually know how to protect themselves, and would not voluntarily participate in any troublesome matters. "Let me stay here for a bit. I want to see if there are any clues," Xiaolin suddenly said. Liang Taibai agreed, and told Xiaolin he had already helped Xiaolin greet the royalty. The investigation would need to be accommodated unconditionally, so no matter what happened and no matter what he needed, Xiaolin could just look for those within the palace. Xiaolin thanked him. Once Liang Taibai left, Xiaolin sat down cross-legged. The current pressing matter was to locate the other class monitors. No one could help him with that, because until now, he did not even know who was behind all of it. However, now he had a good chance to understand it. He lightly touched his forehead and started to focus his mental strength. Quickly, the third eye on his forehead started to surface. The third eye Silverlight had given him back then was still not very stable, and even opening it caused Xiaolin to feel tired. Chapter 487, Rewinding Time Again. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Xiaolin could not afford any delay, and immediately activated the power of Time Rewind. It was his first time using that ability after gaining the third eye. Silverlight had warned him against using it casually, but he had no other choice. If he did not manage to figure out where his fellow class monitors were, and if they really were taken away by a Sabana, nothing good could come out of it. When Silverlight transferred the eye to him, she had also planted her memories on how to activate it. The mental and physical cost of activating Time Rewind was immense. Even in his miracle state, Xiaolin did not feel like he had enough, and had to raise his power even more. Thankfully, he had gotten enough rest yesterday, allowing him to activate Ruin easily. Following the memories that Silverlight had given him, Xiaolin focused all his mental strength toward his forehead to enlarge his third eye, which started to emit a warm glow. Time Rewind. Activate. As the light enveloped the cell, Xiaolin's mind fell into a strange state of emptiness. Countless scenes were rapidly being played in front of him. It was the start of the reverse flow of time. His next step would be to pick out the appropriate stop. It was a little like watching TV. Xiaolin focused his whole attention on it until a familiar sight flashed by in his mind. He immediately opened his eyes, and the light on his forehead exploded outward, completely covering the prison cell. The scenery outside was all swallowed in white light. It was not his first time experiencing Time Rewind. When Xiaolin's vision cleared up, he did not feel the shock he did the first time, but was still surprised by that mysterious skill. Each time Time Rewind was used, the power needed was based on the time and scale. It was different from when they returned to ancient times. This time, he only rewinded it by 2 days, and the scope was only the prison cell. So even though the immense cost had Xiaolin feeling dizzy, even with Ruin activated, it was still something he could withstand. Xiaolin still stood in that prison cell, but his surroundings had been cut off by the wall of time, placing him in a completely different world. He had been worried he would accidentally break the wall like the last time and cause unexpected results. But after waiting for a few minutes, everything seemed peaceful. Xiaolin let out a sigh of relief. The prison cell at that moment was when Xiaolin had just committed suicide. His body was already turning into spiritual fragments, returning to the Resurrection Tower. For someone who had used Time Rewind for the first time, the timing he had returned to was quite accurate. Xiaolin had wanted to know what happened after he died as well. His death led to the other monitors to be in a brief state of shock, but they awkwardly fell silent. No one dared to follow suit just yet. 2 hours passed by just like that. The monitors were still arguing with each other. All of them had their own opinions, but no one managed to convince anyone else. The first to make the decision was Chen Dao. He had just had an intense quarrel with Han Manman and a few others. Since he was the youngest among them, he had been mocked as naive. In his fury, he decided he no longer wanted to bicker and followed Xiaolin. After that, Cheng Ming had slowly started to trust Xiaolin's judgment after repeated deliberation, but his method of suicide was a bit sad. Since his physique was too strong, a simple rock was unable to pierce him, so he chose to ram his head into the wall to kill himself. His brain juices splattering everywhere shocked all of those who could not make a decision. What surprised Xiaolin were An Yuo and Li Jie. The two of them did not speak much usually, and had not interacted with Xiaolin much either. When Cheng Ming committed suicide, they made the same choice. Those who remained continued to quarrel. As it got later, they had lost their last chance because the entrance of the prison cell opened for the first time. Xiaolin, who was falling asleep watching the movie, was immediately shocked awake as he narrowed his eyes and appraised the situation. The man in front had black robes, and on his head was a grey hood that covered most of his face. Xiaolin could not see what he looked like, regardless of the angle, so it was obvious that he was a very careful man. The man walked around the prison cell twice before muttering in a low voice, "No, we're missing 5 people. Missing 5 people." Someone rushed in behind him hurriedly, probably the guards of the palace, since Xiaolin had seen quite a few people in similar attire that day. He hurriedly counted before stuttering, "No, impossible. We guarded this place strictly. No one could possibly have escaped. We followed your instructions strictly and even applied restrictions on them. You thought that the restrictions would be perfect, and did not have anyone guard them the whole time, right? Did you forget what I told you? These heretics can resurrect. They only need to kill themselves to leave this place." The man's shouts were very sharp, and the monitors in the cells could not help but close their ears. But it's suicide. How could that be possible? Who would just kill themselves? The guard's face wore disbelief. "Useless trash," the man coldly roared, his hands suddenly shooting out of his robes as a strange green energy ball quickly condensed before spreading to hit every one of the guards. They did not even have the time to cry out before the green light enveloped their bodies, and they decayed into puddles. "Tell Sheikh so I'll be bringing them away. But the one I really need isn't here. Make him think of a way." The man left one guard alive, using the guard to pass on the message. The dumbfounded guard immediately nodded in acknowledgement before stumbling away. The monitors were shocked, but they were not scared, and immediately started to challenge, "Kill us if you dare. You'll never get any information from us." The person was obviously an enemy, and was definitely targeting Dawn Academy. They were naturally worried about being tortured. Compared to that, death was a release. It was only 20 years of their life they would lose. "You don't have to be afraid. I'm just inviting you back for some experiments. As for the resurrection tower, you'll see it soon, as you so wish." To the man's sinister laugh only made them feel even more terrified. After that, the man used some method to cause all the monitors to fall unconscious before getting someone to wrap them all up in black cloth. In the cover of night, they left. Chapter 488. Difficult situation. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. The time rewind scene stopped there. Following that, Xiaolin's vision blurred, spun, and went dark. When light returned, he had already returned to the present. Even if it was just a small-scale rewind, it still used up all his physical and mental strength. Coupled with the weakness he felt after dismissing Ruin, Xiaolin could only lean against the wall to support his own body. The guards noticed his odd state, and hurried over to support him. Thanks to Liang Taibai's instructions, they knew that he was no ordinary person from Dawn Academy, and did not dare offend him. After returning to the embassy, Xiaolin did not dare go rest. Liang Taibai had errands to run out of his office, so Xiaolin could only wait in the office, repeating the name Shakespeare on his lips. That was the biggest thing he learned with Time Rewind, which was the name the mysterious man brought up. Xiaolin wanted to wait for Liang Taibai to return before investigating, since the man was obviously more familiar with the Rosa Kingdom. However, after repeating the name a few times, he felt a sense of familiarity with it. As he waited, Xiaolin suddenly stood up from the sofa, losing all sense of fatigue as he hurried to the desk. He looked through a pile of documents, examination materials that Liang Taibai showed him yesterday. Xiaolin only stopped after flipping through and finding a few familiar words. It was the list of royal members they were supposed to escort, and there was a name on that list, Shakespeare. Shakespeare, male, 26 years old. The 10th in line for the throne of the Rosa Kingdom. He kept a low profile, and rarely participated in court matters. As the 10th in line, it meant that, unless he hit the jackpot, he had no hope at all to take the throne in his lifetime. However, since he had a personality that was easy to control, Dawn Academy had deliberately added him into the list to be escorted. The fact that they were locked in the royal prison meant that there was definitely someone pulling the strings inside. Yet, looking at the information, Xiaolin began to suspect that Shakespeare might actually be a puppet being controlled by someone else. When Liang Taibai returned, Xiaolin immediately reported the situation to him. Liang Taibai wisely refrained from asking him where the information was from, and instead indignantly brought him to see Shakespeare. As a prince of the Rosa Kingdom, the man was actually in an awkward spot. Thanks to the impending danger facing their kingdom, Dawn Academy's embassy was more powerful than him. Naturally, no one dared offend Dawn Academy for a prince without any real power. Even though Shakespeare was listed as 26 years old, Xiaolin almost thought he was 62. He looked very old. His hair was sparse, a mix of black and white. The wrinkles on his face were numerous. Even though he was wearing eye-catching clothes, he still looked like he was caught off guard, and lacked the dignity or aura of royalty. "You're Shakespeare?" With Liang Taibai's permission, Xiaolin immediately asked him this. Since the Rosa Kingdom was familiar with Mandarin, language was not a problem at all. Yes, I am," Shakespeare stuttered out an answer, looking obviously very nervous. "I've got enough evidence to prove that you had allied with outsiders to kidnap our students. Do you admit it?" Xiaolin's face was cold. It was best to assert dominance immediately when faced with cowards like him, in order to scare the other party. However, Shakespeare's performance surprised even him. Xiaolin had been worried about what to do if he refused to admit it, but he did not expect Shakespeare's expression to immediately pale when he said so. The prince's entire body collapsed, like he had lost his bones, saying, "I said I would definitely be discovered. What can I do? I really didn't mean it. I didn't mean to do it." Xiaolin and Liang Taibai looked at each other. After that, they interrogated the prince for an hour. The prince spilled everything. Around half a month ago, a man in a black hood had found him, claiming to be able to seize the throne for him as long as he helped provide a hideout and a list of Dawn Academy's people in Rosa. After some threats and promises, the weak-willed Shakespeare agreed. After that was everything Xiaolin already knew about. As for the hiding spot of the black-robed person, Shakespeare did not know at all, because after moving the class monitors away, the black-robed man disappeared as well. It was pointless to be angry at that point. Liang Taibai had just removed Shakespeare's name from the escort list, but the following investigation yielded no results. It was already the third day, and the two of them were feeling a sense of urgency. On a normal schedule, they only had a few days before the group would be out of the Rosa Kingdom's soil. If they allowed the black-robed individual to take the monitors out of the kingdom, then it would mean that they would leave the coverage of a resurrection tower. At that point, it would be very difficult to find them. After all, Dawn Academy's relationship with the other powers was not the best. To Dawn Academy, what they stood to lose was not only a few class monitors, it also concerned their dignity and honor. If they allowed their own people to be kidnapped so easily in a subordinate country, it would be a massive humiliation. That was why Liang Taibai had prioritized that news so much when he heard of it. Based on what he said, the situation had already been reported, and Dawn City would send a skilled squad over to investigate, but receiving the news and getting here would take them at least 2 more days. In the 2 key days, Xiaolin could only move around in panic without any clues. Cheng Ming and the others had woken up as well, but they did not have any useful information either. After understanding the severity of the situation, all of them had wanted to help, which Xiaolin allowed. After all, it was just a few extra eyes. A turning point came during the evening, just as Xiaolin was preparing to head back to the embassy after a wild goose chase. In the shroud of the evening, the scarcely populated city felt extremely deserted. "Big Brother Xiaolin, Big Brother Xiaolin." A clear and soft voice could be heard from the corner of a street. Xiaolin was on alert, and immediately looked over. There stood a slender girl in the shadows. The darkness of the streets blurred her face, but Xiaolin could still tell with a glance that it was Ibe, who had been missing for a long time. "Ibe!" Xiaolin shouted, but the girl did not respond. Instead, she turned around and ran away. He immediately followed. Ibe was not fast, nor was she slow. She was standing still after a while of running, as if waiting for Xiaolin to catch up. Once he did, she would once again run away. never responding at all to Xiaolin's shouts. Chapter 489, Ibeya's Uncle. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Ibeya seemed to be guiding Xiaolin. When Xiaolin finally caught up to her, he noticed that he was no longer in the royal city. Ibeya stood at the entrance of a very unusual manner, waving to Xiaolin before walking inside. Xiaolin furrowed his eyebrows and was immediately on high alert. He measured his surroundings, noticing trees around him that were blooming with flowers despite it being autumn. The manor looked very old, but it was not broken down. The grey walls had vines growing on them, and the evening light gave it a golden coat, making it look quiet and peaceful. There were 3 large, black dogs guarding the entrance of the manor. Of course, they looked like just dogs. As Xiaolin walked by, they narrowed their eyes and shot looks at him. The surprising action was enough to alarm Xiaolin, allowing him to understand that those animals had very high offensive capabilities. Ibeyu unhappily shouted at the dogs, chasing them away before affectionately moving over to hold Xiaolin's hand. She skipped with him into the manor. Even though he still had his suspicions, seeing as the familiar Ibeyu was back, Xiaolin breathed a sigh of relief, asking, "Where did you go? I was very worried about you." "Oh, and where is this?" "Haha, I knew you would have a lot of questions. I can answer the first question right now. When we were at the town, I noticed there were people sneaking up on all of you, but you'd all had a sleeping spell cast on you. I could not break the spell, so I left for a bit before following all of you into the royal city quietly. I wanted to try and save all of you, but I heard that you got out a few days ago." Ibeya clapped her hands happily. Xiaolin could not help but smile bitterly. He had gotten out, but a few of the class monitors were still there. He knew that Ibeya did not care about the others at all though. As for the second question, "Uncle will tell you where this is later." Ibeya blinked her adorable eyes, bringing Xiaolin in as she opened the door. "Uncle?" Xiaolin's mind was full of questions. The light within the house was sparse. It was already the evening, but there were no lights inside at all. He could not help but sneeze as he entered. Planet Norma was going through autumn, and most families had lit up furnaces for warmth, yet this place was still freezing, which was very strange. "You must be Xiaolin." A cold voice came from the darkness as a pair of red eyes focused on him. "You're Ibeya's uncle?" Xiaolin felt that it was weird. He remembered that Ibeya had told him she had no family. As a child born out of wedlock to a royal family, the Rosa Kingdom did not acknowledge her existence. "Yes, Her Highness Ibeya has told me about you over the last few days. I really wanted to see what sort of human had managed to catch her eye." The old-fashioned voice did not have any change of tone, but it was still getting closer. Thanks to the darkness, he could not tell what the speaker looked like, but he could still tell that the other party was getting closer. That person calling Ibeya Her Highness confused Xiaolin even more, but at the next second, his instincts immediately kicked in. A strong, sharp wind whizzed toward him like a blade, giving him less than a second to react. Xiaolin immediately dodged to the left, but even so, he felt warm blood flowing down his face. The sudden attack infuriated him. Ibeya wanted to walk up to stop it, but she was restricted by a cage that appeared from the ground. Xiaolin did not want to participate in a meaningless fight, but he noticed that the door he had wanted to retreat out of had disappeared. Not only that, the windows had all gone missing as well. Without any light, the inside of the house was completely pitch black. "You're crazy." Xiaolin was getting frustrated and immediately activated Miracle. Since he could not use his eyes, he would have to use his perception. What angered Xiaolin even more was that his equipment had been taken away when he was kidnapped. They had traced everything to the royal prison, but they still needed time to find all the gear. At that point, he was empty-handed, so all the sword techniques he had mastered were useless. If that's the case, ruin. Xiaolin once again raised his attributes with ruin. With his increased perception, he locked onto his foe immediately. He had first used flame ball and flame bullets to attack from a distance. The flames momentarily lit up the room, and he caught a glimpse of a wizened old man. But his spells had no effect. Boom! The old man lunged again after dodging the spells. The old man was not fast, but the narrow room did not give Xiaolin enough space to dodge. The old man's fists were as strong as charging elephants. Xiaolin had planned on blocking after seeing his opponent's age, but just one punch had sunk his feet inches into the floor. The next punch sent Xiaolin flying and slamming into the wall. "Stop it! Stop it now!" Ibe was shouting, but to no effect. The attacks continued. The old man's cold voice said, "Is that all? You disappoint me. If that's the case, you don't even deserve to leave here." The old man's voice had traces of killing intent. Xiaolin forced himself to stand up, surprised that the old man was so strong. He finally decided to stop holding back. He might not have a sword, but his attributes had been increased by quite a bit. He took a deep breath, slowly gathering the draconic power within him. With the draconic power that was stored in his body, he could completely mimic the power of dragon breath. Usually, the power was way too strong, so he did not use it lightly. As the dragon breath slowly condensed in the room, the old man seemed to gasp in shock. But even though he had given up on Xiaolin, he had decided to not spare Xiaolin as well. His attacks could not have been in vain. Xiaolin usually used a sword to unleash the dragon breath, but his fists worked fine in the absence of a blade. Even if the power would be lessened, Xiaolin did not care about anything else at that point. He raised his fist without any hesitation when he got up, and a faint glow condensed in his right hand. Xiaolin chose to slam his fist down before hitting, choosing against a direct attack in consideration of Ibe. Even so, the heat and light that exploded was enough to envelop the whole building. At the last moment, Xiaolin dashed next to Ibe, easily destroying the cage before protecting the girl. As for how the old man was, he did not care at all. Chapter 490, Ibe's Request. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. In a flash of white light, half the building had been turned to ash. Even without the assistance of a sword, the power of the dragon breath was still frightening. Opening his eyes and looking up toward the evening sky, Xiaolin pursed his lips. He had caused such a big scene, but thankfully, they seemed to be on the outskirts, and would likely not alarm the city guards. Ibe struggled out of his embrace, her face full of worry. Xiaolin knew she was worried about her uncle, and could not help but console. "I had no choice just now. Your uncle forced my hand. Each strike was vital. I'd probably have been killed if I didn't do what I did earlier." Ibe pouted. "No, you destroyed uncle's home. Once the rest of them come back, they might not let you off. Why did uncle let things get to this point? While he isn't back yet, let's hurry up and leave." "Your Highness, I'm not that petty," a cold voice said at that point. Xiaolin's eyes widened, seeing a pale-faced man slowly crawl out of the rubble. His black clothes had been completely torn, but thankfully his underwear was still intact. Of course, that was not the main point. Xiaolin could see that his exposed skin was not injured at all. Facing the dragon breath from just now, he was actually unharmed. "You're a vampire?" Xiaolin reacted. The natural regenerative abilities of vampires was something he had seen from Ibe. Is Mr. Xiao prejudiced against dark races? The old man's tone was still very mechanical, but it was less cold. The old man did not attack when he moved closer, and even addressed Xiaolin properly, signaling that he acknowledged Xiaolin's strength during that short battle. "I haven't been on planet Norma for long, but our home country has always emphasized equal rights for all races, and it's the same here," Xiaolin answered honestly. The old man nodded. He could not see any trace of falsehood on Xiaolin's face. He finally managed to relax from that, but the old man still did not have a single trace of a smile on his face. His tone once again got warmer. "Let's talk in the basement." The basement? Xiaolin did not dare say anything after he had just destroyed the other person's home. The basement's entrance was about 200 meters away, and was very different from the basement he had imagined. The basement was actually a small room, with even a living room and bedroom. The dark races basically live like rats in a lot of places. That's why, no matter where we are, we live in more secluded places to prevent regular inspection, Ibe explained. "Doesn't the Rosa Kingdom tolerate dark races?" Since he had done some research beforehand, Xiaolin knew that a lot of places on planet Norma did indeed have laws against dark races, but the Rosa Kingdom at least lacked such conditions. Ibe laughed coldly. They just want to increase their income. Even though we can stay in the royal city, we are discriminated against and exploited everywhere. Do you think those vicious and greedy nobles could be so kind? The old man seemed to hate some of the nobles of the Rosa kingdom as well. It sounded like it was the royalty as well. Xiaolin only listened on, having no opinion on the matter. Once they finished, he said, "What does that have to do with me? I'm just passing through." The old man looked at Ibeia, and she immediately wrapped around Xiaolin, sitting next to him on the soft sofa as she nuzzled her tiny head against his arm. "We need a country that belongs to us. And that would be our best chance right now. You can help us." Xiaolin was immediately on alert. He had always been somewhat vigilant toward her cuteness because he could not see through her exceptional lying. However, Ibeia had been on his side and had helped him a few times, so he was not stingy with his compassion for her. Even Yu Mei's warning did not completely sway Xiaolin. Xiaolin looked at Ibeia calmly, his expression warm as usual, but Ibeia felt a never-before-present sense of unfamiliarity. Her face panicked, and she leaned in even closer, holding back tears as she said, "Big brother, I know you're suspicious of my intentions, but I guarantee you, I bear you no ill will at all. You'll be helping us, and helping yourself as well." Xiaolin remembered the first time Lilith and him met Ibeia. She had tried to ask him to join the dark races, but Xiaolin was obviously not interested in giving up on humans. Now it looked like Ibeia had very big ambitions. She actually wanted to establish a country for the dark races. He had to admit that the Rosa Kingdom's civil war presented a very good opportunity. The place had already been friendlier to dark races than most, meaning there were more of their own than anywhere else. The civil war had slowly eroded the power of the royal family, and even now, just defending the royal city was a huge question. If Ibeia could really get enough support, once the royalty left the royal city, and before the rebel troops were garrisoned there, if they seized that time to unite all the dark races in the city, they might actually be able to seize control of the government. After that, they would only need to scare the rebels away from attacking. The way to do that was simple, which was to use Dawn Academy. Even if Dawn Academy did not help them with everything, the dark races only needed Dawn Academy to show its face, and the rebels would retreat willingly. That was the greatest possibility that Xiaolin could think of at that time. Ibeia's pitiful look was way too impactful. He could not help but show a caring look as he sighed bitterly. "You've thought of a good method, but do you really think I can influence Dawn Academy's decisions? You probably don't understand how our government works. I really don't have any standing." "No. It has nothing to do with Dawn Academy. We only need you." This time, the old man spoke with a firm and steely tone. Coupled with the old man's glowing eyes, Xiaolin's hair stood on end in the dimly lit basement. Xiaolin tugged at his clothes, pulling his arm away from Ibeia's embrace. He had to admit that the little girl was very convincing, and he did not want his basic judgment to be swayed by her powers. "In terms of skill, I'm just a student that just got to Black Iron rank. Even with our territories aside, just the natives alone have many people that can completely destroy me. In terms of influence, I basically don't know 99% of the people within the academy that really have power or influence. I even need to beg for help for my own matters sometimes. I won't have enough to be of any help to you." Chapter 491, King of the Dark Races. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Xiaolin logically broke everything down. No matter what, the old man's words sounded preposterous. Ibeiu earnestly listened to his analysis, and when Xiaolin finished, he looked at the two of them quietly, waiting for their response. Ibeiu cleared her throat, smiling enigmatically as she said, "You're right, but we don't care about that. We need you to reorganize our society. With your prestige, it'd be more than enough." "I don't understand." "Big brother Xiaolin is God's chosen." Ibeiu was probably getting frustrated with Xiaolin acting the fool, and could only drop that bomb. The living room fell quiet. Only their breaths could be heard. After a long while Ibeiu laughed, her laughter breaking the momentary silence. "Your expression was a bit scary just now. Were you thinking about killing us to shut us up? Would you really be willing to kill me?" Then came Xiaolin's turn to feel awkward. God's chosen was a normie's term. In academy terminology, it would mean one with an SS rank talent. Planet Norma might have countless talent holders, but to be called God's chosen, one could only be an SS rank talent holder. That was a secret, even within Dawn Academy. Only the Dean and that artificial intelligence, Bell, knew about it. Even someone as smart as Song Junlang could only guess at it, but he never managed to gain any evidence. SS rank talents can allow someone to gain tremendous status in a short while, just like Judge Academy's Lilith. However, it would also bring countless troubles, such as assassination and sabotage attempts. Before he gained enough power, keeping a low profile was key. Yet, now he had randomly been exposed by these two vampires. Xiaolin could not help but be shocked at how they obtained such classified information. Did they have spies or traitors within Dawn Academy? That was why Xiaolin really did consider killing them, but he gave up quickly because the old man had sensed it as well, and subtly approached Ibeia. Even his dragon breath failed to do anything to that old man. With his current weakness thanks to using Ruin, Xiaolin did not have a choice. Fine, Xiaolin shrugged, diffusing the situation. Even if it is as you say, I feel that this suggestion is crazy. All of this because I'm God's chosen? What do you actually need me to do? Ibeia exchanged a look with the old man, and the old man said, in our future country, we hope that you'll be our new king. Xiaolin stumbled a bit. The answer was way too out of his expectations. He said with some difficulty, that's not a joking matter. It really did seem like a joke. He did not believe that those people would just randomly pull anyone in to be a king. No matter how he looked at it, they were only planning on using him. Ibeia walked a few steps forward, closing the distance between them once again. That way, Xiaolin started to smell her fragrance. She really knew how to use her abilities to her advantage. I won't use you, and have no intention of lying to you. In truth, we have no other choice. Ever since the King of Darkness fell during ancient times, our race has been scattered. If you've looked us up, you should have some understanding of that history. Ibeia's voice was very pleasing to the ear. Xiaolin blushed a little. Their history lessons did not cover something so high level. Ibeia continued, in thousands of years, our race has constantly been torn apart, to the degree that it has been shattered. It's not that no one has tried to save it. It's just that it's useless. Do you know why? Xiaolin started to get the idea, but he just looked at Ibeia. Ibeia answered her own question. That's because there's a saying that came from our past, that the only person that can lead the dark races is God's chosen. Darkness is merely the reverse side of light. Since the beginning of creation, we have been neglected by God, so only God's chosen can reunite everything again. Just like the first King of Darkness, he was the first and only one of God's chosen in our history, but it's a pity that the glory from before has already been lost. Big brother, we aren't seeking our former glory, nor do we dream of ruling the world or even making an enemy out of your academies. We just want somewhere we can really call home. The old man slowly followed. Years ago, we found that person called Ivanovich. He had promised us as well. But it's a pity that man met his end early. If you're worried about your position, then you can relax. I can guarantee you right now, our future country will always be your best ally. If your academy wishes to rule the world, then fine, we'll help you. If you wish to take over land, we would also cooperate. We have this saying in our world as well, an enemy of our enemy is a friend. Is that not so? Ivanovich had promised you. Xiaolin finally snapped back to reality. That was the first SS rank talent holder in the history of the academies. He had actually met that old man. That's right, he was a very strong man. Xiaolin's mind was in disarray. He did not understand why Ivanovich had agreed to the request, or if that old man was just making things up. Of course, Xiaolin was more inclined to believe the second option. He might not have interacted with Ivanovich before, but that mythical man who created the law of immortality could not have betrayed mankind. It was illogical for him to help the dark races. As if sensing his disbelief, Ibeia pursed her lips and looked at the old man, asking, let's bring him to look at the thing. Maybe he'll believe us then. The old man seemed hesitant. Ibeia said urgently, if we miss out on this chance, who knows how long we'll have to wait. Big brother Xiaolin is the most suitable. As for that other girl, we don't even need to think about her. Lilith. After a brief moment of confusion, Xiaolin suddenly exclaimed, Ibea, was that meeting with you in Wildfire Town actually not a coincidence? Did you arrange for it all? Ibea was quite honest, or maybe she just did not think there was anything to hide at this stage, as she admitted, "That's right. My status allows me to not draw any suspicions." In truth, I had only wanted to get closer to that Lilith, since our reports only said that she was God's chosen, but then I met you accidentally, causing me to have to choose between the two of you. That's why I followed you the whole way, and it's only recently that I was sure you were the one we wanted. Chapter 492, What Ivanovich Left Behind. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. I'm certain you're the one we're looking for. Ibea's bright and charming eyes stared at Xiaolin, speaking with deep emotion. Anyone who did not know the situation would find it hard to withstand her persuasion. However, Xiaolin knew Ibea. He deliberately avoided her alluring eyes, ensuring his thoughts were not disturbed as he said, "Did you not want to show me something earlier?" "What is it?" Ibea pouted in disappointment. "Ivan had left something behind as proof of our mutual trust. Back then, we did not know what it was and did not care too much about it. When we finally understood what it was, we no longer dared take it out." Pausing, Ibea smiled bitterly. "Basically, we're afraid it will cause trouble." "I see." "Basically, the thing we have is very scary. Even though we know it has incomprehensible power, we don't know how to use it. Even if we did, we wouldn't dare it. However, you might be familiar with it." Ibea led the way with the old man as they left the basement. However, after finding out there was still a long way to go, he returned to the embassy to let Liang Taibai and Cheng Ming's group know he had something to do. The rest of them assumed he was investigating and did not question it. Ivan's thing was situated somewhere far in the outskirts of the royal city. Even with the three of them increasing their speed, it took them 3 hours to get there. Planet Norma's outskirts were not as brightly lit as on Earth. After leaving the city, it was just deserted and pitch-black wilderness. If not for his trust toward Ibea, Xiaolin would not have taken the risk in following them. Thinking about it, he was definitely very much on high alert. After all, Ibea and the old man's identities had not been mentioned until now. The night sky was not bad, and the wilderness did not look too dark. The old man was not a talkative person, and his sullen face looked a bit scary under the veil of the night. Thankfully, Ibea would start up conversations here and there, so their journey was not too boring. When they reached their destination, Xiaolin noticed it was a cave a few meters tall. At the entrance to the cave was a large golden door engraved with various patterns. Xiaolin saw Ibea walk forward, bite her lip and smear that blood on the patterns. After a rumbling sound, the large door started to open. Xiaolin remained cautious, and chose to walk behind the two of them, subtly activating his miracle state. The journey had allowed him to recover quite a bit, and with his strength and perception, he was more aware of his surroundings. However, there was no ambush like he had feared. The cave was not that large, and they followed a winding path before stopping at a narrow stone room. To be precise, it was a grave, because at the center of the room was a golden coffin that was covered in dust. "This is my father's final resting place," Ibea said in a low voice before raising her hands in prayer. After that, she exchanged a look with the old man and they worked together to open the coffin. Xiaolin was astonished and could not help but cast a few glances at Ibea. Even though he was not very familiar with the history of the dark races, his research in the library had given him some common knowledge, such as the fact that vampires had strict rules regarding their coffins. It was given based on their status, and those who had golden coffins had very high statuses, at the least on par with patriarchs of large families, or even leaders of certain areas. As the coffin slowly opened, the old man snapped his fingers, and the inside of the room was lit up with magical fire. The green flames were a bit frightening, but the inside of the coffin was empty, with only a few clothes and armor inside. There was no body, but Xiaolin did not ask about it. After all, it was Ibea's father's resting place. He merely waited and observed quietly by the side. The coffin did not only have one layer. The old man and Ibea carefully moved away all the objects on the first layer before exposing the second layer within. The second layer had a mechanism similar to the entrance, and used the blood from her wound that had yet to be healed. Once her blood covered the whole second layer, the mechanism started to slowly move. Ibea's face was a bit pale after losing so much blood, and she even started to stagger as she stood. Xiaolin lightly supported her shoulders, earning a brilliant smile from her. Of course, as a vampire, the blood loss would only weaken her, not threaten her life, but her pitiful state still tugged at his heartstrings. The third layer of the coffin was a very small entrance. Xiaolin was speechless, but the elaborate mechanisms had led him to be curious as to what it was hiding. Entering the place, the few of them carefully walked down a flight of seemingly 90-degree stairs. After about 100 meters in, they finally saw a miniature castle. The castle was adorned with jewels and pearls, and the natural glow lit up the underground. The palace was only as big as half a room, and other than a strangely narrow entrance on the top, there did not seem to be any way inside. That was why the air in that area was not great, causing Xiaolin to almost start gasping when he entered. The place was bathed in a mysterious and warm light. Xiaolin had thought that it was from the jewels around him, but when the light touched him, it caused a strange feeling which led Xiaolin to start to understand what their goal was. The inside of the castle was empty. Ibea and the old man had fallen silent, casting their gazes onto Xiaolin, as if they were testing him. Xiaolin did not speak. He looked around for a while before his sights fell on a transparent wall to the right. He slowly walked over, using his hand to wipe away some of the dust on the wall. He saw that the transparent wall had a shard the size of a thumb in the middle, causing him some shock. It was just as he was starting to suspect. He turned around and said, "A shard of creation? Ivanovich actually gave a shard of creation to you." The old man had a look of praise as he said, "You really are God's chosen." You saw through the history of this thing immediately. Ivan had said that only God's chosen could really use the shard, which was why we kept it here after what happened to him, and no one has dared to take it out for countless years. Xiaolin rolled his eyes internally. He did not know of the shard because he was chosen by some god. He only knew of it because of his promise to Ivan. Chapter 493, Shard. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. It was not actually Ivanovich himself, but rather a remnant of Ivanovich's memories that told Xiaolin about it, asking him to help gather the shards of creation. Even though Ivan had emphasized the severity of the matter, saying the shards that had been left behind since ancient times could affect this world and Earth, Xiaolin had yet to understand what practical use the shards had. Xiaolin had 2 shards at that moment. Other than the one Ivan had given him, there was also another one he had obtained in Onyxia's realm. He did not know how many shards there were in total, nor had he tried to look for them. After all, the world was so large, there was no way he could know where to look. However, now it seemed like his luck was not so bad. Even if he was not looking for them, he had found the 3rd shard of creation. If that's so, then forgive me for being rude. I'll be taking this shard, seeing as the old man and Ibea did not seem to have any intention of stopping him. Xiaolin retreated 2 steps before activating Ruin once again. The shard within the transparent wall started to vibrate, as if resonating with Xiaolin. The old man and Ibea looked at each other in shock. The old man had actually wanted to stop him when Xiaolin said he would take it. It might be a gift, but it was not possible for there to be no cost to it. In truth, they were just planning on letting Xiaolin see it, but seeing it had turned into giving it. The old man was a little frustrated, but when he saw the sight in front of him, his old face finally showed some expression, shock and disbelief. The shard has been activated. The old man sighed. He knew that no one could stop Xiaolin from taking the shard of creation away now. What do you mean by activated? Ibea asked curiously. We've kept the shard here for so long, mainly because we can't use it. The shard is merely a shard in our hands. It's no different from picking up a stone. However, he's activated the shard, just like Ivan all those years ago. Xiaolin remembered what Ivan's memories had told him before. The shards had a form of resonance with each other. Only, he had never felt such a strong resonance before that day. Bang! The shard within the wall had shot out. Even the solid jewels did not offer up any form of resistance. The shard the size of a thumb was quietly floating in front of Xiaolin's forehead, emitting vibrant light and heat. Xiaolin shut his eyes, and started to feel something reacting within his body. He quickly realized that the reaction was the 2 shards he had obtained before. After a few minutes, the light started to dim. When he opened his eyes again, Xiaolin was surprised to see that 3 shards were floating in front of him. The 3 shards seemed to have a magnetic field between them as they circled each other. The rotation got faster until an even brighter glow exploded outward, but that glow was brief. In the light, the 3 shards had gathered to the centermost point before fusing together into a dim, round object. The object once again floated toward Xiaolin's forehead. Xiaolin did not stop it. Instead, he chose to shut his eyes and accept it. The object seemed like a formless, gaseous object, dispersing the moment it touched Xiaolin's skin. At that moment, Xiaolin could clearly feel a mysterious power flow quickly throughout his body from his forehead. Every inch of skin, every organ, even every hair on his body was enveloped by the power. Huff! Xiaolin let out a long sigh after a while, his body slowly returning to normal. The feeling was an indescribable sense of comfort, like he had taken a bath in hot springs, allowing the water to flow all over his body, washing away all the filth, leaving him cleansed. The look of shock had already disappeared from the old man's face, leaving behind only a solemn and respectful look. It was a look of admiration he did not have before, and was near fanatical. Ibeia had some questions, but she did not speak up at that time. Thanks to the glow from the shard, the castle was filled with warmth at that time. Even those who were just standing behind could feel a strange sense of serenity. The state went on for an entire hour before the light slowly dimmed in the castle. Xiaolin, who had been standing there unmoving, finally turned around. His spirited face had no trace of fatigue on it. Facing Ibeia's anticipation and the old man's reverence, Xiaolin said, "Let's go back." The 2 of them had no opinions. After leaving the castle, Ibeia closed the coffin once again. It was already deep in the night when they left the cave, but Xiaolin had never felt better than he did at that moment. His footsteps felt light, and even raising his arms brought forth power that rustled the wind. The first one who could not stand the strange silence was Ibeia. Her voice was clear and pleasing as usual, but it was thick with confusion. "Big brother, what happened back there?" Xiaolin smiled softly. He raised his fist, feeling the power in his hands. He had some realization, but was not very sure, so he did not say anything. The old man said, "He absorbed the power of the shard of creation. The shard is just a rock to us, but he has truly mastered the shard." "Your Highness, you were right. He is the one most suited to bring us back to our former glory." Xiaolin turned around. "Hold on. What do you mean your former glory? I haven't agreed to anything." Yes, I know." Understood. The old man did not seem to take Xiaolin's words to heart. Xiaolin got frustrated. He had taken someone else's shard of creation. Even if Ivan had left it to them to guard, he had just taken it away. It was still not a great thing to do. Speaking of which, why do you keep calling Ibeia Her Highness? Is it because she was born of the Rosa Kingdom's royalty? Before that headache was resolved, Xiaolin decided to change the topic. The old man looked at Ibeia, and when the latter nodded, he said, "Her Highness's mother is a princess. But do you know who her father was?" Xiaolin shook his head. Would he have asked if he did? "Her father is the leader of our clan among the dark races. Those similar to vampires would all live among large clans, so that was not strange." Xiaolin blinked, not seeming to understand anything. A clan leader was within his expectations. The old man did not seem to have gotten to the main point. Chapter 494, Qualifications. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. The old man seemed a little exasperated. After a moment, he added, "My clan's name is Saint Claude." Oh, and then there was silence. Xiaolin and the old man looked at each other. It was obvious that the name meant nothing to Xiaolin. After a long awkward silence, Ibeia could not help but start laughing. Xiaolin was beginning to feel like Ibeia's clan could be a very powerful clan, but regretfully, he had never done any research on the subject. Ibeia once again interrupted, laughing as she said, "Big brother, there was once a king of darkness that led the dark races, and it's the only king we've ever had." "Yes, he's said that before." Xiaolin looked at the old man. Ibeia's bright eyes blinked, Continuing, the King of Darkness was named Saint Claude. Xiaolin was speechless. After another bout of silence, Xiaolin let out a dry cough, saying, "So you're telling me that your clan consists of the descendants of the King of Darkness?" "That's right," the old man said seriously. "Since IBEA trusts you and you could activate the Shard of Creation, we told you this secret. We hope you can keep it for us." IBEA did not seem to care as much. "It's actually not a big deal. Saint Claude had a glorious history during ancient times, but there has not been a new king after the King of Darkness fell. The Saint Claude clan has greatly deteriorated. There are quite a few of the dark races that know of our clan, but so what? In their eyes, maybe we're just like beggars on the street." "Your Highness." The old man was unhappy with IBEA's attitude. "No matter how many years have passed, the Saint Claude clan will always be a significant part of the history of the world. No one can disregard our existence." "How many are left from your clan?" Xiaolin asked. "Not many. They're all here." IBEA smiled ruefully. She obviously did not care much about the clan the old man so proudly flaunted. "How did your father die?" "Don't vampires have very long lifespans?" "Even this old man is still alive." Xiaolin pointed at the old man who was staring at him. IBEA's expression dimmed. "My father was hunted down by humans." "Hunted?" Xiaolin paused. "You know that most of the world does not allow for dark races to exist. A country toward the north even treats us as monsters, even having specialized squads to hunt us down. Even though the Saint Claude clan has fallen to this degree, our ancient reputation is still enough to make us a primary target." IBEA smiled pitifully. "Isn't it funny? Our glory as a clan has turned into the reason we die." Xiaolin was speechless. A clan that sounded as powerful as that only had 2 people left. Their name that was useless had caused them to be targets for hunting. It really was quite pitiful. "What about your mother?" "I told you before, my mother is a princess from the Rosa Kingdom. She passed away after I was born." "Oh. I was just making sure." "It looks like you did not lie to me about that." "Hold on, you're really not lying to me, right?" IBEA was silent. Xiaolin half-jokingly teased her before turning serious again, returning to the initial question, "What do you actually need me to do?" "Even if you were royalty before, even if you have a long history, I still don't understand what I can do for you. I know your journey here is to escort away all the main members of the Rosa Kingdom's royalty. At that moment, the city will turn into a city without a master. We will restore order to the city. Of course, the country that I mentioned before will not be so quick to be established. First, we need a city we can call our own. We just need you to do one thing right now. Help the Saint Claude clan obtain the right to rule over the darkness of the city. As repayment, we will make sure you escort everyone out safely. A city controlled by us will no longer need royalty." Finishing his plan, the old man waited quietly. Xiaolin furrowed his eyebrows, thinking for a long time before voicing his questions. The first thing was the rebels. The information he got from Liang Taibai was that, after escorting the royalty back to Dawn City, they would immediately begin negotiations with the rebels, possibly even helping the rebels obtain the royal capital in exchange for support from them. The general direction of that was decided on by the higher-ups of Dawn Academy, and Liang Taibai had hinted that it was basically decided by the military. That was something Xiaolin could not change. Lastly was the right to rule. Xiaolin felt like the old man was looking at him with a strange look, and could not help but ask about it. "Honestly, it's basically a fight." IBEA smiled as she explained, "There are a lot of dark races taking up residence in the royal city, and there are also a lot of clans as well. Even though we disregard human laws, we still maintain our own order. Every 10 years, we organize a tournament. The winners will obtain the right to rule for the next 10 years. What does this right to rule give you? The right to govern all the dark races within the Rosa Kingdom. Of course, the clans that don't acknowledge it can choose to leave the country, but those who stay here need to adhere to the order everyone agreed to. No one would break it, or they risk being cast aside." Xiaolin somewhat understood why the old man had attacked him, but was still confused. If that's the case, wouldn't this old man be better? "I don't think my skills are better than his." The old man said expressionlessly, "The rules everyone set is that only the heirs of the clans have the right to participate in the tournaments. I might be Her Highness's uncle, but we aren't actually directly related by blood. I'm not a direct descendant of Saint Claude. Neither am I. Comparatively, shouldn't you be closer to Ibea? That's true. As a human, you're not even part of the dark races. But our rules are not impeccable. There's a way that you can have the right to participate." The old man returned to his mechanical way of speaking. What was strange was that Ibea had fallen quiet as well, and seemed to be looking away in embarrassment. "What way?" Xiaolin suddenly had a bad feeling. "As Her Highness's husband, your children will definitely be the heirs in the future. As the father of the heirs, you absolutely have the right to represent the Saint Claude clan." Chapter 495, Marriage. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. That's not funny. Xiaolin paused for a few minutes, his first reaction thinking it was a joke. The old man looked at him expressionlessly, and Ibea was bright red with embarrassment, not even daring to look at Xiaolin. Xiaolin laughed bitterly. This development was way out of his expectations. If he really agreed, would he not actually be a pedophile? That could not happen. Xiaolin resolutely shook his head. "You better be joking. Otherwise, we're done here." The old man was perplexed. "Why are you refusing? Isn't this good? In the future, we'll be very helpful to you here. With your status, I'm sure your leaders won't allow you to fall into obscurity. We won't implicate you either." Xiaolin's head started to ache. It was true. From the old man's perspective, marriage was definitely the best choice. Even though the natives hated dark races, those of them from Earth did not. At least, looking at the larger picture, helping Ibea's clan and tightening the relationship of the Saint Claude clan and Dawn Academy would help the establishment of a puppet state that belonged to Dawn Academy. In that case, marriage would be the tie that people would place the most trust in. From a political perspective, the old man was right. And from the perspective of Dawn Academy, the suggestion was also worth considering. However, Xiaolin would definitely not accept it, but he did not know how to explain it to the old man. Lillikans and pedophiles were greatly frowned upon on Earth. Looking at the naive young vampire, Xiaolin could not bear to touch her either. Planet Norma did not have a minimum age for marriage. Some girls were married away at a little over 10 years old. So the old man could not understand Xiaolin's way of thinking. Ibea saw Xiaolin's awkwardness, and the blushing girl could not help but laugh, which solicited a deathly glare from Xiaolin. "You already knew about it, didn't you?" Xiaolin angrily asked. "You said you could not choose Lilith, but that was just because she's a girl, and you can't marry her, right?" Ibea looked at Xiaolin pitifully. "Do you hate me?" "How could I? How could anyone hate a girl as cute as you?" "So that means you like me." "Don't put words into my mouth. Marriage is definitely not on the table." "Then do you want to wait for me to grow up a bit before thinking about it?" "That's actually fine too. We can just get engaged first." Xiaolin was speechless. "You won't be a pedophile if I grow up a bit more." "You understand some of our culture quite well." Xiaolin's eyebrow twitched. Ibea was quite familiar with some of the horrible practices of Earth. "I'll help you with the tournament," Xiaolin finally said after being silent for a while. "Even if it was left behind by Ivan, I still took away your shard of creation. I will definitely return the debt. But that's it. I'll leave immediately if you bring up marriage again." The old man looked very disappointed, but Xiaolin's attitude seemed determined, so he could only let it rest for the moment. His dream was to return the Saint Claude clan to glory, and the tournament that would help Ibea obtain the right to rule over the dark races of the royal city was just the first step. He understood that it was hard to go on just relying on Ibea and himself. The two of them did not bring up the marriage anymore, and Xiaolin was relieved. He suddenly thought of something, and asked, "How much do you know about the dark races nearby? Have there been any strange movements recently? Do you suspect the dark races kidnapped your classmates?" Ibea naturally knew what Xiaolin had been worried about. Yes, the hooded man he saw in Time Rewind. Even though Xiaolin could not make out his looks, Xiaolin could still tell that the power he used carried very thick death energy. "Did you find any clues?" Xiaolin thought about it, and described that hooded man as best he could. Since he did not see the man's appearance, he could only describe the man's attire. Ibe and the old man looked at each other, but could not give a clear answer. Hood, black robes. I'm sorry, big brother. The attire you described. There are at least a few hundred people in the city wearing it. There's no way we can tell. Xiaolin had a thought, and remembered the spell that the hooded man had used to completely dissolve the guards in a moment. He described the spell to them. Ibe's face was one of shock when he finished, and the old man asked for a few more details, such as the color of the spell, the size, and scale and the power. Even if the old man was very suspicious as to how Xiaolin could be so clear on the details, Ibe trusted her big brother unconditionally. She said, I think the spell you're talking about is the soul disintegration spell. The spell sounds very scary. Is it dark magic? Xiaolin smiled. He actually did not hold out that much hope. It was just a spell after all, and there were naturally many who mastered it, so it was a clue that was hard to follow up on. There were billions of spells on planet Norma, but they could broadly be classified into three kinds: elemental magic, nature magic, and black magic. What they needed was elemental, life, and death energies respectively. What Xiaolin saw was definitely black magic, and it was not strange to have seen it in the royal city where the dark races gathered. Ibe suddenly said, soul disintegration is not high-ranked by itself, but it's a spell that has been passed on since ancient times. It's already gone missing in a lot of places. We can't be sure that it's not someone from outside, but within the city, only a handful know the spell. Xiaolin was shocked, and immediately asked for more details. Let's talk after we get back. The old man was serious. In the wilderness, sound traveled far. It was not the place to talk. It was already dawn when they returned to the basement. The two vampires did not care about sleep, but when they saw Xiaolin's sleepiness, Ibe prepared a pot of tea. Surprisingly, it was authentic tea that she had gotten from the Chinese. She knew that a majority of Dawn Academy's people liked drinking tea instead of coffee or other sorts of local drinks. In that moment, the naive, innocent, sometimes alluring and cheeky girl actually portrayed a very obedient image. Chapter 496, Night Exploration. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. That he was very strong, and he had a cute little vampire by his side, but Xiaolin did not feel at ease at all. He was more interested in asking about the soul disintegration spell. The spell is a part of black magic, and can basically destroy a person's soul. Those that are killed by the spell would not even turn into spirits. You should know, to us of the dark races, death is not always the end, which is why the spirit disintegration spell is regarded as overly cruel and prohibited in a lot of places. The old man seemed to understand the spell very well. Xiaolin was shocked, and thought about something more important. Even the soul won't survive after being killed by that spell? If that was the case, it would really be problematic. Resurrection towers are for reassembling their spirits after death, but if their souls were destroyed, then they would not be able to resurrect. After being with Xiaolin for so long, Ibe could immediately tell what he was thinking. She laughed and said, don't worry. We said earlier that the spell was not high-ranked, it's about silver-ranked. Do you know why such a cruel spell would only be silver? She paused briefly. That's because the spell is considered a hybrid spell. When used against a person, there is an order it follows. The spell would first destroy the target physically before destroying the spiritual fragments within the body. Xiaolin paused in thought before his eyes widened again. Based on what he knew, the resurrection towers would reassemble their spiritual fragments right before they die. That meant that as long as their souls were not directly attacked, their spiritual fragments would immediately be summoned to the resurrection tower when their physical bodies died. That meant the spiritual attack that came at the end of the spell would be ineffective. The old man continued. The spell is considered a secret inheritance within clans and families. The difficulty is very high, and clans have never allowed it to spread. That's why, in the royal city, no, the entirety of the Rosa Kingdom, the only people who know the spell would be part of the Argos clan. The old man then explained that the Argos clan were the winners of the martial tournament 10 years ago, and were the current ruling Dark Clan of the Rosa Kingdom. The family had a long history as well. Even if they had declined, they were still quite large locally. Not only did the clan have a lot of influence among the dark races, they dealt with the Rosa Kingdom's royalty a lot as well. Their power could not be underestimated. However, their patriarch had passed away when the civil war started, and the clan had since been embroiled in a fierce power struggle. In the end, the one who won was the youngest son of the former patriarch, Valan Argos. The youngest son had always kept a low profile, and few knew about him. However, once he rose to power, all his older siblings that had the right of succession above him met mysterious deaths, causing the outside world to be filled with respect and fear for Valan. The Argos family will definitely want to maintain their right to ruling over the dark races, so Valan Argos will definitely take part in the tournament. He will also be our greatest foe. The old man did not care about Xiaolin's fellow class monitors, so he ended up changing the topic back. Since soul disintegration is a hereditary spell of the Argos clan, and that Valan is the clan leader, then the one who kidnapped my fellow students could well be him? Xiaolin quickly turned the topic back. The old man stared at him, and Ibea smiled by the side, helping Xiaolin as she said, even though we don't really know why Valan would anger Dawn Academy at this time, the Argos family has always been filled with madmen. Who knows what they could possibly pull off? I wonder if there's a way to contact the Argos family. It's still fine now while my fellow students are all still in the royal city, but if a few days pass and they leave the boundaries of the Resurrection Towers, then everything might be too late, Xiaolin said with concern. Do you really think Valan would let them go? No, if they really did kidnap the class monitors, anyone who dared anger Dawn Academy would naturally understand that, after a few days, the Academy would send people over to investigate. It was not possible to keep it a secret, so they naturally had a plan if they dared to do it. Xiaolin hesitated before suggesting, if it's possible, I hope to take a look at that clan in the next 2 days. If the other party would not admit to anything, then they might as well check it out themselves. Ibea blinked. The night sky is not bad today. As your academy likes to say, strike while the iron is hot. Let's go now. Ibea was even more daring than Xiaolin, but the old man jumped, exclaiming, you want to infiltrate the Argos clan? No, it's not like over here. They have very strict security there. This kind of thing is taboo here. If we are noticed, our right to participate in the martial tournament would be revoked. Xiaolin rolled his eyes. The old man would not let go of the tournament, but he was stubborn this time. If he could not rescue his fellow students, he would not help the Saint Claude clan. On top of that, Ibea cruelly chose to help outsiders over her own family, and the old man could only agree. Xiaolin then let out a sigh of relief. Compared to Ibea, the old man obviously knew more about the royal city and the Argos clan. If Xiaolin really wanted to sneak in, he needed the old man's help. It was already around 2 or 3 in the morning, and the night was dark and the winds were heavy. Ibea's tea had alleviated Xiaolin's initial tiredness. Time was of the essence, and they could not delay. After the old man drew a map of the Argos clan's residence from his memory, they immediately left. At the most, I'll be waiting outside with Her Highness. Only you can infiltrate the place. If you're caught, Valan probably would not dare do anything to you, but we can absolutely not be caught, the old man said sternly as they moved. If his guess was right, then Valan might not hesitate to capture him after already kidnapping his classmates. Xiaolin thought that in his heart, but did not say it out loud. He then asked about Valan's skill level. The skill of the entire Rosa Kingdom was actually not that high, which was why the small kingdom could never expand. Xiaolin had known beforehand that, other than a very small number of gold-ranked elite soldiers under the royal guard, the country did not even have many silver-ranked individuals. The old man verified his guess. Since they were allowed to stay in the kingdom, then the dark races had naturally been restricted in skill as well. As stupid as the Rosa Kingdom's monarch was, he would know not to allow overly strong members of the dark race to stay in their country. Chapter 497, Infiltration. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. In truth, Valan Argos kept a low profile normally, so not many knew of his true skill. However, thanks to the restrictions of the kingdom, His strength could not be more than silver rank. Considering his age, it was most likely that he was only bronze ranked, because the king would never allow gold rank dark races within the royal city. The Argos clan is a clan of necromancers, but due to the local laws, they can't cultivate too many undead warriors. Any king would be wary of that, since necromancers are very reliant on their undead summons, not having high combat abilities themselves. Soul disintegration is what you need to look out for the most, but there's no need to worry too much. That spell is very inaccurate against targets that are moving at high speeds. It's easy to dodge. The old man rambled about all the possibilities. Xiaolin coughed dryly, rolling his eyes in hiding as he interrupted. I'm not going in to fight. I'm just trying to rescue some people. I might not even fight Valen. You'll need to eventually, since you'll definitely end up facing him in the martial tournament. Xiaolin was speechless. Uncle Ibe chided. Fine, necromancers are different from us because their constitutions are closer to humans. That's why they have regular active periods. Everything will be fine as long as you're not discovered. After that, there's nothing else. Xiaolin did not know what to say. The old man did not hide the fact that he was not interested in saving anyone at all, but it was not a problem. Xiaolin knew enough now. He would need to avoid any form of confrontation if he could. Even if he could not avoid it, just like the old man said, he was a student from Dawn Academy. He had even quietly told Ibe that, if he did not return, Ibe would have to look for Liang Taibai at the embassy. Xiaolin did not believe that this small clan of necromancers would dare stand up to all of Dawn Academy. The Argos clan's home was situated at an old castle on a hill to the east of the city. According to the old man, the castle was over 1,000 years old. The Argos family had also been in the Rosa Kingdom for just as long. It seemed like a very long time, but in truth, the Argos family only had 2 clan leaders before this, and thus Valen was their third. Necromancers could often prolong their life by abandoning their mortal flesh in the later years. The old man stopped when he arrived at the foot of the hill, explaining that he had very dense death energy all around him as a dark life form, which would be easily noticed. Ibe had wanted to go in with Xiaolin, but she would only be a burden, so she wisely stayed back. Xiaolin did not give them any trouble, heading toward the ancient castle himself after activating Miracle. Under the Miracle state, his necromantic mediation was at its peak. Due to the differences between the 3 main energies, normal elemental mages had a hard time perceiving death energy. The moment Xiaolin stepped onto the hill with Miracle activated, he was almost suffocated by the death energy that surged forward. He had never experienced such amounts of death energy before. He even suspected that the hill had countless dead bodies buried underneath. Only a large amount of death could produce such an environment. Xiaolin was immediately on alert. His necromantic meditation was already at a decent rank. The death energy on the hill was thick like fog, and within the fog, there were numerous groups of tightly gathered, flame-like energies, which would be necromantic life forms. The hill belonged completely to the Argos clan, and the death energy was confined to the hill itself, which was probably within the degree that the royalty could tolerate. Xiaolin's perception increased by a lot under Miracle, and he had quietly avoided the undead beings. Low-level undead beings had no intelligence, so sneaking through was not too hard. After a moment, Xiaolin reached the peak of the hill without issue. The ancient castle was huge, and the walls that surrounded it were over 2 meters tall, but they lacked any defensive mechanisms. He first looked around carefully, making sure there was no one hiding nearby before changing his attributes to agility, deftly allowing him to climb over the wall. Before he even landed, he suddenly felt a huge sense of alarm, and he quickly hid himself, using the walls to block any lines of sight. After a moment, he peeked over and looked around, noticing a clock tower about 100 meters away. However, on the clock tower was not a clock, but a large eyeball, a necromantic eye. Xiaolin was shocked. He had seen the spell at Wildfire Town before, when that undying high priestess Abana used the spell to spy on Lilith and himself. After that, he researched it in the library, finding that the necromantic eye was a more highly ranked observation spell, but the conditions to cast the spell were very steep. The spell needed the eye of a live person as an offering. Necromancy was something that a lot of people hated on planet Norma, and cruel conditions like these were the main reason. There was only one necromantic eye on the castle, but it basically covered every road that led to the main entrance. The person who placed the eye though had been very smart as well. There seemed to be no blind spots in the vicinity at all. Xiaolin could only retreat temporarily, since he would definitely be discovered if he crossed the wall. After kneeling for over 10 minutes, he suddenly heard the sound of talking outside. Xiaolin hurried over and hid nearby, noticing someone slowly approaching in a carriage. Someone had actually come over at such a time, and the driver seemed to be a regular person because his face carried intense fear. That was definitely not what a necromancer would look like. But Xiaolin sharply noticed that he seemed to be wearing a special pendant on his chest. The pendant seemed to block any influence from the death energies around him, and also caused the undead beings to ignore him. "Open the door. I'm here to deliver vegetables." Outside of the door, the driver shouted out, stuttering. "Deliver vegetables?" Xiaolin's heart raced. Most of the dark races had their own unique eating habits, and necromancers usually ate fresh meat and fresh blood that was filled with death energy. That was because they believed it would replenish the energies in their bodies. Vegetables? There was no way vegetables would never appear in the diet of the necromancer. Then who was he delivering the vegetables for? It was also so late, so the delivery was clearly meant to be hidden. Who could possibly need vegetables in this ancient castle of necromancers? Xiaolin was beginning to understand. He took out 2 new dollar notes from his pocket before picking up a few rocks from the ground. He threw them nearby. The driver jumped with fright, almost running away from the carriage. However, once he saw what looked like money on the ground, he hesitated. New dollars were naturally accepted in the Rosa Kingdom, and he understood the value of the notes. After a few minutes, the allure of the money had succeeded his fear, and he got out of the carriage to walk toward the notes. Chapter 498, Feeling Things Out. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Taking advantage of the driver looking away, Xiaolin immediately shot toward the carriage. Changing all his attributes to agility had also strengthened his dexterity, so his silent approach could not be detected by regular people. By the time the driver carefully put away the new dollars, Xiaolin had already hidden at the bottom of the carriage. There was a large dog-like creature pulling the carriage that had actually detected Xiaolin's approach, but the dense death energy around the hill had caused the animal to be filled with fear, which was why it did not react to Xiaolin at all. The gate of the castle slowly opened. Under the gaze of the necromantic eye, the carriage was slowly led inside, but the driver was not allowed to enter. After talking to the people from the castle, he happily left after taking his money. Bring the vegetables to the kitchen. A few people were talking in Normese with a thick local accent. Even if it was a castle of necromancers, other than those faced with death, normal necromancers were usually regular humans. How unlucky. Why do we have to specially prepare food for those people? I heard that they had been refusing to eat anything the past few days. They really are clueless outsiders. How could they refuse the fresh flesh and blood we prepared for them? Our Lord is so kind, even preparing fresh vegetables for them. He should just turn them into undead beings. I heard that the spirits made with those aliens are even stronger. I heard that we'll be sending them away in 2 days. There's no choice. Those outsiders are too strong. No one in the whole kingdom dares fight them. The sound of the chatter got further and further once the cart was pushed into the kitchen. The two of them had already gone far away before Xiaolin got out. It seemed like the monitors really were taken here. What relieved him was that Valan did not make it too hard for them, even preparing fresh vegetables for them to eat. It was obvious he did not dare starve them to death. The ancient castle covered the whole hill, so it was not small. Even though the old man had given him a general blueprint, such as where the dungeons could be, it was not easy to investigate while avoiding detection. It was hard to guarantee if he could finish his inspection before the sun came up. Xiaolin actually understood that the smartest thing to do was to retreat. His goal for that night had been to determine if they were safe. He would then only need to wait for the next day before getting Liang Tai to get the soldiers in the royal city to surround the castle and force the Argos clan to hand the monitors over. If the Argos clan wanted to stay within the city, they would be unable to refuse. He had wanted to avoid mobilizing the troops and potentially alerting the Argos clan since everything was just speculation before that. that it would have been troublesome if the Argos clan had moved the monitors away the moment they received the news, but now he basically confirmed it. The ancient castle was larger than he thought. It seemed like the Argos family had a unique approach to architecture. The design was complicated and the corridors often intersected. On top of that, there were long flights of stairs that separated the castle into various segments. Xiaolin gave up after walking around for a bit. He knew that, even if he was handed a map, it would still be hard to find where they were hidden, so he decided to hide in the kitchen. After a while, people came in to prepare the food. The chef was obviously unhappy at being made to cook in the middle of the night, and was mumbling all sorts of vulgarities while he cooked. It was called a kitchen, but it really was just a storage room. There was trash and dirt everywhere. It seemed like the temporary chef was just going through the motions as well, not even bothering to chop the vegetables as he threw the piles of vegetables into the pot and fried them. Xiaolin hid behind a pile of junk. After 10 minutes, the man put the food into a very large wooden box and carried it out. Xiaolin immediately followed behind. After 20 minutes, Xiaolin almost got a headache from all the twists and turns before the man finally stopped in front of the cells. The cells were built on the third level of the basement. Other than a few torches that gave the bare minimum amount of light, everything was dark. Eat up. His voice quickly spread across the cell. He then threw the wooden box into the cell through a small window. After a few minutes, movement could be heard, and someone seemed angrily say, "Fook, what shitty vegetables are these? They're so salty." They probably feed it to the pigs. The shouts had little power behind them, but they sounded confident. They seemed to figure out that the captors did not dare make things too hard on them, nor did the captors dare starve them. Sure enough, even though the chef had complained in a fit of rage, he still clenched his teeth as he took away the wooden box that had been thrown back out, probably to redo the dish. Xiaolin finally made his move after being hidden for so long. The unlucky guy was not very strong. Xiaolin only needed to chop him lightly on the back before he passed out. "Xiaolin? It's Xiaolin." The monitors were shocked when they saw the man collapse, but they quickly saw that it was Xiaolin from the dim light, and a few of them exclaimed, "Shut up." Xiaolin softly said, "Do you want to attract the whole castle?" All of them fell silent immediately. Even Han Manman, who always went against Xiaolin, was obediently silent. Of course, seeing how haggard she looked, it was understandable that she had absolutely no will to retort. Xiaolin looked around. The cell was much better than last time. At least, it was not that damp and there were not that many bugs around. Of course, as a place thick with death energy, it was doubtful bugs could live there in the first place. They had even prepared beddings for them in the cell, so their treatment was definitely better. "How are all of you?" There were 7 of them in the cell, and the men and women were not separated, which was probably a hard time for the women. "We're okay. They're probably worried about the academy, and did not dare do anything to us." The one who spoke was Class 8's Zhang Shengou. Even with his pallid face, he still tried to maintain a look of calm in front of Xiaolin. His words seemed to imply that, even if Xiaolin did not come save them, they would have been fine anyway. Xiaolin did not bother entertaining the pretentious fellow. If he had been a few days late, they would probably be unable to be saved. "Xiaolin, sorry we did not listen to you." In opposition to Zhang Shengou, Class 10's Chen Fangming apologized immediately. "Why did you all not kill yourselves?" Xiaolin asked. "We thought of it, but that bastard warned us that the castle was not within the boundaries of a resurrection tower. If we committed suicide, we would actually die." "You believed him?" "Not completely, but who would dare try?" Chapter 499, Rescue. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. It seemed like they were not abused at all after being brought over from the royal prison. Other than Valen coming over to say a few words, no one had asked them anything, not even their status. Xiaolin suspected that Valen was acting on behalf of someone, and it seemed like his theory had some merit, but it was not the time to think about that. The prison cell was made with regular metals. Xiaolin tested it, and the hardness was only at the level of bronze-ranked armor. After that, he activated Ruin and got the rest of them to retreat before slamming his fist with all his might. With that, the prison cell was destroyed. The other monitors might have known that Xiaolin was strong, but it was the first time they had seen him using his full force under ruin. The simple and explosive way he destroyed the doors stunned them, and they could not help but praise. Quickly, don't waste time. Xiaolin did not have the time to enjoy their compliments. His ruined state was only active for a limited time before it ran out. They needed to leave the place now. Xiaolin, we're in a bad state right now. We probably can't fight. That's fine. I'll hold them off in front. That's great. Right? Do you know the way out? Quit wasting time. Xiaolin suddenly exclaimed, casting his gaze at a few of them. Even if it was unintentional, the 7 monitors all looked at each other before obediently shutting up. The feeling Xiaolin gave them just now was very different. His gaze at that moment had unlimited killing intent behind it, freezing their hearts. It was completely different from Xiaolin's usual humble and casual manner. In truth, even Xiaolin had not noticed. Entering his ruined state not only increased his various attributes, it also affected him in other ways. Let's move. Xiaolin ordered, and started to rush along the path that he had come from. Currently, he could only maintain his ruined state for a few minutes, after which his weakened state would render him unable to fight. It was a fight against time. Keeping themselves hidden was no longer important. Xiaolin was very confident in his combat ability in that state, and thanks to Ibea's information earlier, he knew that the clan could not be that strong of an opponent. At a corner, Xiaolin forced open the locked entrance. There were 2 people whose faces were filled with shock at the entrance, and started to point at Xiaolin and shout something. The 2 of them were undoubtedly very careful, not daring to attack before figuring out Xiaolin's identity. However, that brief moment of hesitation cost them everything. Boom! The fireballs that Xiaolin shot out set them ablaze. After that, his fists had immediately killed the 2 of them. Xiaolin stopped for a moment, picking up a sword on the ground before charging forward again. Xiaolin was more familiar with having a blade with him than using his fists. The sudden commotion had caused the palace to erupt with noise. Xiaolin met quite a few guards on the way. Even though the Argos clan consisted of necromancers, a lot of the guards still used their blades in close combat. However, just as expected, their skills were not worth mentioning. The blade he picked up from that unlucky man earlier was quite easy to use. It was a long and thin blade, and the black tip of the sword exuded a thick death energy that had a strong decaying aura. It was quite strong against normal humans. Quick, faster, stop lagging behind. Xiaolin was already going at full speed, and the rest of them could only barely keep up. But Xiaolin still felt like they were too slow, and would turn around to shout at them. The corridors of the castle were beginning to fill with guards, and it was starting to get troublesome. Dragon Breath Sword. Xiaolin was able to estimate where the exit was, and immediately used his killing technique. The draconic power surged through the wall, blowing it apart. After using his Dragon Breath, Xiaolin's ruined state was immediately cancelled, but the way out was now right in front of them. The power of Dragon Breath was immense, and undead beings and humans alike had been turned to ash. The class monitors gaped, but Xiaolin's swaying body caused them to rush forward to help. A man immediately carried Xiaolin and rushed out. Outside the castle, the large necromantic eye had been hit by the draconic power, and only half of it was left. Yet, it kept its gaze on them, looking even more terrifying. At the base of the hill, the weak undead beings were not hit by the Dragon Breath Sword, but the pressure brought forth by the waves were enough to render them incapable of fighting. They had an easy time, and once they met Ibeo at the foot of the hill, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief before collapsing on the floor. Ibeo was not interested in how the rest of them were, but panicked at the sight of Xiaolin's unconscious state. However, they were not idle. A carriage the old man had prepared quickly appeared, bringing them all away. They left behind a destroyed castle, but strangely, the ancient castle had quickly returned to peace and quiet after such a large commotion, as if nothing had happened. Is this really okay? It took so much effort to get those experimental subjects. Why did you release them just like that? At the highest level of the castle, a pale, young man looked at the distant night sky as he spoke, not even looking back. Behind him was a man dressed in long, grey robes and a black hood. The man replied with an even colder tone, It's no matter. The seeds have been planted. Now, we just need to wait for the right time to reap the rewards. It was your mistake, after all, that cost us our biggest prey. The rest of them are not even worth one of him. Hey! Don't you dare bring that up. For this, I sacrificed all of my pawns in the royal palace. Once the representatives from Dawn Academy come over, I might need to move again. Don't worry, we have our arrangements with the rebels. Those fools from another world think they can control the rebels. How naive. Pausing, the hooded man continued, Valan Argos, I represent the High Priest in promising you, if there needs to be a new country established in these lands, then you'll definitely be the new king. I represent the High Priest in congratulating you for your future success. No, it's our future success. Two goblets filled with blood rang with clarity as they clinked together. Chapter 500, Continuation of the Assignment. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. At the embassy, Liang Taibai, who had received some news ahead of time, had been waiting in his room for a long time. Ibe and the old man had left under the cover of the night after dropping Xiaolin off part of the way. They did not seem to want to interact with those from the embassy. The staff within the embassy quickly brought everyone into the embassy lounge, and Liang Taibai located doctors to treat everyone. In truth, the monitors were not really injured, and Xiaolin had woken up halfway through the journey as well. Therefore, Liang Taibai arranged for a meal for everyone, followed by hot baths before they all went to sleep. We can talk about everything else tomorrow. Don't worry, the embassy is Dawn Academy's land, and no one would dare do anything here. Liang Taibai's words put everyone at ease. Of course, some of them asked for Liang Taibai to send the Rosa Kingdom's troops over to exterminate the Argos clan for daring to do what they did. Liang Taibai entertained them for a bit before sending them all away. Xiaolin remained in the lounge, still weak from using his ruined state, but he felt much better already. Liang Taibai knew he had things to say, which was why the others had been sent away. When it was just the two of them, Liang Taibai looked at Xiaolin seriously, and the former was deep in thought before he asked, Ambassador Liang, do you have the equipment to calculate attributes? Huh? Liang Taibai was surprised. He thought that Xiaolin had some important information to share, and was not expecting the question, but he still answered, of course I do. Hold on. Liang Taibai quickly retrieved the equipment. The testing equipment was very portable, and looked like a round plate. On the round plate were fine lines that connected to 10 different round gems. Liang Taibai explained, there is no central computer here, so the testing numbers will have some margin of error. The higher your attributes, the greater the error will be, so this is just for reference. That's fine. Under Liang Taibai's guidance, Xiaolin hurriedly placed the gems on the important places on his body, such as his heart, lungs, temples, and such. Then, he stood still and relaxed his body. Liang Taibai then activated the round plate and a wave of heat passed through his body. The simple mechanism was obviously not as efficient as the one in the academy. It took 10 minutes before Liang Taibai said it was done. Xiaolin then took off the gems, and the numbers took about half an hour to calculate before they were displayed on the plate. 60, 60, 60. 60. 4 of the same number. Liang Taibai was surprised, and smiled as he said, how rare it is to have it all the same. These 4 numbers represent the basic attributes since they were all the same. There was no need to explain which number was which. Liang Taibai praised, with a total attribute score of 240, you're only 60 points away from bronze. You're still in your first year, so this is very good. At your rate, you'll probably be at bronze at the end of the semester with no issues. Xiaolin had a strange expression on his face. He definitely would not tell Liang Taibai that his total attributes were only at 120 when he left the academy. Xiaolin touched his forehead. Since the fused shard of creation entered his body, he felt like he was much stronger, especially with that dragon breath sword he used in the castle. It had been way above his expectations. Now he had the machine to prove his suspicions. With his attributes being improved so much, it could only have been caused by the shard. Xiaolin had been apathetic toward the shards of creation since they did not seem to have a use, basically not living up to a name as cool as creation. Now, He knew that the earlier shards were useless because they were not complete. IBEA really give him a really good gift. If there's nothing else, you should rest up. Liang Taibai put the machine away. He saw that Xiaolin was very fatigued. No, there's still official business to talk about. Liang Taibai waited for him to continue. The test was just to verify his speculations. Xiaolin then said seriously, "Do you know a lot about the Argos clan?" "I've been in the Rosa Kingdom for about 10 years. I've naturally had some interactions with Argos as leader, but as for Velen Argos, frankly, I don't know too much." But Liang Taibai stopped there, seemingly having his own difficulties. Xiaolin chose to help him finish the sentence. "But you feel like I had way too much of an easy time getting out, right?" Liang Taibai paused, nodding. "That's right. The Argos clan is not as simple as you think. I've never been to their ancient castle, but I've heard a lot about it. It's a necromantic grave they used close to 1,000 years to cultivate. It's a special presence within the royal city. Truthfully, with your skills." Xiaolin smiled bitterly. "So it's just like I thought. I feel like they were just taking advantage of the situation, and allowed me to take everyone out. They might be afraid of Dawn Academy, or maybe it's a sign of peace." Liang Taibai analyzed it from an outside perspective. It was not illogical, which was why he did not want to mobilize the local troops just yet. Basically, it's all okay as long as everyone is safe. "I'll make arrangements for your departure," Liang Taibai finally said. "Let the rest of them go first. Also, the assignment for the monthly examination. The people we need to escort will be leaving with us, right?" Xiaolin thought for a moment before adding, "I need to stay for some private matters." "Monthly examination?" Liang Taibai furrowed his eyebrows when he heard that. With things the way they are, the monthly examination doesn't matter anymore. Your safety is the most important. "Have you already reported this incident to Dawn City?" Xiaolin asked. Yes. Liang Taibai did not understand what he was getting at. "Then you've definitely received a reply." "That's right." "Then, did the reply say that the monthly examinations have ended?" It did not, but the higher-ups have repeatedly emphasized that I need to ensure your safety, and they would send people over in 2 or 3 days at the most. Xiaolin sighed silently. It was as he expected. The military was making things harder on them deliberately. If they really wanted to, they could just take the Griffins over. Why would it take 2 or 3 days? Half the duration of the monthly examination had lapsed. If they really waited for the military, and if there were any delays, then they would not be able to make it. Even if their safety was still important, they were still students. The monthly examination results would be in their records. No matter what reasons and explanations they could give, not finishing the task was still not finishing the task. "Ambassador Liang, I've heard at the academy that we're considered reserves, and would need to fight in the wars in the future." "That's true," Xiaolin said, with some nerve. "Then the monthly examination is basically an assignment. Soldiers need to finish their assignments unconditionally in war. Any reason should not be used as excuses for failing. So, unless we have documents to show that the monthly examination has ended, we definitely need to complete our escort mission." Chapter 501, Escort. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Liang Taibai looked at him deeply, falling silent before saying, "I understand. I'll immediately contact the palace and gather up those to be escorted. As for the monitors, I'll leave them to you." Liang Taibai had naturally assumed that Xiaolin was the leader of the 12 of them, but Xiaolin smiled and said, "I will let Cheng Ming know. This time, he will need to lead the team." "You said that you needed to remain for some private matters?" "Yes." "Have you ever heard about the decennial martial tournament for the dark races?" Liang Taibai's expression slightly changed. In the next half an hour, Xiaolin explained the matter to Liang Taibai, of course leaving out secret matters such as the Shard of Creation. Ibea and her uncle had helped Xiaolin a lot this time. That shard seemed to have doubled his attributes. However, there was a limit to that trust and help, which was that it could not affect Dawn Academy, which was why Xiaolin needed affirmation from Liang Taibai. Liang Taibai had been an ambassador here for almost 10 years, so he was definitely more familiar with the political landscape. Liang Taibai was more and more surprised when he heard it, and took a few minutes to think before sighing. I won't ask about your relationship with the Street Claude clan. Dawn Academy has never really interacted with that clan, seeing as it has basically deteriorated into insignificance. No, to be precise, we've not really interacted much with any of the clans. We don't have any direct conflicts of interest with the dark races, so we just don't interfere with each other. Xiaolin asked, then would my help this time affect the Academy's policies? It would if it was back then, but it's fine now. Liang Taibai smiled as he sighed again. This time the higher-ups have many opinions on how Rosa should be handled. Even if the military will negotiate with the rebels, I'm not really fond of it. It disturbs the balance, and will affect our resurrection towers within the Rosa Kingdom. The dark races are like the local mafia, which make the royal family the government. Now that the government is about to fail, gaining the help of the local mafia before the situation settles isn't a bad idea. So, you don't have to worry about it affecting the Academy, but I'm more worried about you. I know of the tournament. I was lucky enough to see it when I first came to the Royal City 10 years ago. It's nothing like training in the Academy, it's real combat. No one cares even if people are killed, so you best be mentally prepared. I'm aware of that as well. Xiaolin had benefited a lot from the combat training course in the new semester. Of course, he was not dumb. To him the worst that could happen was losing 20 years of his life. The royal city still had a resurrection tower. Early the next morning, Liang Taibai summoned Xiaolin, letting him know that those on the list had already been gathered, and the carriages and luggage had already been arranged. The efficiency left Xiaolin speechless. Of course, the royal family knew that the city being taken over was an eventuality, and had been eagerly waiting to head to Dawn City. Xiaolin woke the monitors up from their sleep, naturally earning himself a lot of complaints, especially from those that were just rescued the day before. They had been planning on sleeping for the whole day in the comfortable beds. Once everyone gathered in the embassy lounge, Xiaolin said, "Don't forget, our monthly examination still hasn't ended. If we leave now, we can still make it to Dawn City. Everyone, pack up and get food. Then, we're heading out." Xiaolin completely assumed the role of an officer issuing commands. After yesterday's rescue, most of them did not really mind it, but they definitely minded the decision. The monthly examination? Isn't it cancelled? No one said it was cancelled. But we were just captured and tortured. Why do we still need to complete the assignment? We weren't really tortured. Bullshit. All that food that's meant for the pigs. How could that not be torture? Xiaolin, what are your thoughts? Cheng Ming went over and whispered to Xiaolin, do you really think the monthly examination needs to continue? We are students of the academy, but don't forget, stepping out of school, we are strictly speaking soldiers. If we have not received orders to stop, we need to complete the mission. I trust no one wants their records to show that they did not complete the mission, Xiaolin said. The arguments died down a bit. Xiaolin did not want to waste time. Don't head to that flight destination we came from. I feel like the griffins there are a bit strange. It's a refugee area as well, so we never know what could happen. This is the latest map I got from Ambassador Liang. You'll depart from this small path. You might need to make a few detours, but it's fine, you have enough time. I've given you the information on the royal family. They're not very powerful, but those who lived in royalty aren't stupid. On the road, don't bother with them, no matter what they say. Remember, we're just escorts, not ambassadors. Xiaolin, it's the first time I've seen you nag so much, Shen Dao teased jokingly. You? Cheng Ming noticed something in Xiaolin's words. Are you not coming with us? I'll stay behind to handle some matters. Han Manman questioned him. Why? I'm sure you're just planning on lazing off and enjoying yourself here. She had held back for so long that Xiaolin almost thought she had changed her ways, but it seemed like that was not the case. Xiaolin smiled. Ambassador Liang agreed to this. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Everyone was silent. Everyone was once again exasperated. Of course, it was not because Xiaolin was staying back, but rather in admiration of Xiaolin's connections. Liang Taibai was basically the highest-ranking person locally, and could order everyone else around, but it seemed like that ambassador was quite friendly with Xiaolin. I'll leave it all to you. If I can make it, I'll definitely catch up. After tidying everything up, Xiaolin gave Cheng Ming a few last words before sending a large convoy out from the royal city's southern gate. There were a total of 25 people to be escorted. Those that had helped kidnap the monitors had been eliminated from the list. Other than those of royal blood, there were also a few of Rosa's more reputable ministers. Other than that, they did not bring anything else. Even if the royals could not bear to part with their riches, Liang Taibai's warnings left them with no choice. Chapter 502, The Essence of Blood. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. After the escort team left, Xiaolin started his preparations for the tournament. A week remained until the tournament, but at noon, Ibe had run over to the embassy in search of Xiaolin, telling him the time had been moved forward, and it would begin that night. The Argos clan suddenly notified everyone. They are the winners of the last tournament, so they have the right to do this. Since it's only bringing it forward by a few days, most of the clans did not have any objections. Ibe seemed to be in a panic. A few days were not much, but she worried that it could affect Xiaolin's matters. Xiaolin was quite suspicious. They had just rescued everyone from the Argos clan last night, and now the tournament was being moved forward. It was clear that the Argos clan was beginning to make some moves. Xiaolin could not help but count his lucky stars, thankful the escort team had already left. Xiaolin consoled Ibe and got Liang Taibai to make a special pass for her. The embassy was Dawn Academy's own sovereign land within the Rosa Kingdom. Whoever took over the royal city, no one would dare barge inside unless they were ready to make an enemy of the academy. Of course, the embassy was not a place anyone could get in. With the special pass, if anything happened once Xiaolin left, Ibe and her uncle could still avoid disaster there. That was part of Xiaolin's repayment for the Shard of Creation. As for the martial tournament, Xiaolin might have agreed to participate, but he actually did not have much confidence in winning. Liang Taibai saw through Xiaolin's worries, and consoled him. Liang Taibai's words were very simple, asking Xiaolin to just focus on the participation. It had not been reported to the higher-ups. Even if he lost, Xiaolin would not lose anything other than 20 years of his lifespan, so there was no pressure. Other than that, Liang Taibai had kindly provided a batch of potions, such as physical and energy strengthening potions. Those potions could temporarily raise someone's basic attributes, and were basically stimulants. Xiaolin was no stranger to those potions. During the end of semester examinations, the student union had repeatedly emphasized the fact that the strengthening potions were not allowed to ensure the fairness of the examinations. They were not at the academy, and no matter how he looked at it, the clans of the dark races were definitely not honorable, principled people. Liang Taibai told him, "I told you before, the dark races that stay here are not that strong, but they will all have some tricks during the tournament, such as potions or certain mysterious forbidden techniques. You need to be careful of all that." "I understand. I'll just focus on participating." When it got late, Xiaolin headed to Ibe after taking 4 different strengthening potions. The 4 potions had increased each of his attributes by 10 points. It was a pity that the individual potions did not stack, but a 40-point increase was still good. Ibe had dressed up properly that night, putting on a pure white gown with the bottom of her dress reaching the ground. She had light mascara and red lipstick. She also had a pair of high heels adorned with jewelry. Planet Norma did not have high heels before the habits of Earth seeped into their culture after hundreds of years, slowly influencing the locals. At some point, the locals had also started to wear high heels as a status symbol, but it was of course limited to special occasions. Ibe had always possessed both naivete and seductiveness. The makeup had taken away all her childishness, making her look even more mature and alluring. Xiaolin stared absent-mindedly, and Ibe started to blush. However, she quickly let out a little shout as she almost fell, obviously not used to the heels. Xiaolin shook his head, smiling as he said, "We're only going to a tournament, not a banquet." The old man next to Ibe said, "You don't know this, but it's actually a banquet on top of a tournament. It's a banquet that only happens once in 10 years, and it's our chance to show off the power of the Street Claude clan, so we naturally need to maintain the most basic of appearances so as to not disgrace the clan." "Fine, fine. Xiaolin did not feel like arguing with the old man who was so fixated on past glories. He carefully helped Ibe the entire day, because her constant swaying was quite pitiful. This is a drop of blood essence left behind by the old master. I'll give it to you. I hope you don't disappoint us. The old man might have been a stiff stickler, but he was very careful in his preparations. Since Xiaolin's weapons had all disappeared when they were kidnapped, the old man had prepared weapons for him. At the same time, he handed over a blood essence around the size of a fingernail. Ibe had been bright red leaning against Xiaolin. When she saw the inbred object, she had a pensive look on her face, and her expression dimmed. Looking at Xiaolin's confusion, she explained, "This is father's blood essence. Please keep it. Each drop of blood essence can strengthen your attributes. If we use your method of calculation, it will increase by about 20 points. How long does the effect last?" Xiaolin thought it was something like a potion. "It lasts forever," the old man said expressionlessly. Xiaolin was surprised. It increased 20 attribute points immediately. Something like that was more valuable than a weapon of any quality. If it was not something Ibe's father left behind, Xiaolin would have asked for more. Ibe saw through his thoughts and smiled. Blood essence is something vampires leave behind when they die. It's a pity, but my father's skills were not great, or it would not have such a meager effect. Blood essence can't be taken lightly either. It can only be taken no more than once a year, or it will be hard to digest and cause side effects. The value of 20 attribute points was different for each individual, but after drinking the potions, Xiaolin would actually have had 300 attribute points for the first time. That was the level of a bronze-ranked individual. Even if it was temporary, it was still a significant jump. Xiaolin looked at the distraught Ibe and could not help but feel sorry for her. Even though Lilith and Yim had told him the girl had some hidden schemes, Ibe had yet to do anything to harm him, and he actually owed her a lot instead. Regarding the blood essence, Xiaolin did not need to ask to know that it was definitely left behind for Ibe by her father. She was probably to use it when she grew up. Chapter 503, Banquet. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Even if it was a little strange to drink someone else's blood, Xiaolin did not want to betray Ibe's kindness. He put the blood essence in his mouth. It was cool and smooth. Xiaolin did not even swallow it yet when he felt the blood essence dissolve, turning into energy and flowing into his body. The increase of 20 attribute points was hard to feel, but jumping from black iron rank to bronze, even if temporary, brought about large changes. Xiaolin immediately felt the mysterious changes. If a normal person got to black iron, they would be able to directly perceive and feel the various energies in the air. Getting to bronze rank from there was like gaining a deeper understanding of the energies within one's body. At that moment, Xiaolin did not need to enter meditation to feel the various energies flowing within his body. Elemental energy, death energy, and even natural energy. The distributions were not equal. Elemental and death energies were more dense, while the natural energies signifying life were comparatively lesser. It seemed like a change that was not very significant, but it meant that he could control his energy much better during the battles, allowing him to control his energy use better. To Xiaolin, temporarily stepping into bronze rank had given him much more confidence for the tournament. The location of the tournament was a castle in the outskirts. The lifespans of the dark races were longer than regular natives, and majestic, well-defended castles were usually where a lot of the clans stayed. This castle used to be the residence of a clan that had been exterminated a few hundred years ago. It was later occupied by the Argos clan. Of course, only they could really afford to buy it, and they use it for the martial tournament, Ibe explained. So the Argos clan is the host? The host? Ibe asked. Oh, I mean that they're the owners. It's fine, it's not important. What I mean to say is, will they have even more advantages? They naturally will. But the Argos clan has been like this since the internal power struggle. Be careful of Velen. Ibe's small face had a very serious look of warning. Are you very familiar with Velen? I would not want to know someone like that. Ibe suddenly looked away with a strange look on her face, and did not seem to have any intention of continuing. Xiaolin felt that it was strange, but did not continue asking. They reached the castle after half an hour. The environment was not great around there. There was a cemetery near the castle, and with the dark night sky, standing in the deathly quiet cemetery sent chills down Xiaolin's spine. This is an abandoned cemetery. Ibe consoled Xiaolin, but the horrifying atmosphere was not really related to whether or not it was abandoned. Xiaolin nodded. I can see that. A lot of the gravestones were in disrepair, and multiple spots had clearly been dug out. Planet Norma had the habit of offering funerary objects as well. Even if it did not seem like a noble cemetery, the objects would still be worth a bit. Of course, that was not the main point. Xiaolin looked at a skeletal head not far away. Two large empty holes were staring in his direction. Xiaolin could not help but look down on the grave robbers. They could have at least tidied up the bones. The castle was large, even bigger than the Argos clan's castle he had infiltrated. However, it was not tall, since the original owner did not like tall buildings. It was very different from the horrifying atmosphere outside. The interior of the castle was extravagant. The most valuable jewels and statues were seen everywhere. Ibe told him that even the carpets on the floor were made from high-ranked and valuable beast fur. It seemed like the dark races were the same as humans when it came to enjoying riches. Xiaolin had felt like Ibe's attire was excessive initially, but he found out now that the one who really stood out was himself. The men were all in tuxedos, which was of course influenced by the colonists. The women were all scantily clad in extravagant clothes, some even completely baring their breasts, causing Xiaolin and Ibe to blush at the sight. Ibe even cursed softly in an unladylike manner. Those cursed succubi. What right do they have to be here? Big brother, you're liking what you see. When Ibe noticed where Xiaolin's attention was focused, her voice was suddenly raised. Ahem. Xiaolin immediately averted his gaze, seriously saying, I was just trying to observe their strength so I'm prepared for later. However, even Xiaolin was starting to get suspicious. It looked like an extravagant banquet. Would there really be a tournament? There were various liquors and delicious foods in the middle of the hall. Of course, the delicious foods that were dripping with blood caused Xiaolin to hold back the urge to vomit, and he turned around to leave. Welcome, Street Claude Clan. My dear Ibe, I thought you would not come tonight. This is the biggest surprise I've had tonight. A flamboyant man raised his goblet as he walked over. The crowd automatically moved aside, and followed the man's gaze toward Ibe. However, everyone had already noticed them, though Xiaolin had been the focus of attention instead of Ibe. Xiaolin had casual clothes on, and stood out like a sore thumb in their eyes. In truth, the old man had wanted to give Xiaolin a change of clothes, but Xiaolin had rejected it. He was not used to wearing suits, but the local normies, donned in earthen attire staring at him like he was garbage, caused Xiaolin to shed a tear. That's Valen Argos. The old man suddenly said. The old man had fallen silent since they stepped into the city. He was only a servant of the Street Claude Clan, so he did not have any right to speak in public spaces. He had strictly adhered to that custom. Xiaolin composed himself, looking at the current leader of the Argos clan in shock. Valen was much younger than he had thought, since necromancers had the same lifespan as regular people. Valen's young voice and face were enough to surprise him. Ibe was very careful toward the slowly approaching Valen. She retreated a few steps like a scared rabbit, furrowing her eyebrows as she said, Valen Argos, you barely know me. Oh, what are you saying? You're my future bride. Valen's face looked like he was chiding Ibe for being cheeky, but his eyes were cold, not matching his smile. He continued moving forward, and reached his hand out to touch Ibe's face. Slap. Valen's hand was slapped away by Xiaolin. Chapter 504, Prologue. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Where did this child come from? You want a bride before your hair has even finished growing? Quit joking around. Xiaolin looked like he was joking, but his tone was sharp. The entire banquet suddenly fell silent. When Xiaolin called him a child, everyone, from the scantily clad succubi to the crowd talking about official matters, had turned around in shock, and all of their expressions changed. Valen's gentlemanly smile froze on his face. The boy did not just look young. He was actually quite young. Youth was never an advantage in the dark world. The youth were often met with undisguised mockery in these circles, which was why Ibeia had not received any attention when she came in. Of course, Xiaolin did not understand all that, nor did he know that his one sentence had managed to start a flame in Valen's heart. However, even if he knew, Xiaolin would not have cared, so he was very annoyed at that moment as well. Future bride, a fiancé, what a joke. Xiaolin had rejected the old man's suggestion of an arranged marriage because he did not want to be a pedophile. He could not bear someone else being a pedophile with Ibeia's even more. It was also obvious from Ibeia's uncomfortable expression that she was not happy being that person's fiancé. Yes, hold on. Xiaolin was just about to console the uncomfortable Ibeia, but he suddenly noticed a sly smile on her little face. There was no trace of awkwardness or frustration. Big brother, I have nothing to do with this boy. He was the one who's been declaring that I'm his new bride, which was why I left Rosa, but it's all okay now. Ibeia moved over and held Xiaolin's arm. She affectionately nuzzled her head against Xiaolin's skin. Xiaolin was speechless. Valen was incredibly angry. The intention behind Ibeia's actions was very obvious. He did not even need to continue asking, he would just be humiliating himself. He took a deep breath, the young man forcing himself to calm down. Then, he revealed a warm smile. So you found someone you like. That's a pity, but it's no matter. That way, the Street Claude clan will finally have someone to carry on the family. As the first clan from ancient times, I had hoped to see their resurgence. That's right. Could I know who this lucky young man is? The tension in the hall could be cut with a knife's edge, but it was quickly diffused by Valen's laughter. Only, the clamor had noticeably died down, and everyone still had their eyes fixed on the commotion. Xiaolin had doubts in his heart. The patience and steadiness that man had shown was completely in contrast to the young look on his face. To any opponent, it was quite the trap. His name is Xiaolin, Ibeia said honestly. The change in Valen's expression had also caused her to be even more careful. Xiaolin? Valens was confused. Xiaolin narrowed his eyes. Valen might have never met him. But could Valen have never heard of him? Xiaolin refused to believe that. At least, after the destruction from that night, Valen could easily have figured out who did it. Xiaolin never expected to be able to hide the fact. After all, with his status here, no one would dare do anything to him easily. However, Valen was able to feign ignorance, and had smiled toward Xiaolin. If that's the case, are you here to represent the Street Claude clan? I hope you're happy with my treatment. Valen stopped speaking, and turned around to leave, a very cold smile on his face. Big brother, did I cause you trouble? Ibeia said pitifully. It's all right, Xiaolin replied, though he knew for sure he had offended him. However, thinking about it, he had already ensured that they would not get along after sneaking into the Argos clan's castle. The banquet continued, but no one dared to make too much noise anymore. Everyone seemed to have noticed the abnormal atmosphere, and the hushed whispers all involved pointing at Ibeia and Xiaolin. Xiaolin had managed to make out some words, but those words that were said in languages that were not normies were not understood by Xiaolin. However, something was already obvious. No one came forward to greet Ibeia. Even if Xiaolin knew about the Street Claude clan's decline, as a clan that had been around since ancient times, it was quite a sad sight to see them in this state. Ibeia did not mind that much. Instead, she pulled Xiaolin to a corner and introduced some notable opponents to him and their clans. Speaking of that, how long will the banquet continue for? Xiaolin asked. It will continue until midnight. The tournament is the last event. Event? Ibeia sighed. Not everyone who's here will participate in the tournament. Some clans know they do not have the strength, and will voluntarily withdraw. After all, we're not like you guys, and only have one chance in life. We really die if we're killed. Alright, then where will the festivities after the food be held? Here. Xiaolin remained silent. There will probably be some ceremonies later. I hope you aren't bothered by them. With the boring banquet coming to an end, Xiaolin quickly found out what those ceremonies were. Under Valen's order, a few bound humans were brought inside and forced to kneel. After that, a few robed persons came in and started to chant. After a few minutes, they suddenly took out their swords and stabbed into the captives' hearts. As large amounts of blood started to flow, the entire hall erupted. Everyone was in a fervor of excitement as they shattered the glasses in their hands and started to pray in an incomprehensible language. Xiaolin had a bad look on his face, not expecting this. Ibe seemed to have expected it, and said softly, "Those are some homeless people captured from the streets. The royal guards would not care about them. I know it's not good, but it's tradition to offer the fresh blood of humans to the dark god." The fervor lasted for about a minute. Once all the food and drink had been taken away, only the unmoving bodies remained. The air was saturated with the thick smell of blood, but a lot of the ones present licked their lips at the smell. According to the rules of our ancient god, Valen stood up again, saying loudly, "As the heir of the Argos clan, I announce the tournament to formally begin. Following the usual rules, we will randomize the pairings for the tournament after the list of challengers has been submitted, but doesn't everyone think that's very troublesome? We live in the darkness, our ancestors have walked this world much longer than humans have. Why do we need to follow these rules that have come from them?" Chapter 505, Start. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Ibe's expression changed. She whispered into Xiaolin's ear, "This method of deciding a leader through a tournament was set forth by the Rosa Kingdom's founding king, and was decided in exchange for protecting us. What is he planning on doing?" Xiaolin looked at the outwardly calm Valen, who could not hide the fervor in his eyes. The young man wants to go against tradition. Even if it was just a small insignificant matter, it was still enough to display his wild ambition. "Valen, are you afraid of competition?" Someone mocked. The Argos clan might be the most powerful, but not every clan was afraid of them. "It's fine if you're scared, you just need to give us your right to rule. We won't have any objections." "Oh, I almost forgot. The one with the right to rule is the last clan leader of Argos, not you," someone followed, their tone full of mockery. "Oh?" Scared. Valen was not angry, instead looking very surprised before he started laughing softly, the volume increasing until it drowned out everyone's voices. After a long while, everyone quieted down and Valen finally said in a cold tone, "I was going to follow up with the rules of this tournament. It will be much simpler, and as the last leader, I will be the one challenged. Those that are here, anyone at all, can challenge me directly if they wish to. There will be no limit to the number of challengers, nor the time. How about it?" After a moment of silence, a wave of shock and excitement resounded. It was basically a group assault, everyone against Valen alone. It was straightforward and saved a lot of time. "If you lose, how will we continue?" someone asked. "That would be your own problem. If I died, I would be unable to interfere anyway." Valen's words shot through everyone's hearts. How arrogant. Xiaolin furrowed his eyebrows. Valen either wanted to die or did not think he could lose. "What is Valen's skill level like?" Xiaolin looked back, asking the old man behind Ibe. The old man said, "His skills should be around bronze in rank, or maybe lower. He is the youngest of the Argoses, so he can't be that strong." In truth, the old man had already said it before, Argos was a young necromancer. His current abilities would only allow him to control lower-level undead or spells at most. Necromancy was something that took time to master. The rest of them were suspicious as well, but they did not care about Valen's life. Anything said during the banquet could not be taken back, or he would be shunned by everyone, and he could not hope for anyone to listen to him. That was why the moment Valen's words ended, it signaled the start of the tournament. At least 10 of them rushed forward. It was not only those who spoke up against Valen earlier, there were many more who rushed forward just to try. In the face of power and ambition, everything was secondary. The fight started without any foreshadowing. Xiaolin did not go forward immediately, and many were the same as him, wanting to check out Valen's skill first, but holding back caused many of their hearts to almost pop out of their chests. Facing the dozen or so people rushing at him, Valen's smile did not change. He raised his hand and threw out a green ball of light, the soul disintegration spell. Xiaolin immediately recognized it, but he was not sure if Valen was the one in the prison who had kidnapped them. The rest of them knew the strength of the Argos clan's soul disintegration spell, and they had already come prepared for it. They either shot out spells to counter it or had their own defensive spells, while the more nimble ones chose to dodge. Other than two of them who got hit due to their lack of skill, the group dispersed, surrounding Valen and cutting off all his escapes. "Valen, you're dead." A dozen weapons, all with their own glows of energy, pierced into Valen. After that, Valen slowly fell, his smile still remaining on his face. They thought the guy was up to something, but he had been slain so easily. Everyone else looked at each other, and one of them turned around, coughing dryly as he said, "Since Valen is dead, then are we just supposed to simply fight each other next?" "Ah, careful!" someone shouted out. It seemed like they were from the same clan as the person who spoke earlier. However, his words were a bit too slow, and the man was stunned to find a large hole on his chest, clearly the result of soul disintegration. "Really? I just gave all of you some appetizers. Did you need to be so excited?" Valen had stood up from the ground again, stretching his neck. His wounds seemed to have disappeared. There was a sudden silence, and the fighting had stopped because of that. Valen's strange body was writhing. Other than the soul disintegration, his hands had turned into sharp weapons, easily piercing through everyone's hearts. In just a few minutes, half of those on the stage had collapsed in a puddle of blood. The rest of them quickly retreated, but had more or less sustained injuries. The tables had been turned in a flash. Impossible! Everyone shouted out in shock. Those that attacked had all done so with the intent to kill, and had seen several holes pierced through Valen. Seeing him stand up as if nothing had happened was something that no one knew how to deal with. "Is Valen a vampire?" Xiaolin suddenly asked. Even if he had the constitution of a vampire, he could never stand up after something like that. The old man replied. He knew what Xiaolin wanted to ask, and added, "Not every vampire possesses regenerative abilities as strong as Her Highness." Ibea's regenerative abilities were indeed capable of being called rising from the dead, but Xiaolin knew that, no matter what, the girl had ancient blood in her veins. No matter how much the clan had fallen, her blood remained, so her regeneration had an explanation. However, who was Valen? Necromancers usually had horrible constitutions, and younger necromancers were all humans, so there was no way they had regeneration, let alone something like resurrection. Xiaolin's face was very serious. He had remembered something, but did not dare be certain, so he decided to quietly look on. The battle was still going on. Even if the sudden resurrection had shocked everyone, there were quickly more challengers who surged forward. Even if he stood back up, Valen's skills did not seem like much, and the ones who were killed were just unprepared. Chapter 506, Start of the Battle. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. As the chaotic battle progressed, Xiaolin brought Ibea a bit further away to keep her from getting hurt. He fixed his gaze onto Valen, the alarm in his heart already at the maximum. With more people jumping into the battle, spells started to fly within the hall, but the power levels were not that great. The castle was made with very good materials as well, and had very strong anti-magic properties. Xiaolin understood why the tournament was held there. Valen's situation did not seem good, but his skills had caused some surprised expressions. The old man next to Ibea said that, as a necromancer, Valen's speed and spellcasting were all much higher than usual. However, since it was a group assault, with so many of them fighting Valen alone, after about 10 minutes, the injuries on Valen's body started to pile up. A lot of those who were attacking used black magic, which had a very strong decaying aura. Valen's right hand was already half rotten, revealing white bones underneath his flesh, which made for a shocking sight. Xiaolin's eyebrows started to twitch. He noticed that, even though Valen was in a bad situation, his face remained calm. That hateful smile never left his face. The most important thing was that Valen's breath was not the slightest bit erratic, causing Xiaolin's unease to increase. because that meant Valen had not used his full power. Valen was a necromancer. Necromancy was different from elemental magic, but the principles were still the same. Casting rapidly was a huge burden, and jeopardized success rate and accuracy as well, but even with Valen's heavy injuries, he still maintained a high level of casting. However, it did not change the results. After a few minutes, Valen once again collapsed in blood. This time, they did not let their guards down, worrying that he would fake his death again. So, they sent a few spells at his dead body, causing flesh and blood to fly. It took until the corpse that remained did not even have a single piece of flesh left for them to stop. The hall was once again excited. It seemed like a lot of them could not accept a young man like Valen standing at the top. However, the cheering lasted for less than a minute. Under the ugly expressions of everyone, the remaining flesh on the ground started to gather together and fuse. In just 10 seconds, Valen once again stood in front of everyone with a strange smile on his face. Impossible. Resurrecting again dealt a huge impact on everyone mentally, the noise once again stopping in the hall. In skill and in numbers, they were absolutely at an advantage, but no one dared to advance at that moment. Big brother, how is he coming back? He definitely died just now. The worry began to show on Ibea's forehead. Ibea, help me do something. Xiaolin looked around coldly before whispering into Ibea's ear. Thinking about it, he said to the old man, you leave with Ibea first. The old man did not understand, but Ibea had forcefully pulled him aside. It was quite chaotic within the hall, and after Valen resurrected again, he started another attack and killed several people. That was why no one noticed Ibea's movements, but Valen sensed it, and his gaze quickly shifted over. Ibea's white dress caught his eye. Whoosh! A soul disintegration spell flew over. Because Xiaolin was far away, he was slow to react. But the old man had been on alert and blocked the green ball of light. The cost was half his arm. Your Highness, leave. The old man shouted. But hurry up and leave. Xiaolin hurried over, smiling. Relax, I'm still here. Ibea nodded, understanding that it was not the time to be indecisive, and she rushed out of the city. Thankfully, there were no guards. Valen watched Ibea leave, and looked a bit angry. He quickly regained composure, as if saying that she could run tonight, but would not be able to escape forever. What did you ask Her Highness to do? The old man still did not know what happened, but he felt like Xiaolin did not just want Ibea to run away. Xiaolin opened his mouth, but he noticed that Valen's gaze was still fixed on them, so his words turned into those of consolidation. Don't worry. I got Ibea to seek refuge at the embassy. Nothing will happen to her. Xiaolin was actually wondering if he should leave as well. His greatest guarantee behind being able to help Ibea in this tournament was the fact that he was a colonist, and would only lose 20 years of his life in the worst case. With his wealth, buying 2 bottles of novice life water was not a big deal. However, he was starting to have an unsettling thought, which was why he was hesitating. Yet, he was very clear that, if he left at that moment, then no one would be able to stop Valen. The young necromancer would completely subdue the dark clans here, and would be the absolute power behind the dark races in the royal city. Xiaolin did not believe that Valen would have any goodwill toward Dawn Academy. That was why the best choice was to settle everything there. It would help him, Ibea, and Dawn Academy eliminate any future problems. If Xiaolin's guess was right, then he still had a chance to win. At least, in terms of skill, Valen was not unbeatable. The man was still too young, it was just the strange resurrection ability that caused everyone else to be unwilling to make a move. Is this the power of demons? No, it might be the power of the ancient King of Darkness. I heard that only the King of Darkness's blood can resurrect without limit, but the Saint Claude clan has already fallen. Even their bloodline is extremely rare now. Could Valen be the new King of Darkness? The discussion in the hall suddenly died down. When they understood that it would be hard to kill Valen, the thought of submitting to the strong naturally took over. Since they could not fight him, they naturally could only follow him. Just as the idea started to take hold and everyone was hesitating, they noticed that the stranger who came with Ibea had slowly walked forward. Xiaolin finally decided to stop being a spectator. Valen still did not suspect anything, and he needed to earn enough time. Valen was not surprised that Xiaolin walked forward, and even moved a few steps forward himself, coldly smiling. Since you're Ibea's fiancé, then are you representing Saint Claude to challenge me? Challenge? No no no, challenging is done by the weak toward the strong. You're strong? Ahem, that joke is not funny at all. Are you trying to provoke me? Chapter 507. Resurrection. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Are you trying to provoke me? Valen focused his attention on Xiaolin, slowly walking forward. As he walked past others, even if Valen looked like he was full of holes, no one dared to touch him at that moment. Everyone was waiting to see how Xiaolin would react. You seem very comfortable. Xiaolin could not see any rage coming from Valen's face. Aren't you the same? You've been observing me the whole time. It seems like you've already figured out how to deal with me. No, I've seen many like you. I'm not exaggerating when I say it would not be a problem for me to kill two of you with one hand. Oh, you're quite a jokester, but I can't seem to understand the jokes from your world. Valen did not bother hiding anything, revealing that he knew who Xiaolin was. Xiaolin understood why Valen did that. The others did not know Xiaolin was a colonist. Colonists still held a very special and high position in most of the dark race's eyes, but if Valen killed Xiaolin easily, then Valen's power in the royal city would be solidified. Right? Have you fixed up your home? Yes. I heard that your house got thoroughly ransacked by some intruders. The safety in the royal city has really been a mess lately, but don't you worry, I've already relayed the message to Dawn City, and they'll send a big troop over later. Xiaolin retorted, not showing any weakness. The crowd stirred. Xiaolin's status as a colonist was already enough to astonish them, and the news Xiaolin had just revealed was even more of a blow. First was Xiaolin's status, next was the troops Dawn Academy was sending over. What were they for? To fight the rebels? Or just to ensure the safety of the colonists in the city? Or is it to fight against the dark powers? Why is it different from what I've heard? Dawn City has already sent someone to talk to me, and even asked for me to be in charge of the city in the future. The dean did not mention that the last time we ate together. The scene was very strange. Neither of them made a move, and instead seemed to be chatting like friends, puzzling everyone. Yet, the venom in their words got thicker. After a moment, they seemed to have run out of things to say. After a brief silence, Valen suddenly laughed. Are you stalling for time? Did that little Ibea run off to get help? You're stalling for time too. Xiaolin answered the question with another. Are you gathering your strength, even though you've revived yourself after a few fatal blows? The timing of your resurrections has been getting longer. Your resurrections are probably quite taxing to you. Valen's expression changed for the first time, and the others who were on the verge of giving up suddenly had a look of realization, and started to look at Valen differently. That mysterious resurrection skill originally had them stumped and near giving up, but if it was like Xiaolin said, then the resurrection was not absolute. Haha, you look so nervous. I was just joking with you. Xiaolin saw that Valen's expression was starting to get dangerous, and immediately switched the topic. He only wanted to stall for time and buy enough time for Ibea, only then would he guarantee his victory. However, Valen started to seem impatient, especially with the unkind gazes that were being shot at him, waiting for someone to make the first move. You're right, but wrong at the same time. I am gathering up my energy, but not in preparation of reviving, since there's already no way you can kill me. Valen once again spoke. His voice suddenly turned raspy, and his robes seemed to be fluttering in the wind. Xiaolin felt like something was off, and did not hesitate as he charged forward. The weapon the old man prepared for him was of bronze rank, and was said to be a treasure of the Street Claude clan. The black tip of the sword hid a strong poison. Swish! The tip of the sword pierced right into Valen's body. Valen did not even make a move to dodge, but he did not die immediately that time. Instead, he held on to the blade, smiling coldly as he said, "How amusing, That sword must be the one that the Street Claude clan stole from us a century ago. You're actually using something like that against me. Pang! The sword had been snapped by Valen in a flash. Xiaolin looked back and glared at the old man, whose face was full of shock. But it was not the time to blame anyone. Xiaolin did not have any intentions of retreating with only half a blade in hand. Instead, he did not hesitate to activate the ruin state. Since he was already at bronze rank, he got an even bigger surge of power entering ruin. Flame sword aura. Xiaolin channeled intense flames into the sword. The broken tip could no longer withstand such a strong surge of power, and the blade quickly turned bright red. Xiaolin then immediately withdrew, heading to a corner to hide. Boom! An intense explosion was seen. The sword that could not contain the flame energy exploded as shards shot out in all directions, completely mutilating Valen's body. Even the ones around who could not put up a defense in time were harmed. However, no one planned on doing anything to Xiaolin at that time. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the chunks of flesh on the ground. After a few seconds, the flesh started to slowly move and gather together. It's slower. The speed really got slower. Someone shouted. Xiaolin's earlier statement was confirmed. Facing Valen, who resurrected again, they no longer had the same fear as earlier. The lack of knowledge was the scariest thing. They might still not understand the reason behind it, but being able to counter it meant there was nothing to be afraid of. Only Xiaolin sighed in a corner. That was not the result he wanted. Valen's resurrection speed did decrease each time he died, but at the rate it was decreasing, Xiaolin did not know how long it would take until Valen no longer had the strength to resurrect. Xiaolin knew it clearly, having already experienced it once, but he was not going to say it out loud. Everyone, charge! Kill him! Valen has exhausted all his strength. The situation that was already settled once again erupted into chaos. Valen's smile finally disappeared from his face. He did not attack right after resurrecting. Instead, floating in midair, he had actually been gathering his energy. Even if it was interrupted by Xiaolin, he decided to not wait any longer. Chapter 508, Valen's Transformation. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Xiaolin, who had wanted to continue his attack, suddenly felt a sense of unease. Activating Ruin had increased his perception dramatically, and he immediately decided to fall back. The others had thought Xiaolin was scared and silently felt happy. After all, the fight would ultimately decide who had the right to rule. Roar! Valen suddenly let out an animalistic roar in midair, the roar resounding throughout the banquet hall like thunder. Even the walls that could withstand strong spells started to shake. A green light started to rise from Valen's body, and green circles started to ripple outward. An unfathomable power surged out from his body like a violent volcanic eruption. Suddenly, every corner was filled with enough power to kill. In the veil of green light, Valen was rapidly undergoing a shocking change. His skinny, human body started to grow larger and taller, and his muscles rapidly expanded, resulting in his shirt ripping apart, revealing his bare upper body. His shocking muscles looked hard as steel, even reflecting light like it was a metal. It was hard to believe that he was once a weak necromancer. The most terrifying things were two pitch-black, half-meter-long horns that started to grow out from Valen's forehead, and an oval-shaped object grew right in the middle. He started to look like a devil staring at everyone. Boom! The transformed Valen waved his hand, and a streak of green light shot out, turning a few that were nearby into powder. Soul disintegration? No. How could soul disintegration be so strong? A few shocked voices could be heard, and Valen laughed coldly. I'd rather call this skill my disintegration ray. Haha, if you're smart enough, you should know what this skill does. Xiaolin turned around and at the old man. The old man with a broken arm was noticeably dispirited. The soul disintegration from earlier was still affecting him, but he still tried his best to explain. The Argos clan is also an ancient family. Soul disintegration is a cruel spell that was invented back then, but the spell had long since deteriorated after being passed down so many times. If Valen isn't lying, then what he is using is probably the original spell from back then. It's a spell that kills the soul directly. The old man urgently said. Xiao Lin. The situation has gone out of control. We need to leave quickly. You're no longer a match for him. Xiao Lin's greatest trump card was his resurrection ability as a colonist, so he was not afraid of soul disintegration. But the disintegration ray was definitely terrifying. Xiao Lin was shocked. Just as the old man said, if the disintegration ray really did directly kill the soul, then it was a natural counter to the colonists. For Valen Argos to do so much to acquire that spell, his sights definitely did not lie only on that tiny little royal city. What's the deal with how Valen looks? Don't tell me he's being possessed by some old ancestor or broke some old seal, returning to an ancient form. Xiao Lin could not help but crack a joke despite the tense atmosphere. The Argos clan is a clan of necromancers. Even back then, necromancers were already like this. They have nothing to change back into. The old man was not joking around. Fine, I understand. He doesn't look like a necromancer at all, so you don't know what's happening? Yes. Wow, it's rare to hear that from you. Xiao Lin pursed his lips. Looking back at the demon-like Valen, he temporarily stopped after killing a number of the other guests in a terrifying manner. After all, his end goal was not to kill everyone. He then shouted out in a deep voice, "Kneel down and swear your allegiance to me, or die. Kneel down and swear your allegiance to me, or die. Kneel down and swear your allegiance to me, or die. Kneel down and swear your allegiance to me, or die." The thunderous voice echoed, carrying a strange sort of magic. Everyone who heard it had a look of struggle on their face before finally shuddering as they slowly knelt down. Hey, what's going on? Are you trying to betray Her Highness Ibe? Xiao Lin did not feel anything, but he turned around to look at the one-handed old man with a look of struggle on his face. His legs were shuddering, looking like he was about to kneel down. I can't hold it back. Curses, they despicable. The old man panted, as if suffering from an intense pressure, not even managing to speak properly. It's useless. As long as you have the blood of the dark races in your veins, then you won't be able to stand up against this power. Valen was very happy with what he had caused. In the kneeling crowd, Xiao Lin naturally stood out, and Valen's sights quickly landed on him. Ahem, it seems like you're stronger than I thought. Whatever. I won't interfere in the matters of the dark races. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Xiao Lin. Did you think I would let you go after you destroyed my castle? Valen suddenly shouted with rage. Ahem, so you admitted it. I thought you'd be more stubborn than that. Valen finally admitted that he had known that it was Xiao Lin who infiltrated his castle, so Xiao Lin naturally dropped all pretenses, coldly smiling as he said, I'm very curious, if you have so much power, why didn't you stop me when I was in the castle? If he didn't stop me, if the preparations were already done, then regretfully, Valen's words stopped there. I heard you were the most exceptional among those your age in Dawn Academy. If it's age, then I should be the same as you. Let's test it out and see who's stronger. Is it you outsiders from a foreign world, or me, who inherited the ancient dark bloodline? Valen said wildly before throwing a sword toward Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin was shocked. Valen's words were not hard to understand. He definitely was the most exceptional among Dawn Academy's new students, but that was the internal business of the academy. How could a small fry necromancer like him know about that? I'll return this to you. I don't want anyone to say I'm bullying someone without a weapon. Stuck on the floor was the holy sword that Xiao Lin had gotten Lorengia to make. It was a weapon with gold rank destructiveness. Chapter 509, The Fight with Valen. 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiao Lin was naturally happy getting his weapon back. Before that, neither the weapons he stole or the sword Ibe gave felt right. After all, those weapons were all meant for those who primarily focused on necromancy, and were not meant for someone like Xiao Lin. Then why don't you return that thing on your finger to me as well? Xiao Lin said. On Valen's right hand was a silver ring. Xiao Lin was not very certain before that, but he could more or less confirm it now that the ring was his spatial ring made of perfect grade star metal. It was a priceless treasure. Valen answered with a smile. Of course, Valen naturally knew what a treasure it was, and would not return it. However, Xiaolin knew as well that the seal that Silverlight had set up before she died could only be unlocked by himself. No one else would be able to use that ring unless their mental strength was greater than Silverlight's. If that's the case, I'll have to kill you to get it back. Are you capable of that? How would I know unless I try? Xiaolin once again activated his ruin state. After his total attributes reached the bronze rank, another noticeable change was that his control over his ruin state had improved. He now had the freedom of entering and releasing it as he pleased without using any additional strength. Disintegration ray. A green light shot out from Valen's hand, but Xiaolin knew to not get hit by that horrific attack. His speed was explosive under ruin state. He already had over 60 points in his speed at bronze rank, and after the boost from ruin, it was at least 100 points. Xiaolin left a slew of afterimages in the banquet hall, and appeared behind Valen in less than half a second. He was high in the air, and slashed at Valen in midair, but chose his most simple and practical skill, slashing. As the first skill he mastered, he could double the power it unleashed. It was a weak skill, but under such a dramatic boost of speed and strength, it contained immense power. Simply explosive. Xiaolin was very happy with the sharpness of the holy sword. The tip of the sword sliced through Valen's right shoulder. Even if Valen's expanded muscles had increased his strength multiple times, Xiaolin still did not feel any hint of resistance. It was just like slicing a knife through butter. Blood flowed as the right part of Valen's body was sliced in half. Flame sword aura. Flame ball. Xiaolin did not hesitate after his attack landed, and converted all his attributes to intelligence before unleashing his magical sword aura and spell at the same time. The entire hall suddenly heated up at that moment, and when Valen's body was engulfed in the flames, his pressure suddenly stopped, allowing the crowd that was kneeling down enough time to run away. However, Valen only remained in the flames for a dozen or so seconds before his mutilated body was regenerated. He then let out a strange laugh. Trying to burn my body with flame magic? How naive. Cheat. Is the resurrection speed faster than before? Is it not gone yet? Xiaolin could not help but glance at the entrance. Outside the entrance was where Ibe fled to earlier. Your strength and speed have increased. You really are surprising, you know. This is the first time I'm trying out this state, so meeting an opponent like you really is fun. Valen was just gauging Xiaolin's skills earlier. When Valen regenerated, he wasted no time in starting his attack. He no longer relied only on magical attacks, instead using those fists that were filled with scales to attack, looking like he wanted to smash Xiaolin into pieces. The holy sword collided persistently with the demonic fists, and the heavy sounds of the impacts echoed in the hall. Their afterimages constantly moved around among the increasingly strong flames. Valen was very quick with his attacks, and would suddenly shoot out disintegration rays. However, Xiaolin's reactions were not slow either, and under the ruin state Xiaolin was like a killing machine. His cold gaze caught all of Valen's movements. Xiaolin had exhausted all the sword techniques that he had mastered. In terms of combat experience, Xiaolin definitely had the advantage, and had killed Valen another 2 times, but Valen quickly revived after both those times. In this state, Valen's revival speed was horrifying. Even if it slowed down each time, he still revived in a matter of seconds. On the other hand, as the limit of Xiaolin's ruin state approached, the balance would quickly soon be broken. Why aren't you using that dragon's breath skill? Valen suddenly shouted. Xiaolin smiled bitterly. He could definitely kill Valen if he used it, but it would be useless and only speed up the end of ruin state. However, his mouth could not bear to spare Valen, and he mocked. There's no need. It looks like, even if you used some way to change your body, your transformation isn't complete yet. Are you trying to hide your power? Or is this alter your power? The two of them were on even footing, but Valen's own strength could be better. Valen's face was quite ugly. It really was not his best condition. Xiaolin's sudden appearance had thrown his plans into disarray, causing him to not be able to gather enough power before entering this state, affecting his skills. However, he would naturally not admit to it. Xiaolin's heart was also in misery. If he could not take away that resurrection cheat, he would have no way to defeat Valen. All he could do was stall his time with his words, which was why he suddenly increased the distance between them, shouting, "You've probably seen that I can't maintain my current state. You're being very calculative when you fight. Are you planning on defeating me after my peak? I can't believe someone from the Argos clan could be so weak." Xiaolin could see that Valen was a very conceited person. He was very young, and had the matching skill. However, he could not stand being mocked. Valen craved acknowledgement, and craved for others to tremble and submit to his might. Valen really did get furious. But the angrier he got, the more holes that appeared in his attacks. Xiaolin could only hope that his ruined state would be able to last for long enough that he could deal even more fatal blows with the new holes, slowing down the speed of resurrection enough for him to escape. Before Ibe completed her task, Xiaolin knew escaping and hiding was the best plan. Otherwise, even if he was not hit by Valen's disintegration ray, if his guess was right, Xiaolin might not even get a chance to resurrect if he died. Chapter 510, The Fight with Valen, 2. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Valen was furious, but his attacks did not get sloppy because of it. The man might be conceited, but he did have power. Valen knew as well that he was not in good enough condition to defeat Xiaolin in his ruined state, but if he waited for Xiaolin's explosive power to run out, then Valen's victory would lose its greatest sense of accomplishment. Valen took a deep breath, suddenly calming himself, but his rage did not subside. He stayed on alert against Xiaolin's attacks while saying, "You were somewhat correct earlier, I'm not at my perfect state. Even if I did gather up enough energy, I would still not have been able to reveal my true abilities. Do you know what you're facing? You sure speak a lot of nonsense." Valen continued, "You're actually very lucky. Not many can witness this ancient form. This is the most basic form of life in planet Norma. I threw countless years into this before I obtained this power. This will mark a new rise of the dark races." Valen got more excited as he spoke, and started to sound fanatical. Xiaolin could only look at him like he was a crazy person, but Valen did not have any intentions of stopping as he continued, "I know you don't understand it. To put it in a way you would understand, my form is the original form, the way the first life on this world was. To put it in layman's terms, it is the form of a god, the god that created all life." "You've really gone crazy." Xiaolin looked at that fanatical man with a pitiful look. God, the god of creation? Even if he was not certain of the existence of God on planet Norma, no matter what, that pitiful madman could not be it. Valen no longer spoke, probably already done with his nonsense. The next moment, the bulge on his forehead suddenly emitted a vibrant light that hurt the eyes like a star. Xiaolin shut his eyes, and when he reopened them, his heart sank. What was on Valen's forehead was a third eye, almost causing Xiaolin to be dumbfounded. He was not wrong. Compared to his own, and even Silverlight's, the size was the same. However, it was not completely similar, because Valen's third eye emitted a green glow, while Silverlight and Xiaolin's emitted a white light. Valen's third eye locked onto Xiaolin after opening, covering him in a green light. Xiaolin suddenly felt like he had sunk into frozen depths, the chill reaching his bones and causing him to shudder. He could not avoid it no matter how he moved. Even the speed of his ruined state was not enough. "It's useless. Stupid alien, my gods, I can release the coldest chill. Haha, I can't believe I needed to use this against you, but it's no matter. The result is still the same. Death, or turning you into an ice sculpture. There's no need to struggle. Only God's eye can go against itself. This is the inheritance we got from the ancient king of darkness. You invaders from a foreign world will never." Valen's words were suddenly cut short as he looked at Xiaolin's forehead in shock. Xiaolin's own third eye slowly opened, and the white glow was countering Valen's own green light. Xiaolin took the chance to get out of the cold, but his ruined state had reached its limit. At the end of the ruined state, Xiaolin immediately felt extremely fatigued. Even though reaching bronze rank allowed him to not faint after using ruin, just standing was putting him at his limits. Valen did not attack immediately, having been frozen by Xiaolin's third eye. His face had waves of shock on it as he muttered repeatedly, "Impossible. This is a gift to us from the god of darkness. How could you have it? How did you get this?" Xiaolin wanted to know the answer to that as well. Based on what Silverlight had said, The third eye was unique to Atlantean royalty. After Silverlight died, logically he should have been the last one alive to have such an eye. Yet, who was Velen, and what was that third eye that emitted a strange green light? The questions in Xiaolin's heart were more than Velen's, but it was not the time to think about all of that. Without Ruin and with the state of his body, he had lost all ability to defend himself. No, he still had the eye on his forehead. The eye was still open, but the eye that Silverlight had given him did not have any combat ability. Time Rewind was a good skill, but it was useless to him at that moment. Xiaolin had no way of using the energy-consuming Time Rewind after using Ruin anyway. However, Xiaolin remembered that Silverlight had said her eye had two abilities other than Time Rewind. The other ability was seeing the truth and seeing through all falsehood. Silverlight did not explain much about the ability, and Xiaolin had tried using it before, not managing to find anything special about it. It could not increase any combat ability, nor did it have any special effects. It felt very weak. However, it was the only thing Xiaolin had left. Other than that, he was weak to the point that he could not even use slashing. Even the holy sword in his hands felt like it weighed a ton. Just raising it was difficult. Silverlight had said before that each third eye had skills unique to itself. What Silverlight's eye had was truth, and Time Rewind was only obtained after leveling up. So, as a basic skill, truth used only very minute amounts of physical and mental strength. Xiaolin shut his eyes, and the third eye on his head subtly glowed. Valen did not notice the change in his frantic state of shock. Truth. Activate. The eye did not change at all after activating, but Xiaolin's vision did. Valen remained the same in front of him, but around his body were densely packed threads of thin lines. Each line seeped deeply into his body, and the other end went in a direction out of the castle. Xiaolin could not help but reach out to touch a thread, and his hand merely passed through it. The thread did not move, not seeming to be affected at all. It was not a thread with an actual form. It could not be touched or felt. When Xiaolin deactivated his truth skill, the threads momentarily disappeared, which was how he confirmed that they only appeared with the eye of truth.